'Cause we're better together, better as one, better together, better as one, better together, better as one, better together, better as one.
fighting to breathe. We almost lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
It's go time for the final Saturday showdown of the LCK 2026 regular season, and it's the two hottest teams since MSI. It is D plus Kia versus Gen G in a potential preview of the playoffs. Degon here alongside Ox and Big Hooney as we set up this big matchup here, guys.
Yeah, still some stakes here for Gen G, but I think with it being so close, 2 play-ins, 2 playoffs, these two teams having such phenomenal form since we came back to round 3, really this is kind of setting the tone for playoffs and who's looking like the top dog.
Yeah, I mean, what a schedule, what a series, what a Saturday showdown. It's a, it's like a Hooney Baron, Hooney series.
Oh yeah.
That's why I'm here.
I see. Maybe future telling of what kind of Barons will spawn today. Well, let's take a look at this matchup as it is D plus Kia and Gen G doing battle yet again. The D plus that fears the Tigers no more versus the Gen G Tigers on the hunt for the top spot. Remember, this was what used to be the Northern Expedition matchup, where Gen G had not lost to D plus Kia in a best-of series in 20-something times. That no longer exists here.
Remember how emotional Showmaker was when he first took down Gen G earlier this year, and now it's become a much more common occurrence. This has become a really competitive matchup between these two teams over the course of this year.
I mean, I really like the phrase, because like both team right now is like, I feel like they're not scared at all to lose the game. Not actually dropping the one game or like dropping the fight. Like both teams are so fearless right now. Like they're willing to make so many creative play. Like as what like the Chovy said as well. Like if you want to earn something in the game, like you have to risk it. Otherwise, the people are so good right now. You have to risk it all the time. That's the game meta right now.
And that's why both these squads have had such success so far in this year. As we take a look at the standings, it is certain that Gen G has the playoff round to bye, but not certain that they have first place. D plus Kia is locked into that fourth place spot, no matter what the result is. But again, a triumphant return for D plus Kia. They had the most ground to make up. They're able to catch KT.
Yeah, if you're a HLE fan, you're really hoping that D Plus win today, so it means HLE have the chance to catch up with Gen G and take that first place spot off them. D Plus can't move their position, but I think, as I said before, when you go into playoffs, so much is about current form, confidence as well. You know, D Plus talked so much about how the confidence they gained from doing well at EWC, and they've brought it into round 3 and 4. You can see both of these teams 5-2. And this isn't the Legend group where there are a lot of difficult opponents. This has been a fantastic run for both of them. But today we decide who's going to have had the best run through round 3 and 4. Winner of this takes it all.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a player perspective too, right? Like you are like the experience of the winning from the regular season is so helpful throughout the playoff, like how you want to play out of the game. And also it actually means so a lot. Like it's just the atmosphere is there, the vibe. It's actually completely different if you're a winning side.
Yeah, again, huge stuff here from both these squads since the return from MSI. When we take a look at their head-to-head, we talked about it earlier. It was the big victory by D plus Kia in the first round of the LCK, and it's bang even 3-3 in terms of series, 8-8 in terms of games when you include EWC, those semifinals where they shocked everybody, and then the most recent round in round number 3.
And you got to remember that the two big wins Gen G got were very early in the year in the LCK Cup when they looked super dominant, didn't drop a single series in the LCK Cup. But I feel like Gen G really struggled to bounce back after the defeat at First Stand, and D Plus having the edge since we got into the regular season of the LCK and onwards.
Well, one of the reasons why both squads have been able to find their form are their fantastic mid laners. World champion winner in Showmaker has been the great librarian. 3-0 in de facto away games, beating KC in France, beating T1 at their home ground, and Gen G at theirs.
Yeah, I mean, these days, I think the Showmaker find actually his peak form, because I think these days, like, there's so many champions that people are not really favor, like they're not actually prefer like to like these type of the champion like Victor. Like it's been losing every single game, just accept the Showmaker. Like that's just so crazy performances, and the power, giving the power from the draft, it means so a lot.
And I think when Showmaker's playing well, when he's feeling confident, when he's getting hyped as well, it's just so fun to watch. Moments like this, outplaying Zek in the 1v1.
It's looked so fun.
It looked doomed, but Showmaker has talked a lot about how playing against these home crowds actually just inspires him to win even more when the crowd is against him. You know, he's a big fan of football and talks about how that's such a relevant thing there. But on the other side of the rift, we have to talk about Chovy. Chovy, who once again gets first in POM. There was a point earlier in the season where I was like, is it definitely going to be Chovy? It's now locked in. And it just feels like he's so often the main character, so often making these creative plays and finding angles, particularly on the rise, to make either proactive plays in terms of setting up picks, or here using this Realm Warp to move the minions under tower and completely cooking perfect on the other side.
Imagine you're a top laner and then you just have to watch this lane. It's just getting messed up, and then you know it's gonna be losing for you. It feels so sad.
And then because of this, you could see the coordination. Keen goes in, then the follow-up by Chovy, and allowed the rest of the squad to clean on up. When both these players are playing well, you could see it affects the rest of the team, and that is why both these squads have been the best so far in the last several rounds. So a great run for Gen G could also mean their first place, not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the third time, but the fourth split in a row, 3 years in a row where Gen G has been number one. And this one would be impressive in its own different way because it wasn't perfection throughout. They had to relearn what makes them great here, Ox.
This is the thing, is that Gen G has had such excellence in the LCK that we've just come to expect it. So when they did have a bit of a rougher performance this year, we were shocked. We were like, wow, is this the same Gen G we've seen those years prior? They've righted the ship and they have the opportunity to continue their record, but it's just crazy, this level of consistency in such a strong region to again and again and again, and the potential to do it for that fourth time, finish the season in that number one position.
Yeah, I mean, it's really crazy because since it's LCK, it's so packed. There's so many teams. And I still do remember, like, Gen G just going to 16-2, like 17-1, like, consistently. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, Huni, could you imagine ever going, like, undefeated in a split?
Yeah, I mean, that was me.
Oh.
I mean, back in time, ULCS was kind of easy for me. So.
Oh, okay.
Compared to LCK, I would say LCK 17-1 is harder than ULCS 18-0.
Oh, wow. Big statement.
Humble Huni over here to kick off the pre-show. And you know, one of the other things that is so impressive about this Gen G team and this organization is that it's not often that they lose 2 games in a row. That is something that happened earlier this year for the first time in 1,820 days, 5 years since that happened. And they're currently on a winning streak. Those are the winning streaks that they're used to. I think 4 or 5 games right now that they put together. And Gen G, when they find their form, they rarely let it slip.
And I think that 2 series losses in a row, which was at their home ground as well, it just kind of was a good way to reflect on how successful they've been. The fact that they never lost 2 series in a row for such a long time. And it was a wake-up call for them. We've seen them really right the form. They're now on a 5-win streak and looking to be that team we've expected and seen them to be for so many years.
It's gotta be really depends on how you want to take it, right? Like, imagine that actually the losing streak happened in the playoff. There's, you know, like, it hurts even more. So, like, you rather actually hurt it from the regular season, so they actually recognize, oh, this is like what we are weak at it. So let's fix it. Let's actually just do better job at the playoff. Like, that's not gonna be really, I would say, you know, positive point for Gen G.
Yeah, and that comes with a little bit of lore during that regular season double loss over during their homestand. It was then that story about Ruler coming out and finding a PC to grind and be improving his skills in the middle, and we got to see it on display right. Watch this flash right. Cleanse, right. Here, boom.
And I think for me, Ruler and Duro are the 2 who have struggled the most on this Gen G lineup throughout this year. And especially considering last year, they were performing really phenomenally. Duro being the new addition, they were a great duo. But I think after a good period where they were struggling to live up to those expectations, we're seeing that level of form that we've come to expect from these players, particularly Ruler, once again. And having great AD carry play. Duro also with just some team fight winning ultimates on things like the Renata and on the Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, just on the paper, just pressing R, it looks easy, but in the professional game, like, and you know, like, you're playing against like these top teams, the top player, like, they know, like, you have a, you know, the counter ulti, but still they know, like, you actually have to be really creative to make these kind of the counter play.
Yeah, the timing has to be great. A second too early, second too late, and it might just be completely cooked. And on top of that, also just the right angle moment here where he gets this massive Seraphine ult connecting onto 4, just immediately winning the fight for them.
It's beautiful. I mean, just as soon as like the team fight started, he actually intentionally moved upper and then to prepare the ulti.
Yeah, but it's not Gen G's bot lane that has been humming since the break. It is also D plus Kia's with Smash and Career having themselves a career last couple of rounds. So good. And they are a win condition that D plus Kia can hang their hat on.
You know, since we saw Smash's debut, he's always been viewed as a heavy carry player. A player you can invest resources into and he'll make things happen. But this pairing with Korea, I love to see that engage. Oh, so sick. And I love the confidence that this player has developed. If you think all the way back to the LCK Cup, struggling on stage with his emotions, he has become such a capable player. And both of them have so much carry potential when we get into a game or a series.
Here's a quote from CV Max. In their last series, which was a loss to Hanwha Life Esports, playing a strong team let us experience the playoff atmosphere firsthand, which was a good way to reset mentally. We lost today, but the content of the series was solid. He went on to say, objectively, we made too many bad decisions, which is why we lost. But interesting to see CV Max take the silver lining of this is what playoffs are going to be like for these guys.
There are good losses and bad losses, and it's okay to have a good loss and be able to reflect on that, improve on that, and learn from it. As that's the thing with regular season. Obviously, getting high in the standings is important, but all the teams in the Legend Group have the chance to go through the playoffs. They're still in the tournament, and if you end up learning and iterating off your losses, that can be more important for your form going into playoffs than maybe being a place higher in the standings.
All right, it is the final Saturday Showdown, which means it's the final Saturday Showdown prediction reveal. Let's see how everyone went with it. Gen G coming in as the favorite, as the current #1 seed. Wolf, Umpty going with D+. Prince as well going. So 3-9. D+ Kia believers still here. I got burned by them earlier this week. I predicted them. They didn't win.
I think, you know, a lot of people believe in once again in Gen G with them being on a win streak, with the fact that we've seen this team be so dominant before, but D+ are still a formidable foe, and the fact that these two teams are tied in terms of the record for round 3, round 4, it could go either way.
I mean, now in Gen G, because the regular season is not ended yet.
Gen G has been a dominant force. Will they finish in first yet again? Let's find out together. It is D+ and Gen G, our Saturday Showdown. We'll see you here in the space after game #1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
성공 20m. 우주체감 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습. 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와, 결국 호랑이 굴에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is the Saturday Showdown, and we are starting with a big one here today. D+ taking on Gen G, fighting to see who is the best since MSI, which would be a fantastic thing to rest your hat on if you are heading towards the playoffs.
It's a really, I want to say not important for standings, although it does, of course, affect Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports here.
Yep.
Affects your mentality moving into playoffs, especially if you're Gen G and you have that extra round, you're going to have that extra bye, no matter whether they lose today or not. You want to make sure that because you have that less, like there's less games to play, you're going to be less warmed up, et cetera, that you come into that second round, which is the longest break we'll have in playoffs, feeling good. D+, of course, will have to fight their way through that first round of playoffs no matter what happens here, but they also want to have that momentum moving through. This could be, and believe it or not, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, a preview of the finals. These might be our two most on-form teams right now in rounds 3 and 4. That has been the case. These teams are both 5 and 2, playing their last and 8th matchup here of the end of the season. Pretty epic.
Absolutely, and I think the only arguments that you might have is where Hanwha Life Esports are going to sit. But let's have a look at Ruler here, who is about to hit 3,000 kills. The very first 80 carry to do so here in the LCK. Only needs 17 more to go, and that's doable.
It is just 17 kills in a best of 3. In this meta, absolutely. If you look at some of these picks as well, down here at the bottom,
Ezreal with over double that of his second most kills in the game. That is kind of crazy. 2
of the 5 top 5 kill champions, incredibly meta right now. I would say 4 of the 5 of top win percentage meta right now. Twitch, sad times. Maybe Ruler pick some more wins up on that one in Classic or something like that, but he's 7-1 on that pick, so it would be cool if he did pull it out here, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, it certainly has been a while. I think the ultimate was called Rat-a-tat-tat when he was playing it last time around, or it was the previous Spray and Pray. We'll just have to, I'm not quite sure when those times actually change.
A pretty
What's going on there?
Favored split. Wait. I feel like if we go bot, like...
I don't know.
All right.
I don't understand, but I'm impressed by it.
I don't think that's a Photoshop. I think that's what Ruler looks like without the jersey on.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Fitter than you might think.
There you go.
The Preds here across the fans kind of lining up pretty similarly percentage-wise to what our predictions were. I went for D+. I believed in the Cinderella story. I've been believing since EWC. And yes, a lot has changed this week, and they did lose their last matchup in a pretty disappointing fashion. But I think they could do it today. I still believe that D+, that they played through bottom lane, Showmaker's eclectic champion pool, this team can surpass Gen G in a best of 3. This is a meta that suits Showmaker. He can play the Twisted Fate. He's really good at Victor. Right now, no one else is really finding success on that champion. Smash in form is incredibly tough to deal with. And on the top side of the map, Lucid no longer showing inconsistency.
Yeah.
At this point in time. I think today is really just the proof will be shown of who's on better form today and who will have the better form at the beginning of our playoffs.
Yeah, and I actually predicted that D+ were going to win one series this week. And unfortunately, I predicted the wrong one, but I still stand by that. And so I think that I'm leaning a little bit more like my waters are telling me that it's more likely that D+ walk away with a victory here today. Their bounce back, and I actually am really impressed with the mentality that CVMax took into this series after their loss earlier on, just a few days ago, saying that we can use this in order to find a victory in our next upcoming series. This was a great learning experience. There were moments in the game where we did have advantages, but there were mistakes that we made that are going to be fixable moving forward. And I've been very critical of CVMax and his coaching style in the past. I think this year he has really turned a corner and has really looked like one of our better coaches in the LCK, which is a crazy thing to think after, you know, all of the turmoil that he's been in throughout his career.
So many of the rosters that he's coached have been veterans and 1, maybe 2 young players in it. And in this roster now, he has 1 veteran and 4 young players, not all of them rookies, of course, Career being the youngest. But it does seem like the team has taken a liking to his style. And I think when the team trusts CVMax and they're all moving on the same path together, they make real growth, right? There's no roadblock blocks, it feels like, in terms of the style. And when CB Max has a bad read, it feels like the team kind of goes down with him a little bit sometimes here and there.
Yep.
But then they learn from it. And that's why you see the form of D+ fluctuate. But it's the kind of graph where, even though it's like a stock graph that's of a pretty stable stock, where it goes up and down, but the end result just keeps getting higher ultimately as it goes up and down there. So we'll see just how high it goes here at the end of the season.
Yeah, just trying their very best to transform into an ETF.
Yeah, basically.
We'll see how they do go. We just saw a really weird ad for an ETF app in the elevator on the way up.
It said fun ETF.
It was, and it didn't look very fun.
But D+ is very fun, so maybe they should.
That's true.
Get the hook, get the hook up on
we
that
should
sponsor.
probably let them know. That being said, they have been in that elevator before because it's the same one that the players take to get up to LoL Park. So maybe that's what has given them this new rise in consistency and form. Speaking of Steven Max, Chovy was on your screen right there, of course, formerly being coached by him all the way back in the day on Griffin. Certainly knows his style and the intricacies of Steven Max and what makes him tick. Let's see whether that can be utilized here as we move closer and closer towards the draft of game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. And Wolf, it's my 7th day in a row, and I just want you to just be gentle.
I took yesterday off.
Yeah, thanks for that.
It's my first day in a row.
Okay, that's not what I meant by be gentle. It's the opposite of be gentle, actually. You know what? We're going to drop it. I'm not going to talk about it now.
Yeah, 6-gamer yesterday. How'd it go?
Yeah, it was long, Wolf. It was quite long. And we're just doing our very best to preserve the vocal cords, and hopefully everything is just, we can have some calm
The good news
League of
is-
Legends, and then just some brief big moments.
There's no Kespa Cup this week.
True.
So on Monday and Tuesday. you can take
That
a
being
break.
said, wouldn't it be lovely if we did have some more Kespa Cup?
Yeah.
That was fun this year.
Yeah,
Bit of a different format.
maybe next year.
Yeah. Well, maybe this year, like around Christmas. Like, you never know.
Double Kespa Cup.
Oh my goodness. What are they going to do for next year? Is it just like it's a summer tournament now?
We don't know.
Yeah, they always try and keep us on our toes, don't they? It's all right. D+ will be picking first. That means they're on the red side. Gen G on our blue side to start us off with counterpick available, which can be very dangerous if you've got players like Keen and Chovy on your team. But let's do it. Let's get on into the draft for game number 1 of our Saturday showdown.
Here we go. First pick for D+ Kia is the choice here. And blue side for Gen G. Nocturne going to be taken away right away. Now, in this first draft, I imagine these bans will be pretty similar to what we've been seeing overall with Cassiopeia, the Poppy, Orianna, Nocturne. But as we move deeper in this draft, I think there's been a lot to study on D+. For example, the Twisted Fate could be something that we see banned in this series. The Lucian is going to be taken away from Smash here. They do flex that one and leave the Orianna for now, as a Galio ban will come through first.
All right, so Orianna or Vi, pick your poison, I think is kind of the idea here. Sorry about the hiccup. Oh no, Orcs is here. Did he infect me? Did the
I
hiccup
hope not.
virus get up here?
I heard something about Cage will tell him something about
You have to
fish?
imagine that you're a fish.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to do that because I've never been a fish before. So hopefully I don't get caught out by another hiccup. Maybe it's just a one-off freak hiccup situation.
Well, let's see what this first pick is going to be, because they do ban the Orianna. First pick, Vi, I'm not a big fan of, even if it is Lucid, one of the best Vi players that we have in our league.
Yep.
But they're going to pick it because it's simple.
And it's Lucid. And you already iterated it. This is something that has worked in the past. I'm not a huge fan of the Vi first pick. I know you're not either.
Ezreal's up too. You know, Ruler loves his Ezreal. He's looking for a big milestone here in this series. And it's his most kills holding champion. They're going to take the Olaf.
Wow.
See if they get the jungle pick here right now, or if they do take the Ezreal and split the support.
I think, yeah, the Cho'Gath really makes some sense. No, Olaf is going to be the consideration here.
Pretty good in Divide, as it turns out.
Yeah, and the Pantheon is going to be alongside it there as well. Pantheon has been making a pretty rapid resurgence. As I don't like the Vayne, just play Kled. You're really good at Kled. Please just play that champion. That would be great.
Or Vayne bottom lane, Rumble mid.
Oh, God, no. That wasn't even Vayne bottom lane yesterday, okay?
Buy Rumble, yeah, I know. Buy Rumble is pretty good, though. As they're going to go for the Yunara Lulu lane here. which is a lot of damage to cut through the Olaf. I actually really like this choice. Yes, the Pantheon can point-click stun the Yunara and make it a little bit tougher to play the game when we get to later on team fights, but you need a high DPS composition in order to kill the Olaf, and the Yunara is going to be exactly that here. And it feels incredible when you get to protect it in the bottom lane because Gen G opted for top jungle here. They won't be able to get a bottom lane duo. They could do something like grab a Bard here and try to compete, but I don't think that's going to be what they want to do. Because then some of the AD carry pairings will be taken away. The only AD carry I could see here is Ezreal that you could grab in this lane right now, but you won't get that range support with it.
This is crazy, though. The fact that they get Olaf, Ryze, Pantheon in the first round is kind of nutty. This is, I believe, what we saw KT beat T1 with in game number 1 yesterday. It was a very similar lineup of champions. Augmented then by an Ezreal draft towards the bottom side of the map. We'll see whether Gen G do get their hands on that. I would assume not, especially if they were looking at the what was it? The opening.
Yeah.
You know, the points of the match.
BDD's Rise was insane yesterday.
It was. And Ruler has played a bajillion games and has got a bajillion kills on the Ezreal. So maybe ban that away.
I think they will ban the Ezreal. That makes the most sense. Something like Ezreal and Bard being removed, I think, is the safest play here for D+ Gia to keep their bottom lane protected. My expectation of Karma, also similar situation.
All right.
My expectation for Xiu is that instead of trying to play a range top into this Olaf, he might just want to play some sort of weak side and not win this lane so they can play through bottom, because you're never going to be able to compete with Ryze Pantheon in that volatile top side. Like, they're always just going to have more people up there, so maybe just playing like Cassante or even like an Ambessa and playing a little bit slow, sitting under turret, could be the way to play that one out. They've taken away Showmaker's Syndra here. We'll see if they will have another counter pick for mid in mind, and with the Vi on the table here, they take away the Ahri.
Okay. So it could be like a Vi Talia if Showmaker does want to go that way. We'll see whether they do ban the Ezreal here, or they think that banning the Karma is going to be enough here in this bottom lane. Showmaker being quite vocal.
Ban.
Yeah, but is going to be the takeaway.
Without Karma, without Bard, it's harder to play Ezreal. We have seen a few teams attempt the Ezreal Seraphine. Mixed results. I think it's viable, but it is certainly going to be a little bit tough.
That was literally that would be the draft that KT used. If they just go Ezreal Seraphine here, then that's it. They've locked it in.
I don't necessarily love it, but it is some of the best options they have left. They can flex the Seraphine as well. Ruler's a great Seraphine player, and then leave it a little bit up to what else gets locked in here for D+. So I like this, because there's no way they're going to take the Ezreal away from you. You're not going to see Ezreal top into Olaf. It would be very funny, but it's not going to happen. So there's a few options here. You can play the Vayne that's up. You can play Kled. You can play a tank. You can play Cassante. You can play the Ambessa, which is a bit more middle ground for this draft, which I actually really like.
You can play Jax.
You can play Jax. You could also play like Anivia top if you want to change this draft up considerably.
That's a good point.
But the lock pick here...
Oh, they're locking it in!
You are going to have to heavily commit into top side here, and I don't know if this is going to work out into Pantheon Ryze. I don't think you can weak side top anymore.
Oh, yeah, Xiu, do it!
This is actually kind of sick, to be honest. I know we all know Xiu could play this, but it just really wasn't on my mind. But it's actually the one pick that could salvage this lock pick for me.
And I also, I love it alongside it. It's not going to be
Jax.
the case. No. We know that his Alawi is really, really fun and very cool, but instead it will be the Jax that we have seen work into the Olaf before.
And this
is the counter that's been attempted a lot, but hasn't necessarily found all that much success, so we'll see how Xiu is going to do on it.
You could play Xayah here. It would be really weird, but I think Ezreal is probably safer.
It's going to be
it's Ruler, and it's Jax, so like there's just even more reasons to play Ezreal.
Well, who played it better, KT or Gen G? That is going to be the question. I'm very scared because I've heard this Chovy guy is like pretty good at League of Legends, and now he's on the champion that BDD just absolutely obliterated the game with.
So we've talked a little bit about Lock and how you got to have winning lanes, and then you can just, basically dive and press your R button, drop your ult down, and just farm up kills, and then be explosive power in the mid game and all that stuff. We know what this draft does. We know what Gen G's draft does because we've seen it before. We saw it yesterday. My biggest prediction for how these two drafts clash together is that there is in no way, shape, or form. This is my prediction, guys. You can call me out if I'm wrong. You'll be right here to do it. I don't think this will be a close game, period. It has to be one-sided. Either this lock composition gets online super fast and the game goes out of control, the Olaf is useless, and D+ run away with the game, or they try to and fail, and they can't do anything, and the draft is useless, and maybe it's a longer game, but Gen G will have control from the mid-game on, and it'll just be a disaster. I don't think there's any game where we have a slow burn, not a lot of kills, moving into like 2-2 dragons, it's 1,000 gold to lead only. I don't think that kind of game can exist with these two drafts.
I do think that if D Plus get themselves to team fights, this could be absolutely insane. With Locke diving in with his Purgatory, you've got Wild Growth, and then all of that AoE from the Yanara with the Runons now buffed up, right? You can get to that threshold. This could be a Showmaker pentakill game. See what happens though, so get onto the roof.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 1. Gen G taking on D Plus Kia. I really do need to go back and check out the KT draft to see whether it is absolutely identical or whether there is a slight variation somewhere, because I'm pretty sure it is just exactly the same
I can't remember Cuz's pick
champions.
for some reason.
I think it was Pantheon, but not entirely sure. Hang on. Oh, it was Nocturne.
Nocturne, okay.
It was Nocturne.
Yeah, that was the
not
one. That
Pantheon.
was the one that didn't seem right. I was like,
But I mean,
but it's
honestly,
global.
Nocturne is just spooky Pantheon. Let's be honest. They do basically the same thing. You
He's
don't you
squishier,
can't
but
target
he's-
your ultimate.
Yeah,
It's
he's
okay.
squishier, but he's spookier, so it's fine.
Yeah.
They both have a little shield. One's a spell type shield. The other one's actually physically a shield he holds up.
Yeah. So I think it will work in a similar fashion here to what KT represented yesterday, as it was a different opponent. This top lane matchup, identical, but the mid lane was a different one. Faker actually took the Ahri matchup, which was banned away this time around. Obviously, Showmaker has always had a fair bit of fun on the Ahri. Not going to be doing it this time, and this time going to be trying his hand at the Lock. And we've seen a lot of Lock picked up with Ignite in the mid lane and things like this. Showmaker has decided to go with the Teleport.
Yeah.
A little bit less aggressive into Chovy's Rise, which I feel is a gamble.
I think he's basically just accepting that he will need to use that teleport to get back to lane. He's not going to be able to win burst trades. And speaking of burst trades,
Yeah, Duro taking a lot of damage here, but now Ruler is Arcane shifting forward. Smash is in a lot of trouble. Ruler's just autoing him down. The flash has to be used. Oh my god! Okay, Ruler!
he flashes to be able to line up the shot, and the king doesn't miss.
Damn right he doesn't. This guy is looking for 3,000 today.
He's only
and
got
he's starting at
16
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, at this pace, he'll be done in game 1. Now, Lucid's going to look for a punish here. Career's super low. Does have flash for maybe polymorph play. Not going to go for it.
Yeah, well, now the punch is actually going to connect onto Duro. Ruler's just standing his ground. He had barrier, and that's just a freebie.
All right, well, that's 2 of the 17, so we're down to
Okay, yeah, so 15 on the clock.
I did get the update. It's a bit unfortunate for D Plus fans that Chronicler is watching, so
Oh, that's
it
what
has
happened.
quite the award for watching D Plus losing big series, but it's not over yet. But it's certainly looking, like I said, not to be a close game. Watch this flash.
Oh
cue.
my
Also,
goodness!
by the way, notice how his camera was set, and he queued. He knew exactly what it was, but he queued and he was off screen.
Yeah.
As Lucid just, I mean, this was optimistic, but I think he needed Career to flash forward and try to offer some additional damage and or polymorph. He had low mana. I just think it was a bad calculation. I don't know if Career really could have impacted that one, but Lucid certainly thought he could.
Yeah, I think Lucid needed to remember that there was a barrier on the Ezreal and realize that it was going to be a difficult one to kill.
And he's looking at Smash wait, he killed you without barrier.
Well, now this Gen G bottom lane are going to be very happy. I think they were already pretty psyched with how things were going. As oh my goodness, yeah, I think Ruler managed to go back and buy
Yeah, I was going to say, what
half
did you
the
get?
shop.
Sheen and a tier.
As it turns out, if your opponent is level 3, a Sheen proc does 1 trillion damage.
Yeah. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Yeah.
In this case, it does like 87.
Yeah, I was rounding.
Uh,
Rounding up to the nearest trillion.
All right, so this might just be the game. I mean, I'm not kidding, and it's very sad, but Locke needs a lane to play through prio-wise. Now, if you're Canyon knows on the player cam was laughing when this happened. Canyon's like, cool, I think I'm going to put my focus on top side.
Yeah.
Just play safe bot ruler and take your giant lead and keep shoving it into this turret because now they can't play through the Jax anymore because I'm going to be up there. Can't play through a Yunara Lulu lane. And what's the Vi going to do? The Vi lock setup, not that great actually, until the Vi becomes, or sorry, until the lock gets bigger as Smash is alone.
Yeah, beat drop does come down. Ruler's going to hit the W. And that means that Smash is in a lot of trouble. Misses that Mystic shot. And so now Smash might live, but even Duro's damage is just a little much to deal with. And yeah, this 1,000 gold lead will only extend.
So this was a draft where, you know, things could get a little volatile, but they weren't supposed to go down like this. Esports fans, this was not really what I meant when I said one-sided game.
Well, I mean, it is a one-sided game though, Wolf. And so maybe, even though you didn't mean it, it's what you meant.
Yeah.
It's
I told you guys.
Exactly like this.
Yes.
Sometimes, you know what's going to happen, but then the reality hits, and you're like, actually, this is not, I don't like this.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Even
set us out
Genji's
for
probably
it.
like, man, all the practice potential in this series, at least in game one, might be out the window. No, at least she was playing a good game, right? You know, Chovy has a pretty significant CS lead in mid, but that's supposed to happen, especially when the lock takes TP and doesn't have any jungle attention.
Wolf, Keen, okay, he pulled the wave for a second, and now it's no longer pulled.
It would have been really bad if he could have pulled it further. They are sending the Pantheon bottom lane because they expect Lucid to try to salvage this lane right now. And Canyon's already here and has Prio.
Now Lucid going to be able to clear out this ward. Oh, great interruption there with the Vault Breakers. Now Showmaker looking for an angle, finds some nails into Canyon, but Chovy is just going to Realm Warp his way over. Showmaker goes in to try and save the Vi, and somehow that Q is avoided. And he gets himself out of there. Flash forward. There's some purgatory for Ruler. They get him to the threshold, and Showmaker looking to get himself out, but he's put into Runic Prison. Realizes that he has to try and fight his way out and will not manage it. And now Chovy, oh my goodness, that splash damage could have just killed Smash.
Good slow there from Career to help him escape. At least Showmaker was able to get something out of this, but ultimately I don't think it's really even that big of a win. Chovy's going to stop Career's back with Thuro's help and grab some more plate gold. They are going to get the Dragon as well off of this play. I think for Gen G, the game plan there with Canyon bottom side is all I have to do is show up, and we will be able to avoid any sort of disaster. As Ruler's just going to go mid. He's like, I'm ready to farm minions. I already did the champion farming bottom lane. And this should just be a Dragon Secure. But for D+, I think the plan should have been, okay, well, Canyon's here. We don't really have a play to make. So we'll opt out and, you know, maybe waste Canyon's time and the game state won't get worse. However, they do opt in, and because of an extended play here, Showmaker is able to get a little bit of damage down, waits for his opportunity here. Look, Lucid gets chunked out. Initial part of this fight looks really bad for D+, but Ruler gets caught by the ultimate here, which means that the execute threshold is reached, and Showmaker tries to blink away, but gets caught here by Chovy, gets rooted, and taken out. If he gets away there, it's a massive win for D+, but because he doesn't, they're just back to square one. And now Showmaker is even further behind in CS.
Yeah, and Chovy is always going to be a little bit ahead as far as that is concerned, but this is a lot of bit ahead.
He's a whole level up on this lock already.
It's kind of crazy. Going to be getting to level 8, yes, right now. And Korea is here just trying to help Showmaker out. Obviously, is going to be behind by just a little bit. The problem is, there's not a whole lot of late-game payoff in comparison to a Rise if you are playing the lock. Yes, you have that explosive AoE teamfight potential if your opponent is clumped up, but yeah, you're also facing down the champion with one of the largest 3-item spikes on the planet. Like, you just... It's going to be a rough time.
The farm for the Yunara, the farm for the lock, so disastrously behind. Ruler is 2 levels up currently on Smash.
And Smash is not actually going to be able to get back to his turret either.
He's like, if I flash towards the turret and you wild growth me, maybe I can get a few minions.
Oh man, look at this.
Yeah, he wants level 6. He's going to get it off this wave, luckily for him.
Yeah, there it is. Now Duro's going to get pressured away, but not really much. So they do manage to get the ulti for Smash. That is a big deal. He now has access to a dash. That is good. But as you were talking about before, it just feels like the uphill gradient is just a little steep here for D+.
Yeah, Lucid is going to need to leave this area, I think. Although he does have Showmaker with TP somewhat nearby. Chovy has so much prio, though I don't think he'll be able to make any moves here. But calm down, teams. I'm trying to explain my prediction from earlier. Just want to try to make some of this. I don't think they should, but they're so far behind. They got to try.
Decent assist. They look to get on top of Raw. There's the encore, but it's not exactly the best. The beat drop, though, that is incredible. Lucid still fighting against Canyon and Co., but it's just Ruler left behind. Chovy picks up a double. And why did D+ feel the need to
Well,
fight?
they're so far behind, they thought maybe we could finesse this, but they just simply cannot. And the
Oh,
thing
dear.
about Wild is, oh god, it might even get worse.
Yeah, that's another kill. That's just a solo here for the Olaf. Showmaker might be able to kill Keen.
Maybe.
Let's see.
Maybe. He has flash, by the way.
Yeah, Keen is running. He's running. He's running. Someone will get this kill. As Lucid is just happily able to take it. Showmaker wasted all of that time and didn't even get an assist.
So the reason why this game was supposed to be one-sided was either D+ get a huge lead, or they are unable to secure a lead, right? And they're not able to play through Prio, and this composition doesn't get online, and then 2-item spike gets hit by Ruler. The Olaf's an immovable object. There's not enough damage to cut through, etc., etc. Like we kind of explained this. In this game now, the current game state, D+ are massively behind in the early game. And so not only are they not accelerated, they basically, Genji popped all 4 tires on this car.
Yeah.
So it's just not moving.
I think they actually just removed the wheels. I don't think that it's pop tires, Wolf.
우리
I don't.
I don't
think
know. This looks like 4 flats to me in this team fight.
Yeah, I mean it's flats, but I don't even think you can replace the tires. You need new wheels.
It's a really good play from Duro. Not only does he have the charm, he gets the root, the double root, which allows Chovy to turn what was a failed play into a huge win. They get 2 kills there. And then when Shiu goes for this all-in here, Keen just pops ultimate at the exact right time to prevent the counter-strike from getting a stun. And that's it. It's as simple as that. And then he runs over here to avoid Showmaker, who he expects is coming up. Doesn't get the execute, but gives a kill over only to the Vi, who's the only lead here for D+ in this early game, as Ruler continues to grow larger here. He is...
Oh my lord.
Only has 2 kills, so we slowed a little bit down on the...
He got first Horrorblade. It's a 3K gold lead.
We're a little bit slowed down on the kills to get to 17 here in this series, but the money, that keeps going up. The experience, that keeps going up. He's 50 CS ahead. He might Flame Horizon this game before we get to do it this pace.
Yeah, now Chovy is running. There's the flash in from Lucid. They might be able to put down this Rise as Showmaker should be able to get the burst damage, and there it is. Canyon now throwing Qs around, though, and Showmaker going to have to teleport over that wall. Does manage to do so. Now, Career and Showmaker able to get themselves out. Nice little pick here.
Yeah,
for
that's a
Lucid.
big win. Big win. 2 kills now to Showmaker. And so, yes, they're going to lose this Dragon. Yes, it is going to be double Dragon, but they got some money onto this lock. As right now, Steve Max is really happy he's got that Portrait of Mary in the team house, because they're going to have to keep hailing it over and over and over in this game. There's just there's nothing else to this game, which is what they did on that last Dragon fight and what they did here.
Yeah.
Just got to keep praying. You got to keep going in. You got to keep hoping that people are out of position and you get that lock reset. And they got it.
It's a Cloud Soul here as well. So Keen will be pretty happy if they manage to pick that one up, press Ragnarok, and then just be able to infinitely run up to anyone you want to murder and just kill them.
It's a Gunblade start here for Showmaker in this game as well, which I think, given the game state,
cool.
is pretty cool, because you really just need that extra burst, you need that extra oomph in that hopeful pick you're looking for constantly all the time this game.
Yeah, it gives you that little bit of a slow there as well. That's pretty helpful.
So the idea with this play here is to punish someone out of position, and Career baits Canyon forward, then polymorphs him so he doesn't have any damage here to offer any reprieve or peel for Chovy, who is then taken out. So really nice bait there and a great punish.
아주 첫.
He said, like, basically give me the kills one by one. He said catch up one by one, actually.
Oh, I like that mentality here.
That's how you have to play this.
Yep.
You have a pick comp, you've got a lock, feed the lock one by one, catch up one by one.
I think trying to get Smash into the game might be a good idea, but also maybe not. Maybe you just sort of let Smash get the farm where he can and just do your very best to make Showmaker get to a position where he can just make people explode. That's what this champion kind of does. That's all right. Shiu does hit level 11. That is a big spike here for the Jax. His team fighting will be dangerous as this game goes on. And they do have a pretty squishy support, right? Like there are picks to be had around the map. And Pix is on the map because Korea's playing Lulu. So
yeah, it's a really pick-based comp with that in mind.
Yeah, Pix-based.
Yeah.
In fact. But now there are just minions crashing towards this top outer turret. Nothing that DK can do about it, as Keen might be the target of a gang.
Duro's aware of this. Strong possibility, and he is here with a Pantheon that has ult as well. I don't think D+ should pull the trigger here.
Full health, both summoner spells available, Olaf with ultimate at the ready. Like, I don't know whether you're killing Keen here, guys.
But they can just waste the time of Duro and Canyon and get plates.
I guess so. Well, Lucid is actually going to look for the angle here towards the Pantheon. Canyon now gets underneath the turret as Career gets himself the wild growth. Canyon doesn't find the angle onto the Lulu, and Keen is so incredibly low, but keeps himself alive. There is the counter-strike. Somehow D+ are still alive as Lucid goes over the wall. And they're still looking for a dive. Guys, just get out. This is already good. In they go. That is going to be the kill onto the lock. But down goes the Olaf that they were looking for, as she almost manages to sidestep, but doesn't really get there. Duro is now going to overstep as Lucid. Oh, is the beat drop going to come through? There's the Vault Breaker, and he gets the kill on the Seraphine. I think in the end, Gen.G win because they had Chovy pushing the whole time in the top lane.
I think that this is the best you can hope for as D+. They're taking a page out of the DN Supers book. Like, this is how DN Supers have been playing so well from behind. You just put 4 people in a side lane, and you force them to react. And then they outplay here. Look at this wild growth timing for Career after he's charmed and focused by Canyon. Then Canyon's in the wrong spot, flashes himself, then misses Career, and now doesn't have his buttons for a few seconds here. Shio waits for the counter-strike. They dismantle this defense. They take out the Pantheon, and then they can look for the redive here onto Keen. Doesn't have summoners anymore, no exhaust here. Lucid goes in first. They have the damage here. It's a sacrifice of the lock, and then Duro gets a little greedy here trying to punish. And yes, he does get Shio ultimately, but when this charge Q comes through from Lucy, he has enough of a shield here to force him back. And for some reason, Duro goes back in again and does end up dying there. All that Vi damage. So they're going to look for a rinse and repeat. This is actually so ironically the DN Supers playbook. And part of how they beat Gen.G in Kespa Cup, actually. Here we go again.
Yeah, Chovy's moving over though this time around as Showmaker gets the nail gun out, but isn't able to find too much. Canyon will be able to take the Rift Herald without too much of a response here. Heads back towards his jungle.
And I think that, like you said, the side lane pressure from Chovy, all the money he picked up there, is definitely higher value than what D+ are doing. But if D+ just play a standard game here, that's also going to happen. And they're just going to get pushed out of the game. Now they have a Jax that's got some money. You know, this lock is further online than he was before, has tier 3 boots. And all the while, Smash is, like you said, just not being played through, but farming. And it will eventually be an AD carry threat later on. And with this pick comp, if you kill anyone first, then the Yunara can clean up in a 5v4 pretty easily. So I think this is still an incredibly Gen.G favored game state, but it feels like D+ had at least a good plan as to how to play this draft from behind, which is way more than we could say for most teams.
Yeah. I was actually just thinking, like, at least they have a plan.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of teams, and honestly, like, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, after the catastrophic mistake of that early game, like, how do you ever get yourself back in? And having any sort of idea of how to fight back is better than nothing.
It goes back to the confidence, as I'm going to hold my thought on this. We might have engaged. Looks like Lucy will think better of it. But it goes back to Showmaker saying 1 by 1. It goes back to the play against the crowd mentality that D+ have had since EWC. When they're underdogs, they like it. And in this game, they certainly are. They're going to look for a play here on this top side turret. They are literally just playing like DNS. This is actually crazy. And maybe DNS is behind all the time, so they kind of have to play like this, but D+ are emulating it really well.
Oh, Lucid not going to be allowed to go back home. Chiu is able to take this outer turret on the top side of the map, but Chovy is Chovying exceptionally hard. Now has his first 2 items completed, fully stacked up at the ready. Oh, it does need 3 stacks on the Road of Ages, but he's getting very, very close. 199 CS to 135 as well at 18.5 minutes is not too bad here for the Rise. So he's going to be actualizing very, very soon.
Yes.
And I do not know what the counterplay to that is going to be.
It's really common for the Rise to be, or sorry, for the Lock to be 50 CS behind, even in a winning game state, because you're just constantly roaming, you're constantly looking for picks. And if you're side laning, you're usually doing it wrong. That usually means you're losing. And in this game, Showmaker is going to be doing a little bit of that. He opted for the teleport. But like you mentioned, it is a bad thing for team fights when the Rise is freely able to farm, has those extra kills. That part is definitely a little bit less natural than 50 CS behind. We'll see if D+ can turn this game around in 4 minutes' time on this upcoming Dragon fight. Herald also will be something they have to defend as we have a Ragnarok.
Oh, Lucid actually able to get towards the back of this pit. Does flash to get himself out of the way. Like you were saying, Ragnarok was invested into that, but not the biggest of cooldowns when there is a flash now down on Lucid.
I think Lucid played that pretty well to escape, but like you say, a trade of ults and flash in the short term, good for D+ here. In the long term, bad for Lucid to not have that. I don't know if they'll be able to punish this Olaf at all.
Yeah, going to be a difficulty, as you can see. Keen now parking himself towards his top lane. Showmaker doing his very best to actually collect some farm, at least for now, to build that second item as quickly as possible. Shiu does have his Hex Plate now done. Pretty cute that we've seen Jax's move towards this item as well. Seeing a lot of... I think this might be a result of the pseudo nerf to the Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be moving towards that one as well, getting more access to the Grandmaster's might, especially in the matchup against the Olaf.
The observers really want to show everyone that Chovy's about to have a literal 2-level lead, that this first level lead he has right now is completely legit, but he's about to have a legit 2-level lead, and possibly even a 3-level lead temporarily.
It's like a 2 and a bit level lead.
Yeah.
That's kind of nuts. He's continuing to move towards his top side. We'll wait to see when that Rod of Ages is going to tick on past. We might actually be able to see the...
There it is.
There it is.
There he is.
We get the animation. Beautiful.
2.5, but on screen and stats 3 levels.
And he's, okay, Keen is going to take a lot of damage here. Showmaker looking for a bit of an angle. Soul Ignition is there. He eats that gray health to try and keep himself alive. They are going to be able to get a few plates here, I'm pretty sure. But Showmaker, Chovy is at this top lane inhibitor turret, and there is like 2 plates left.
Yeah, you can't overload the one lane and just play through that and ignore the side lane when it has a Herald in lane and it's a Ryze that's super fed.
Yeah, do you want to know what's really unfair, Wolf? It feels like Gen G are overloading the top lane when they only have Chovy there.
Yeah. So D+ lost a lot of the tempo they were looking for earlier on, since the outer in the bottom lane is gone, the outer and top lane is gone, so you don't have a dive setup. You kind of just have to go super deep, which is too far to play on this map into a Pantheon. And the Pantheon Ryze here can pinch you if you try to push anywhere else. Like if they tried to push the mid-outer, they would have just gotten Realm Warped and Starfalled on. So they kind of just have to defend, sadly.
Well,
yeah.
It happened.
Yeah, he actualized.
Yeah, he actualized.
He realized a 2-level advantage as well. And like we're looking at Gen.G take this Scuttle, clear vision, and they probably start Baron soon. It's a 3-item Ezreal at the fairly average 2-item spike point.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, this is a really difficult game. That being said, there's one takeaway that we can have, and that is thank you, Ruler, for teaching us about primary colors. Because he does have 3 items that do represent the primary colors.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. And he might take us through the rainbow, you know? Might be a Sterix next. A Spirit Surgeon next. Add a bit of green in there.
Yeah, he needs green.
Yeah, I know it's a tertiary color, but it feels primary, doesn't it?
I mean, the Boots of Lucidity also kind of representing a sort of a turquoise type vibe going on.
Yeah, there's like a cyan sort of thing going on in the background. Otherwise, it's red. Let's see what you're throwing down. This is what we're talking about here in this game, because it's been really quite difficult for D+ to find any sort of angle back in. And yes, they grabbed some picks, but look at this. The Lulu gets Arcane shifted and Mystic shotted once, and that is an almost dead support.
The next thing to talk about here is, can Gen.G take this dragon while also getting more on the map? Or do they need to bring everyone here for a D+ contest? If they kind of half do the setup, like if they don't really do their due diligence here, then maybe, you know, Showmaker cleans up some kills here. So they need to, I think, group.
Oh, okay, cease and desist, trying to get on top of Ruler, but the Arcane shift timing's too good. Showmaker dead before he can do anything, as Shiu trying to get on top of him, but Ruler just kites it out. Gorgeously played by the Gen.G AD carry. They'll take themselves a Cloud Soul, and if this game wasn't already over, by God, it's over now.
Yeah, it's Cloud Soul, it's Baron, and Career's like dropping more vision on the Baron pit. I'm like, all right, well, good luck with what you're going to do with that, my man. But he's doing his job, but his job has very little purpose in this game. If this were a giant corporation, he'd probably get laid off in this one. As Lucid can look for a steal, he's got Flash. Okay, maybe Duro?
Yeah, Duro's going to get taken out. Ruler is now going to get polymorphed and smashed. Looking for the angle, finds a double kill. Lucid gets in the Baron pit. Oh my God, D+ just might be doing it, but there is Lucid taken down by this massive Olaf. Smash looking to kite it out, and Korea gets in front. Chovy taken out as Showmaker makes his way back in. Is he going to find his former jungler? He will not, as that is the ulti away from Canyon.
All right. D plus Kia, maybe I should have been a little bit more familiar with your game, even as a D plus predictor. I think they would pull that one off. Now that vision I talked about career setting up was actually incredibly relevant because look at, okay, we're going to go all the way back to this dragon fight for some reason. I don't know why. But it's a really good play from Ruler, so I guess that's why he buys the space here. But I really want to watch the Baron. I'm sad that we won't get to now.
No, we can. It's right there.
Well, I mean, like...
Do you want me to, I can take it.
No, I meant the Baron replay, but anyway, this because that's way more important.
Oh!
Okay, here we go.
Goodbye, Korea.
They have...
Smash and
No
Showmaker
smite.
do not have smite, exactly. 700 health, 700 health. Smash just kill it. There it goes. Shiu is now looking to run away. Lucid trying to get on in here. As over the wall he goes. Great Vault Breaker, cease and desist, and down goes Canyon. But Smash is also dead. The bottom lane removed, but DK get the Baron, and most importantly, they take the Baron off the map.
Yeah. So are we going to do that Baron fight now? Okay, so look at this ward that I mentioned earlier from Career. Actually spots Duro. I was talking about like, oh yeah, he's going to get laid off when I was making the caster jokes because I thought it's a foregone conclusion, but it actually allows him to set the pick. Then they get loosed into the pit. He gets to Wild Growth, and now it's an awkward fight here for Genji. They're not in smite range. It's at 6k health, so they actually have to force the fight. The root hit smash from Chovy, and I thought for sure he's doomed, but he can kite it back. He has just enough damage to take the Olaf out. Actually crazy he's able to pull that off despite Chovy hitting an amazing root here. Career tries to shield this True Shot barrage, is unsuccessful here, so this gets a little bit messy as Canyon does not have flash. So he's trying to charge a Q here for the steal and decides, okay, well this isn't worth it, I'm gonna look for Shiu instead. They get the Baron. Shiu here gets the outplay with the counter-strike, and they actually burst him down, and everybody else gets out but Smash. So D+ survived with several Barons here.
아 너무 못했다. Sorry.
Yeah, a bit of a sorry there from Canyon. I think he was doing his very best to like get out his horticultural kit and grow a blast cone. That's why he was waiting there, and the blast cone did actually just spawn right as he sort of left and gave up on the idea. It was very, very cool.
Well, he not only couldn't have impacted the Baron, but then looked for the play afterwards on the chase and just gets outplayed by Infinity. So I think he's frustrated.
You want to know, though?
The initial part wasn't his fault.
There is a very important thing to talk about, and that is the POM frontrunner right now in this game is actually Huni.
Yeah.
Because the Huni Baron did about a bajillion damage in both of those fights.
Well, I think it's also because Huni said it's going to be a Huni series. That's why he's here. And like the early game didn't look like it was going to be a Huni series, but I think Huni just stomped his feet aggressively, and then D+ started doing the thing.
Yeah, I think he might have actually gone into like the coach's booth or something like that, or spoke to the referees.
It is crazy how much of an impact that one ward for Career made. He was able to then spot Duro. They actually saved that play. His Wild Growth timing insane there on Lucid's re-engage, and you know, it seemed doomed. You know, we were already writing the obituary. We were already joking about the situation, but D+, again, one by one, like Showmaker said, one by one, piece by piece, they are trying to get this game back, and it's only a 2,000 gold lead at 27 minutes. Sure, they're up against Cloud Soul, and yes, several Barons were removed. This is not a strong Baron play by any means, but they denied it, and who knows what they could do next.
Yeah, look, you cannot count your chickens before the Nexus has exploded. I'm pretty sure that's the saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw like about 27, and we were
Yeah. And then there were just more chickens to come. So there's really no point until
I feel
you
like
have them all sorted out.
The cuckoos from Zelda attacked us because we were poking the chickens a little too much on that one.
Yeah, don't just like start waving your sword around in Kakariko Village, okay? Don't do that. It is dangerous.
Well, Genji stabilizing here. You know, Ruler's on 4 items, has his Shojin's done now. Arm guard for safety here for Chovy. No GA yet for Keen. Or I guess he's not going to be building that this time. We'll be building the Sterex, but...
Or the Death Dance.
Or sorry, Death Dance is the word I was thinking for. Thank you.
But third item Sterex has been a thing more recently.
Yeah, optional. But Death Dance is what he's likely going for. He doesn't have that yet. Arm guard also bought here for Shiu. We could give him another Counter-Strike in a team fight. Let's see if he walks into a trap here, though.
Oh, Keen and Chovy. Oh, he does get the ward down, but this is still going to be a very difficult moment because he doesn't have his flash available. Chovy just going to prevent him having any opportunity to get over this wall. And Keen and Chovy grab themselves the pick onto the Jax.
That
Now
might
45 seconds.
That could be an inhibitor here, just on the play itself, because they have such a big push here with this cannon wave, and they have control with this Pantheon in the mid lane.
But there's also an Elder Dragon that's coming up in 33 seconds now, and that's about as long as it's going to take Shiu to respawn. I think he may have the teleport available, but if Showmaker dies... Oh my goodness. Okay, Ashen Pursuit does get himself out of there. And D plus Gear need to be so careful in this 4v5 scenario. Gen.G setting up the siege. This turret is not going to last very long, and down it will go. They're not going to bite off more than they can chew. You can feel it, can't you?
Yeah.
They are playing so much more measured now.
Absolutely.
After that disaster that just happened around the Baron.
4 seconds till Elder. D plus actually have the vision around it, and one of those wards was just replaced, so they had 3 and they only have 1 now.
Oh my god.
From Jax. Like, they actually have Prio, at least. They have Prio on this Elder. This is crazy.
Immediate teleport from Shiu gets him over there. He's got an arm guard as well.
These wards have been so high value. Now this one will be cleared, and he is known. It is known that he's flanking here. They don't know exactly where he is, so they have to play it slow.
Yeah. They did their pull bay research, and Shiu is now going to have to leap strike his way out. Undertow is going to miss, but Keen still running after him.
D plus have Prio, but they still will have to win the ensuing fight in order to secure this Elder. They can't start it right now. They're too far behind.
I think the one thing that D plus have been really good at is understanding the ebb and flow, right? As they chase Shiu out of there, the rest of D plus are moving down. You can see them on the minimap. Immediately following, they see Chovy moving over. They see Keen coming in, and Shiu, looking for the angle, he finds the stun on Darula, but he is able to get himself out of there. Now Chovy flashes on top. Showmaker just dead as this Olaf is going ballistic, and all of D plus are just going to get routed. It was a cute little idea. It was a fun play around the Baron, but it's become all business for Gen.G, and they've just closed up shop.
D plus were kind of like annoying mosquitoes flying around Gen.G, and they were eventually swatted down in this final moment. I liked how you mentioned the ebb and flow, the push and pull of Shiu trying to pull them away from the Elder so they could force their way in and have that Prio. But Gen.G were looking for a fight, and a fight is what they got. Chovy celebrates by breaking his arm guard here in a very close game, much closer than anyone anticipated. Gen.G are able to take the win here.
A very close stomp is what I'll call it.
Yeah, it was a stomp like I predicted, but it got a little closer.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but ultimately at least Gen.G faced some challenges in the mid to late game, maybe more of all of the late game there. As D plus were able to straight up outplay them on the Baron, and that got them a second lease on life, sort of, but the main lead still remained. The team composition was still online, and that lock in the final team fight did less than nothing, and that unfortunately is how it goes when your enemy is ahead and you're playing a comp like what D plus have.
I have to say though, Ruler was just a man possessed here today. The bottom lane play, absolutely perfect. And the way that he played out these team fights as well, always seemingly having the answers. Him and Duro, they're just to outplay D+. And Gen.G demonstrating that this might be, Nocturne or Pantheon, it doesn't really matter, but this might be the comp at the moment the team's going to have to be wary of, because KT also made this look broken from what we saw yesterday in their game against T1. T1 were able to bounce back though, and we'll see whether D+ can do the same thing, because this was a tough loss. It was very one-sided. You can see CV Max has the words to give them. We'll see whether they're going to be positive as we get towards the Rift for game number 2. After the space breaks this one down, after the break. We'll see you soon.
이거 나랑 잭스 잡으러 가자. 올라프. 나 잭스.
야 텍스.
야 이거 우리 때 이주 조심 이주 조심.
먼저. 야 넘어갈게. 맞아. 야 유나라.
나이스.
나이스.
야 텍스 누워 있어 여보.
진짜 교전 너무 됐네.
까비.
난리 났구만. 난리 났어잉.
진짜 훨씬 빨리 끝나는 건데.
까비요. 바텀에서 나 못했다가 연속을 들네. 그러니까.
바텀에서 바텀 진짜 그냥 퍼드라는데 이거.
이거 바이 여기서 큐 맞는 게 그냥 개많아요.
나 그전에 그냥 큐풀 실수부터 그냥 말이 안 됐어.
그거는 이제 1년 딜빵하긴 했어요 형.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. I love that when we do a pre-show and we call out specific roles and then we see it come to fruition in the gameplay. It was awesome to watch, especially when it's these two teams firing at all cylinders. Gen G up 1-0, but D Plus did not make it easy, and it does focus on the bottom lane, and it does focus on the mid lane of both these squads here.
Yeah, I think for me, something I feel like we've seen more and more from Gen G is a lot of teams have had huge prior on the Olaf, but they really lent into that. And the Rise as well. Chovy's been doing crazy things in this champion. Cassiopeia is permabanned. Teams are not willing to pick up the Anivia as much anymore. And I feel like when you get your hands on this core with like the Olaf, Pantheon, Rise, so much playmaking potential for the mid jungle, and then just so much strength. And that Rise, I feel like just put so many games on a timer because eventually he gets Actualizer. And it's so hard to play into this champ with IAM.
Yeah, even like also I think the 4-5 Genji, like I think DK knew that the Ezreal Seraphine is coming. Even like Max and Wolf mentioned it in the draft phase, and I think the ban, the Karma Bar, did not really help. I would say like because I think Seraphine Ezreal, it really popped up this game.
Yeah, it definitely did, especially early on. Let's take a look at it here. This was as the first, maybe second wave is coming through, third wave coming through. That's why the cannon's there. This was aggressive from the jump.
I mean, I think the Lulu there, like trading auto and trading the Summoner spell, but going for one more auto to Seraphine there, it's a super blunder there.
The big thing as well, because they're putting so much of this damage on a Seraphine, it means Ruler has a very large amount of health to play aggressively like this. This redirect was flawless, but Ezreal, when you have the Essence Flux and the Lethal Tempo stacked up, does so much damage in these early fights, even just off the auto attacks. And Lucid comes down to try and resolve things, but the thing is there's still the barrier available here, and it's just some great kiting here by Ruler.
I mean, he tried it, but it's as you said, like Ezreal just having the 5 stacks and the passive, like it's so much high attack speed, like in especially early game, it does so much damage.
I think honestly, like there's situations where even if you don't hit the Mystic shots, you're just autoing so much damage, so much attack speed. But obviously he did hit the Mystic shots, and it just made that a piece of cake.
Yeah, Ruler just showing off his skill set today. And then D Plus trying to find a way back in. They get the engage, and they lose not only on the bottom side, but the top side as well.
Yeah, it was a good attempt to the redirect here from Duro to catch out the Yunara as well. But then with the double E, he gets them on the back end. True Shot Barrage as well hits. Just a great counter engage from Gen G, but also it was a great job from Ruler to avoid that initial Vial locking him down.
And meanwhile, on top side, he did counter pick Jax into Olaf, and this is what you get. I mean, this is like reason why people actually just pick Olaf no matter what, whatever is on.
Yeah, we've been trying to figure it out for almost a week and a half now. Is there a counter for Olaf?
Nothing.
Nothing. There's nothing there. Olaf first pick, if it's piloted correctly, is very difficult to play against. And then there was one more chance here on the bottom side of the map. We just wanted to highlight this one because it was a very, very unique play.
So this wasn't completely smooth sailing. There was some comeback plays from D+. Wanted to highlight a bit of a misplay here from Gen G where they're trying to defend 3v4 here, cover Keen, and Duro actually gets this massive ult that hits all 4 people. But if we stop it at this moment, he opts to use his shield here. Instead of following up with the root, he actually had the passive stacked, he had the root available.
Yeah.
And he ends up going for a root, and he doesn't actually get any CC from it because the ult is already timed out, so they don't get stunned, and it means the follow-up is so much more awkward. And I think if Duro had just immediately gone for the E afterwards, everyone gets stunned, and I think everyone just dies there, and it's a much more successful play. So a little bit of mishap here on the back of what was actually a fantastic ult, and it allowed a window for D+ to make this game a lot more competitive than honestly it should have been after that early game.
I mean, I think it showcases really well. Like, let's say you actually like, for example, like you missed one opportunity, like a Seraphine. For this moment, I think it was a Seraphine E. He actually kind of misplay because he pressed W instead, and that actually gave so much huge opportunity to be able to DK to come back the game. So it's really interesting.
And we didn't want to highlight this to be like super critical of Duro. Is more so that Gen G will play with so much confidence and they'll make the perfect plays so often that when there are little mishaps like this, you can see D+ will pounce. And I think it shows that you have to be really clean to have a convincing game. And although they managed to come back and win this, there was some mishaps in this one. So D+ definitely not making an easy game despite the early issues they had in lane.
Yeah, well, our top two teams made it very entertaining in game number 1. Gen G now trying to close this one out 2-0. Let's send it back on over the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Digon and Co, for breaking down that game number 1. I'm sad that Huni didn't accept our praise for him being a phenomenal extra man on the Rift, being able to keep things interesting around that Baron, but that is absolutely fine.
Well, on the Rift,
he's just a humble man. You know?
Well, on the Rift, we have the Huni Baron, but in real life, we have the humble Huni.
Ah, got it. Okay.
So, otherwise known as the humble Baron.
Got it.
Just Huni. It's the same thing, but let's move into game 2, because I think one thing that was highlighted there well on the space is some mistakes were made. Gen G are not robots. They are not perfect. And with how well D+ played with an insane deficit, if you're Gen G, like, I wouldn't want to play against them in an even game state. That sounds pretty scary. See what the draft looks like in the second one.
Yeah.
D+'s draft is a little all over the place there.
And it's
Gen G's classic.
And it's a very weird right of first selection here as well, as D+ chose blue side and Gen G chose second pick. And it's not often that order that we get it in. Often the blue side is chosen second. This is something that D+ used to do quite a lot in 2025, but we've seen less of the blue side first picks more recently, as Nocturne going to be taken away as well as that Lucian. The Poppy remaining on the ban list here. We've seen Poppy kind of left up, but not actually picked on this patch more often than not, but still going to be on the ban list here for D+.
A lot of respect being shown to Smash's Lucian. Most teams are banning it away from him. I do think it's a good idea. No Cassiopeia just yet.
No.
As blue side here for first pick and blue side for D+ Gia means they have first pick for that, so they don't have to ban it. Galio's taken away. So if you ban Cassiopeia, Showmaker gets Orianna. So I think we're going to see a bit of a trade here.
I would imagine so.
Maybe they just ban Jarvan.
Could be an option. We'll see what they do decide to do. Could be something completely off the wall, as the Jarvan will be the ban.
I think that makes sense for a trade. If I'm Showmaker, I prefer the Cassiopeia here, I think. It's just so strong, so powerful, pairs with so many different jungle picks. There's no Nocturne, obviously no Jarvan, so going for Orianna can still work, but it's not as powerful as it could otherwise be.
I do think locking down the Cassio could be a good idea, because I think they'd want a Lee Sin for Lucid as far as the next jungler on the tier list. And Cassio can be hard to play into as the Lee. So it could be an option to just lock that one away and then try and get your Lee Sin next round. That's looking like their plan here so far.
I suppose they could have considered a Lee Sin first pick and then gone Lee Sin Orianna into the Cassiopeia themselves, but they decided not to. Which means Canyon probably is going to get his hands on the Lee Sin here with the Orianna on the other side.
That's if they want to play into Miasma with it.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I think it is quite powerful still. If you play it well, Cassiopeia is still very immobile regardless. So could just be Xin Zhao here for the Orianna pairing, as that's the last likely jungler that's going to be picked up here that isn't the Lee Sin. Does walk into a Trundle counter pick, but we have seen that work very rarely these days, even though it's still picked a lot.
Yeah.
They're actually going to take the Bard here in a split bottom lane.
Okay.
Let's see if Smash and Career are willing to take a Caitlyn lane, for example, to deny that pairing here, or if they're just going to accept this and look for jungle and a strong top pick here for Shiu. Looking for that Lee Sin I was talking about.
Yeah, just going to stick to the plan by the looks of things. So Lee Sin and maybe... Oh, never mind.
You're playing into Canyon's Skarner potentially as well if you do pick the Lee Sin.
It's a good point.
As against any other team, I think it'd feel pretty good to blind this, but against Gen G, definitely some second thoughts, I have to imagine.
Do you want to lock the Caitlyn here now, though, for Gen G? That is the big question. How much do they value getting that good pairing with the Bard? Because you will lose that option if you do not lock it away here. So I do like throwing out the Lee Sin. I do also like the idea of blind picking your top laner here as well for D+, because Gen G can only pick so many things. This is a very cool one. Seeing the Camille come back towards the top lane a whole lot more on this patch and can still be flexed into that bottom lane if they want to.
So is it Caitlyn? Feeling very good if it's Camille support, but again, less likely, as you were mentioning. And I think there's just not a whole lot of lanes you can play into this. Even if they go for like Karma, it's okay, but doesn't feel great. And they could just ban the Karma now if they're worried about it even slightly.
I would prefer not to have this be a just clear 2-0 from the Draft Wolf. The Ziggs, though, is going to be banned away first. And what are we getting rid of?
They ban?
As far as the... I mean, maybe you just get rid of Skarner and then whatever one top lane champion you don't want to deal with.
Skarner 1000%, I think, in this ban spot, but everything else a little bit more open-ended. You could ban Skarner and Jarvan and just be like, you're playing something awkward here in the jungle. Good luck with it. As the Ziggs ban, it's not because Ziggs necessarily pairs incredibly well with the Camille. It's just a bottom laner that can sit back and farm while you play through topside, where your Camille is and has TP.
Yep.
Feels like a great ban.
It allows your Camille to roam as well a whole lot better. Yeah. This was our first Camille lane that we really saw starting to pop off towards MSI times.
Exactly. So they just don't want to allow that. There's the Jhin. So leaving the Karma, but not really any strong pairings left for it. If it's Sivir Karma with this draft, it'll feel so bad.
I knew Ryu was my favorite coach. Look at that. The Jhin ban, gorgeously done.
Probably just a Xin ban, I think, here to prevent that from coming through for Canyon.
Wouldn't mind it.
Otherwise, what do you hate to play against this Camille top? If you show that ban, I don't think there's anything right now in this meta that you want to play in this situation, but if you show that ban, it makes it very clear what you're doing. Just banning Vayne isn't as obvious because that's good into basically everything right now, so leaving your options open, you could still play some more support Camille and play Gnar top, for example.
Yep. Well, Ruler is going to have to give away one of these options, probably a jungler.
I think they can just go for the Xin now and wait and see. Give Keen counterpick. This is why Gen G chose second pick. They get to have this option. Go Xin Zhao and then say, all right, let's see. What are you bluffing, or is it just Camille top?
What could they also flex? Maybe they just pick Shen. Shen something, and then just put whichever one in the top lane that you want to play. I love that. I'm hoping that that is going to be the idea here. Playing Shen into Bard Caitlyn doesn't sound very fun. Playing Camille into it also doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
Maybe some sort of Karma lane is what they need. Like Sivir Karma feels so hard to play.
So bad, but I guess they might have to.
Oh.
What about playing bottom lane Cassiopeia?
Or bottom lane Victor. Smash did start his mage bottom lane career playing the Victor.
By the way, D+ was the first team to showcase consistently playing mages bottom lane. They did it at EWC. They had the most flexes. They were the best at it. But we're going back to it.
Slam me the Varus. Shiu, give us an 80 carry on the Rift. All right, it's a very short range 80 carry that sometimes gets too angry.
They banned the Vi, but Tristana, which, by the way, she was very familiar with this as a counter pick, is still available. And I have a feeling Keen is pretty interested in that response. He could also just play Ambessa. They've got a great comp. It's going to be a good ball carrier. Twisted Fate, a classic. And so a player who's known to do this, he and Zeus really making this a thing years back into the Gnar. I hate to say it, but I think we have to acknowledge it. Once again, D+'s draft leaving us with, I don't want to say confusion, just a little bit of disappointment because it feels so obviously kind of stunted by its comp win cons. Like last game we had, it has to get ahead, it has to do this, it has to do this. In this game, it's like, well, it has to scale, it has to be stable, but you're playing into a Caitlyn Bard lane.
And
you're playing into you're blinded in our top.
You're also always going to be outranged. It is kind of ridiculous. They cannot let Ruler run away with this game. And the problem is, we saw the kind of form that player was in game number 1. It was kind of absurd. He was running circles around them on the Ezreal. And his Caitlyn, I feel like we only just saw one of his huge highlight clips on that pick as well, something that he's been finding a lot of success on more recently. So I think we could be cruising towards another very difficult game here for D+.
You know, I mentioned it earlier. I think we've given CU Max a lot of credit, but I also said when D+ fall with them, they fall hard. You know, they fall together. Today's best of 3 kind of feels like that sort of situation. At least the lineup is there. They played well in Game 1 despite the deficit. They may have to do it again here in Game 2, but hopefully for them, walk away with a W.
Yeah, let's just hope there are no catastrophic mistakes in the first few minutes of this game. Let's get into the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 of our Saturday showdown. DK backs against the wall. And they're going to need a bit of a miracle here, as Chovy with the Capybara do very much like that as an emote choice for the start of the game. And Korea already bone plating down.
That's not his favorite thing.
No, this is going to be a very difficult time.
Yeah, it's
Smash and Career in this lane.
So we've talked about it so much, but when you're playing Mage into AD carry, you have to line something up with your support and get a good bursty trade. In this case, you're going to hope to get a gravity field to land while you've got the hook shot coming through, so you got to start with the gravity field. You do something like that, which you can't do at level 1, then you can kind of get enough damage done to where you can continue to trade. Otherwise, the AD carry presses the buttons while you press your buttons, but then the AD carry kept shooting you.
Yeah.
And when they have a range support like this, with Electrocute, you can't win trades, actually. So I think with the MR that's been added to our marksman here as well, it just it feels bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
I feel like we've explained this 1,000 times, but every time it happens, we have to be like, well, let's go back through the reasons why this probably isn't a good idea.
Yep. Sometimes it is important to reiterate. And thankfully, Gen G are probably going to do a better job than us at demonstrating exactly how difficult this has now become.
I personally also prefer the Cassiopeia bottom because you can play, okay, here we go, bit of a trade.
Looking for an angle towards Duro here, utilizing the slightly buffed Hextech sweep here. Try and do a bit of extra damage. Duro looking somewhat worse for wear. This is a benefit, though. The fact that Showmaker now actually has a good matchup in the mid lane against this Orianna. And another hookshot wall dive is going to connect. Duro taking a bit of damage, but Ruler is now getting involved, getting these traps down, but Korea not going to step on them just yet. As Duro may actually just go back, grab some Coco.
They can't extend the trades. Like, they're doing exactly what I was talking about for the burst trades, and it's going as well as it can, but that's just not well enough, because as you mentioned, there's the sustain there for the bar. Now some traps are set up to prevent Career from making a play like that. They can continue to position aggressively. Lucid is nearby, but I think he has a ton of agency here. Let's see how aggressive they get with no vision.
She was 7-0. Okay, that's kind of crazy. As Lucid looks for the angle, they get on top of Duro. Everyone's flashed, and the Ghost is now popped here from Ruler. Traps it down. He's trying to be frustrating, but Lucid is just going to head back and say, well, my work here is done.
Yeah, I think Canyon's going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to get down here fast enough. I didn't think they were going to go for the play, but they actually do get the punish. And this will actually impact the lane significantly, as Smash and Career could stay here, get some additional farm, and will only find themselves a little bit down in CS.
Yeah.
Trying to get the backstop here onto Ruler, but will be unsuccessful. He is flashless, but fortunately for Lucid, not able to get close enough to impact him there. It will be a plate, potentially here. It's very close. Looks like not quite on this wave.
I think they should be able to stick around, though. Smash does have teleport, so he can be back to lane whenever he likes. Gives them a little bit more flexibility when it comes to going for those resets. So I like this from D+.
If
being able to capitalize on this good start.
If Ruler and Duro were able to get vision or predict Lucid's gank there and back off, they just walk away feeling so good about the game state. As it turns out now, they still have a small lead. Like you mentioned, the TP is there, but it's not as big as they would have liked. They're also flashless, so follow-up ganks, which are unlikely, but still possible. Could certainly be a problem. Is obviously Lucid out the path topside and clear his jungle, so he won't be down here, so they could just rinse and repeat. But with no vision, you always have to wonder, and they will set that up right now. Duro putting a critical ward there in the entrance. They had that bush ward from when Canyon was down here moments ago. We haven't really looked at the top side of the map right now, but it's obviously a disaster.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tough here for Shiu right now. I really did like that ping. You just saw it, like the danger ping onto exactly where Korea was making his way out of base. They knew that this Camille did want to start roaming around, and Duro right on it, knows exactly what's going to be coming here, and so everyone can stay safe. You were talking about it before, but the scaling on both sides is pretty good, but I think that Gen G very happy for this game to go late. Obviously, ADTF in the top lane is a bit of a weird one, but Orianna, Caitlyn, even the Xin Zhao just get better and better with age.
And when you have an okay ball carrier with the Xin, but what you have is Tempered Fate, which is a really long-range ultimate that can set up your Shockwave very easily. And if it hits multiple targets, it gets even better. So maybe the Bard is the real ball carrier here as Duro is going to have to go away.
Yeah, it takes the magical journey and is going to be absolutely fine in the end.
Nothing too big from this. We'll just force him to back. And this game state is pretty quiet, but the small advantage picked up here in lane can be felt. Big one here for Showmaker. He prefers this matchup, and I think most would into the Orianna. So even though I was saying earlier that the Cassiopeia has more consistent damage in a 2v2, what you gain here in the mid lane is definitely significant.
And the problem is, everywhere else is just kind of struggling, as we can see here. Destiny just to get Keen back towards the top side, and also gets a bit of extra vision here at the same time. So we'll see what the build is going to look like. The attack speed variant often just goes for a bunch of on-hit stuff. Can work out very, very well.
You know how we have a lot of... Okay, we're going to have a backstop.
Yeah, Ruler is actually taking a fair bit of damage here, as even the Hex Tech Sweep doing a fair bit of work. Duro will make his way back, but Ruler without any summoner spells.
This is pretty big, actually, because this may allow them to just get the Dragon with no contest. I think it will with the mid-prio they have.
Yeah.
So Career kind of just walks up here and says, I'm going to be annoying, and Ruler kind of commits in, and it's going to stop their back and give Smash a lot of extra power. Still hasn't teleported, by the way, so has that summoner spell still in tow for a potential fight later on elsewhere on the map, or just for returning to lane on a good back. So feeling very good. But I was just going to say, you know, we have the stacks counter for a lot of champions.
Yeah.
I wish Twisted Fate just had one on what is average extra gold he's gotten.
The average roll.
So you could be like, man, it's a really high roll for Keen this game. He's actually averaging really high.
Yeah, like 5.5. What the heck?
Exactly. I wish we had that. That would be super sick.
That would actually be very cool. LCK, get on it. We'll see whether we can get that one put into the API. As Korea will walk over a ward heading towards his top lane. Keen already playing very respectfully of what Shiu is capable of doing here towards his top side, and Shiu has actually been able to equalize the CS. The problem is, yeah, the guy he's playing against is cheating. Often does have an ace up his sleeve. As Keen clears out that wave, reclaims the CS advantage. That gold advantage is definitely a little bit skewed. So, Merc Tread's done here for Shiu. Still looking for that item number one. Showmaker taking some damage here against Chovy. Does need to be a little careful, as Korea will be able to move back on over. He should be able to get a bit of a crash here.
Chovy is going to have to play respectfully, but he is Orianna, so we'll just be totally fine here in the exchange as long as he doesn't step too far forward. Keen just being very annoying. The farm is really good here, though, for Shiu.
Yeah.
Considering the matchup, like you said, just purely a Twisted Fate cheating situation. That's what he's known for, is the sleight of hand and all that.
Yeah.
This game has been very slow at its outset, which is pretty good for D+, especially considering they got that first Dragon. They played the bottom 2v2 way better than I expected. Ended up with an advantage in mid, small disadvantage top, small disadvantage bottom lane, right? Like, they stabilized there so well. In fact, it's even a gold lead here for Smash. TP is back. And now they're going to contest these grubs.
All right, Canyon takes the first one. Shiu's moving on over, though. The Nabar in a great spot. As Korea possibly able to get something done here as well. Level behind Duro, but Duro doesn't have Tempered Fate available just yet. And Canyon is just taking these grubs right in front of them. That is just all of them down. DK haven't yet made a play, as now Canyon could be in a little bit of trouble. Lucid going to get that kick into the wall as Shiu gets himself out of there, throws his ultimate to Narnia, and now Lucid going to have to just safeguard his way out. That's a great wallop, but I don't think Shiu is going to be safe from this one. And there is Keen locking down the kill. Another one going over to Canyon as well. Gen G just finding everything they want, stunned against the wall, and it's a double kill for Keen's Twisted Fate. In this top lane, he's looking to grab himself a little bit of red card value here. Shout out to Reginald, but Showmaker is able to make his way out.
Well, D+ greeted pretty hard Atlas on that one, and it did not pay off. As if you watch the fight again, you can see it looks like D+ are just waiting for something, as Duro's not done yet. He wants even more here, looking for Smash.
Yeah, Gravity Field goes down. Smash will be all right, though.
Good placement, keeping Ruler at bay.
Yep.
Chases easily. But if we get a chance to watch that replay, you guys will notice that D+ are waiting for something. They're kind of like just letting Canyon have the grubs. And that limiting factor was the Gnar bar for Shiu. They're all trying to line all of this up. So look at this fight again. Shiu almost has his Gnar. Canyon gets this second grub without smiting. So he's like, all right, it's pretty much all 3 guaranteed. And when they get the Gnar bar, he's just chain CC'd and then pushed down. And D+ go for the fight on the other side into Canyon, who has Crescent Guards. So they can't win that side of the fight. Shiu's just left alone. And D+ were trying to just do too many things in this fight with Showmaker coming over on the right side, but couldn't get access. Canyon just outplays here. Gen.G played it brilliantly. They keep the Gnar at bay. They have the Crescent Guard. They know it's checkmate. If they push onto the Gnar, they're likely to lose that fight, so they just wait. And then when D+ goes in onto the Crescent guarding Xin, he is very happy to take that exchange, as Ruler, I think, really wants to get his kills up to that next breaking point.
Yeah, good flash. And yeah, unfortunately for Ruler, he just wasn't there, so Gen.G were just killing people without him. Yeah, it was basically just cheerleading. That's what G-Sun explained.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ruler unfortunately not able to grab a few extra kills for himself to try and reach that milestone.
Yeah, I don't know how many actually he ended up with total in that last game, so I don't know how many left.
Wasn't that many. I think he's got over 10 to go, so it's going to be a tough game to get all of them here.
I'm sure someone will update us on that, but we'll get that counter for you guys as soon as we can. By the way, he's sitting at 0 right now. Not the early explosive start for him that he had in Game 1.
And Chovy as well has picked up a couple of assists after this. It's been a bit of a slow game. Obviously, as Orianna, you are going to take your time. The Kraken Slayer is now done for Keen. 2-0-0 on the TF. And you can see, like, the CS lead has not changed, but he's now 1.3k ahead. Now Ruler gonna have to flash away. Lucid looks for the angle, but the net was too good alongside the flash, and Ruler will be able to make his way out.
Yeah, just doesn't go for the kick. Still has it now for this fight.
All right, Hextech Ultimatum gonna pull Duro out of his magical journey, and Lucid tags him with the Q. The Bard should be going down. Safeguard's gonna get him in there as there's the kick onto Canyon to get him out of this fight, and now Smash is on the board. Looking for a second Dragon here as well as D+. They are not out of this game yet.
Chovy wants to stick around here, but I don't think he should, especially with that push in mid. He's not going to be able to accomplish anything, even with the Shockwave. So just leaves, and now is just going to have to catch this wave. So they don't get the kill onto Ruler. Well, they're able to get his sums, and then with that kick in tow, they make the turn happen. And Gen.G were just trying to bite off a little bit too more than they could chew there on that play, but the timing of the ultimate there for Career Fantastic is able to prevent Duro, even with his magical journey, from getting away.
Yeah.
And without the support there, it was just not a fight that was ever going to be winnable without Chovy being able to join and Ruler being pushed away. So clean fight. We'll watch it again. So after the escape of Ruler isn't here, Chovy isn't here yet. Duro's like, I want out of this situation. Now, Gen.G, who were rotating over to try to get a punish on that pick onto Caitlyn, are caught here without their mid laner. And with a really nice ult from Career, as mentioned, it's just a freebie here for D+.
Oh, Shiu is also now just dead, as without the help of the turret, there is nothing he can do. So that is another kill going over to Keen, or actually it's a kill going over to Duro, but an assist over to Keen and a whole lot of map control.
Yeah, and Keen, he is pretty large. He's going for AD Twisted Fate because that's what you do in top lane, and so he is just incredibly fed early with this Kraken Slayer. And is likely setting up here to get first turret because there's just no answer right now. Shiu doesn't have teleport. If they try to overextend here to kill this Twisted Fate, he can't just ult away. So it's a waste of time for D+ to stop him. He's just got them in this really uncomfortable spot here. He's got tons of vision as well in the enemy jungle, so he knows that if they're rotating up, he can just go away. He still just plays it safe here and lets the turret deny CS rather than going for first brick right now. Frankly, he doesn't really need that much more money.
No. He has gone steel caps, though. So, I mean, that's good for a double AP composition. DK kind of all right with that, but this is going to be an issue that's going to come up as this game goes on. It's the whole consistent damage problem. As Duro comes on over and just turns off the turret.
He knows the Camille's in the mid lane, so he knows that this magical journey is safe to take.
Yep.
As, just clean using the ult to disable the turret. Very free play there.
Welcome back, Ohm Wrecker. Heck yeah. All right, Ruler is going to take some death ray damage, and Smash is in a pretty good spot here in this game. Does have the only gold lead for his team. And so I think a lot are going to be looking to him to try and win these late game fights. And honestly, him and Showmaker do have a lot of damage potential. We were talking about consistent damage. Cassiopeia does have that.
Yeah.
Right? That is sort of her thing
there
as a mage.
That much frontline here for Gen.G either. They have a lot of damage, but if their Caitlyn gets to that trough, The Orianna doesn't have consistent damage output, so a lot of the weight will have to be carried by CC chains and really strong finesse in the team fights, which all day long we have seen from Gen.G in this series, so we know they have it in them. You know, basically this team has won regular season a million times in a row, as Degon was pointing out, because they have said finesse. They're pushing the bottom lane right now, which leaves them a little bit weak elsewhere.
Yeah, Ruler's in a little bit of trouble, but now so is Smash. Duro comes over, Keen finds the gold card. The kick is gorgeous. Tempered Fate comes in though. And now Duro trying to line up that Cosmic Binding. Death rate's fantastic, and now Xiu is looking for Keen. Lucid gets in there, finds the double, the flash to get away, and he taps and takes down Ruler. Oh my god, DK are now in the lead.
Whenever people ask me, okay, hold on, we are done. Whenever people ask me why Lee Sin came back into the meta, I'm just like, because it's Korea. It's
he never left.
Why is Lee Sin so high prio right now, Wolf? Well, have you seen the highlights of every single jungler we have in the Legend group? And also Sharvel.
Yep.
And also some of the other players.
I mean, Sharvel is honorarily in the Legend group, let's be honest.
But players like Gideon as well deserve a bit of a shout.
This was ridiculous!
Ruler nets the wrong direction here, so that's not great. Smash gets stunned here, and the Tempered Fate buys some time, and then Lucid's like, yeah, but I'm him. Watch this, though. Like, seriously. Q's in, goes in for the follow on the ward. He drops the ward, flashes the wall to get out of turret range, and then executes Ruler, who took too much damage because he netted the wrong way. Craziness. All right, we'll watch it.
He starts the fight by taking like 2 turret shots walking in.
Watch the control ward hop here. I want to see his view on it. Crazy.
Puts the control ward inside the turret. Perfect flash over, and thanks to Career as well for setting up the play, but it was just beautifully orchestrated.
And now D+ are in the lead in this game. They have the strong scaling. They're going to get this turret here. It'll be the second of the game, so tying it up 1-1 here, as it was a big push in the bottom lane from Keen that whole time. But I think even though the goal is against them, they're in a really advantageous position in this game.
Yeah, the problem is there's the Keen effect, right? The Twisted Fate problem does just skew gold.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
The 500 gold lead, like the fact that there's a 2,000 gold advantage here for TF is not as impactful, right?
Yeah,
he does now have a rapid fire cannon. He is going to be very, very strong. But, you know, his kit is based around generally being further ahead as far as money.
He's also AD, so in terms of damage here, it's a little bit sketchy, right? What he's actually going to be able to do in the late game if he is ahead, outside of side lanes.
Yeah, and if he is CC'd, he just kind of dies.
Exactly. I think the game state definitely favors D+ now. With a double dragon, they also have in tow. Possibly a triple.
Lucid. This is a bit cute. Gets on in there, steals away the dragon, and he'll take the Shelly exit from this one. Can they actually find themselves a team fight off the back end of this, though, as Keen is looking to be his target. Shelly continues. Canyon with the Crescent Guard does come in there as Lucid gets himself out. Canyon goes back in. Xiu with the Mega Nut pulls Canyon back, and they take down the Lee Sin. Canyon goes golden with the help of that Tempered Fate, but Xiu's looking for Ruler. He'll slap him down, and now Keen is taken out as well. 3 kills here for D+. And man, like, this team is just so tenacious these days, Wolf.
I mean, I said they had a lead even though the gold wasn't the advantage. Now they've got the lead and the gold advantage. As Showmaker looks like he's going to be fine here once more, which is greedy. But he is just going to be fine here. He's going to push this wave and try to continue to put that turret down. That bottom turret is also going to go down here. As you can see, Xiu has full control. Is even proxying with this Herald between turrets, which is very awkward.
And also, based on that Dragon Steal, they now have Soul Point.
Exactly. So this is a zero-risk play for Lucid, by the way, because of the Herald drop over the wall. He has wards to play through. Watch his Safeguard come back up, so when he drops out of the Herald here, he is going to have that to play through here. So looks for a kick play. Doesn't have the damage to kill Twisted Fate. Hops over the wall, but has kept Keen at bay, so he can't actually peel in this fight when the Gnar goes through. It's a beautiful fight. Beautiful, beautiful fight here from D+ and Lucid. And then Xiu sets us up as well, gets in the backline, takes out Ruler, and Gen.G just get pulled into 5 different directions after what looked like, to them, from their perspective, a pretty solid dragon control. They're like, oh yeah, we've got control. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me break the game!
And Ruler getting hit by that Petrifying Gaze was absolutely massive in that fight as well. Showmaker was hidden that whole time. And so Caitlyn just not being able to do anything in that fight whatsoever really made it so the D+ were able to turn that one around.
These players are going to get this champion nerfed, man. They got to stop it.
Yeah. They're going to get Shelly nerfed as well, man. That was kind of ludicrous driving from the young man. Smash has done so much damage in this game. We need more magic resist for 80 carries, I think. 205 on this Victor, and he even has like this build that we saw yesterday that we just don't really like very much. It's not a massive amount of damage. This is what BDD had when he flashed on top of Pays and just kind of died and looked a bit silly.
I do like it given the Caitlyn Trough that we're going to see, which, I mean, frankly, she's been in it for a little while now. But within the game set we have now, like the real AD carry for a little bit is Keen, who unfortunately had Lee Sin on top of him the last fight. Career is going to have to do some fancy footwork to get out of here.
Yeah, he does flash, but there is the wind becomes lightning. Tempered Fate is going to hold him in position, and Smash is like, no, you don't even get my gravity field, brother. You are dead.
They give the kill over to Ruler, which is one more step closer to getting his IE completed.
Oh, Canyon spotted here as Lucid looking for a Q. Doesn't quite get it, as she with half a Narbar. We're going to set something up, see whether they do decide to go for a play. I don't think so, especially onto Canyon. Crescent Guard can make Lee Sin's life just that little bit annoying.
Okay, Shiu playing with fire here. I think needs to back away.
Yeah,
doesn't have an R, and will get away. So game pretty close right now, but the fact that D+ have this soul point means they can control the course of the next few fights. Do they want to avoid one and hard push a side lane? Do they want to force a Twisted Fate to ult in and then look for a turn with their Camille? Do they want to just commit to the Dragon and force a 5v5 where they feel like they're stronger right now? If they end up losing someone in a side lane and Genji are on the Dragon, they could threaten a Baron. You know, for example, they have a lot of damage they're moving up to on this double mage composition with the Victor and the Cassiopeia. So Genji are going to have to play really well around the map to get this game back into their favor.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools.
A good start.
Yeah, they have a lot of tools for that. Keen with his Destiny Gate can always have vision. So when this Dragon is up in a minute's time, they can kind of brute force their way in there if they're unable to actually get the map control. It's one of those things that's made Twisted Fate so powerful over the years. And then they can potentially work their way in that way with that true sight that they do have of their opposition. That doesn't last forever, though. So we'll see whether D+ can force it out relatively early.
For D+, they have Shiu carefully threatening top lane, while they have so much prio here on the 4 on the bottom side for this Dragon that spawns in 30. If Genji don't respond, then Shiu's just going to keep pushing. And if they do, Shiu's going to try to keep his Narbar perfectly set for a TP in. I mean, look at where it is right now. He might actually even want to start the fight off, but he's going to wait for better opportunity. It's going to be Keen to answer, who doesn't have TP for a few more seconds here. So there is a small window, actually, if they're very aware of this, where they can actually try to play through this Dragon Burst. But look at the amount of control they have. And this is what I was talking about. Like, Genji kind of have to follow the play. They can't necessarily set the play right now.
Yeah, 4 seconds, and that Dragon is up and available. Canyon, Chovy, and Duro all here in this area. Ruler is trying to hold down the fort in the mid lane.
If they
be able to do that.
If they get Keen to leave this top lane, they can just contest Dragon with this Lee Sin that has flash and keep pushing. If they don't like this, if they don't like the Narbar state, they don't have to come into this fight. They can just control the tempo, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Keen's about to have his TP, and he's like, I think I have to TP there, or at least Destiny over. He's going to leave. This wave is taking out mid plates, and Showmaker's pushing, and this is the power of having Soul Point right now. D+ can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about their Shiu. His Narbar isn't in a great spot. Destiny has come on through. Is now Keen looking to try and get on in here. He does teleport in from Shiu, but he only has half a Narbar, but it's getting close, to be perfectly honest. There's the Shockwave to guarantee the Drake. Kick back onto Canyon. And no real fight has started off just yet. His career gets into that backline. He's looking for an angle, but he just dies. Not really a whole lot more than that, but now Shiu, he might have an angle to try and find a huge Gnar. Wants to get over that wall, but decides he's going out instead. And D+, I don't think they want this fight after all. Keen looking for an angle, flashes in, does get the gold card. That's a 3-man Petrifying Gaze, and 2 of them have already hit the deck. Smash with a gigantic Arcane Storm. And it is 3 for 2. Drake goes over to Genji. They'll claim the gold lead.
Pretty haphazard fight, I think, for D+, all things considered. I was setting up this Maestro scenario where they were pulling all the strings, but then when they had decided to go in for the steal, it's pretty haphazard, right? D+ are in a position where, while Lucid goes in here, he can't really force anything, and he just kind of awkwardly kicks Canyon, which doesn't set up anything. Doesn't allow them to do anything. The Tempered Fate actually denies all the follow-up, and Career gets burst down before he can ult Ruler. Ruler flashes instantly and nets away, and they kill him, so that's also a tool gone here. How D+ play this defensively, though, is pretty impressive. Shiu kites away here, and watch this as Canyon rushes forward without his ultimate. Showmaker looks for the turn and ult. Shiu follows up with the last remnants of his Narbar, and the burst from Smash allows them to get the Chaos Storm massive, which allows them to at least run away with their tail between their legs, but they do escape. Genji back in control of the map, back in a gold lead here, and deny Soul from D+, so a huge win for them on the fight, and D+ could have opted into a lot of different scenarios. They could have kept that TP on top side, could have left Shiu pushing, but instead, they go for the fight, and it fails.
Oh, Smash now going to get hit by that ace in the hole, but he's not too worried about it. Ruler will be able to wait until this wave heads back towards this inner turret. And yeah, you said it pretty well, right? Like the Drake going over to Genji just isn't much of a big deal, right? DK can just do it next time, try and force that Soul.
But the Drake and the fight means you're no longer dealing with that side lane arc. He doesn't have TP anymore either. You know, so many of the problems they had right before that Dragon started, they had to really play. I mean, Genji played so carefully to group up and kind of push their way through vision rule. His flash was amazing into the flanking Camille angle. Like, Genji did so much work to get into that. And then D+ were like, we'll fight anyways.
Yeah.
Gave him the fight, and now the map control isn't theirs anymore. So that one Dragon is way less valuable than the amount of control Genji just got back, but they got both.
Now Lucid looking for an angle towards Ruler. There's the kick. They dive on top of him. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. He steps out of the Tempered Fate. Not exactly the move that he wanted to do. And now the Arcane Storm is in. Career will be taken out as now Lucid versus Canyon, but Lucid has Smash there alongside him. Chovy going to get pushed away by Shiu, and Showmaker trying to work out where to be. Keen is just destroying stuff on the sides of the map. And they lose 2 in favor of 1, but
like
this
a
inner
Baron.
turret going down as well is a big deal.
Baron is going to be the attempt here for D+. As they rush over to try to take this one down quick with its double mage composition. They should be able to get it. Now Keen, I think instead of trying to defend this, absolutely should just look for an inhibitor here if he can. There's no one who could defend this. I mean, it's a Bard coming over here with Duro just in case anyone comes down here to help protect Keen. So Baron will go over, and finally, Career is able to come over here and stop this turret from going down. Keen is going to just walk away here and has that Bard to back him up, so should be totally fine. But I like the call here for D+. To just send it towards Baron. And now that the Baron in tow, she'll be able to get back that map control. It's been such a back and forth game. Oh, this from Ruler is unfortunately just way too greedy with no flash. He has no flash in the previous fight, and he's just burst down.
And it was a bait from Gen G that D+ just kind of read and then won. It was it was kind of ridiculous. The fight on the bottom side, I kind of missed as the Magical Journey was what got Duro and Chovy out of there.
The Tempered Fate used to try to settle the play was the trap they were trying to set, but then it wasn't able to help defend the bottom side of the fight like you were saying. It's a bit of a mess on that one, and at least they got some push on the bottom inhibitor, but didn't actually take it fully out. Her turret, that is, inhibitor turret. Now with this Baron, let's see what D+ can get on the map. Map control, I think, is pretty much a given, but maybe starting to threaten some of these inhibitor turrets could be on the menu here. 2 minutes left on the push.
Yeah, Chovy throwing his orb around, trying to take down this minion wave. Smash. Oh my god, that is so much damage on the inner turret.
He has 10 Dark Seal stacks. He's about to have Death Cap. He's got Void Staff. He has been accelerated in this game, and he is...
And he heard us. He heard us saying stuff about his build, and he's like, you know what? I can just build maximum damage. Void Staff straight into Death Cap, and I love to see it. And he also has 290 CS here at 27.5 minutes. Not too bad. There it is. So Death Cap comes in alongside Showmaker being able to set up the shred for this Victor as well. Smash is, yeah, this is Build the Puppy, and this is looking pretty deadly.
This game and this draft, by the way, Rise Group teams do not try this at home.
Oh no.
Only D+ can pull this off, I think.
I actually think that like D+ are the best team at playing Victor bot. I don't think any other team has really been able to find the level of success that this team has with this exact composition.
And they really have tried, haven't they?
They certainly have. As all right, now Keen is going to throw down the Destiny as the Drake has been started up. Lucid is spotted because of that ultimate from Keen, and Smash trying to find some of that poke damage here. It is going to be the Drake secured by Gen G. 2 Cloud Drakes. It's not exactly end of the world though, and now D+ are looking to try and rout them as they look to make their way out of this. Miasma goes down, and D+ are not going to be able to get on top of Gen G. Successful heist here into the Baron. They also eat Baron time with that play as well.
It kind of feels like both of these last Dragons have been... You know how when you have Soul Point, you can force a lot of things on the map, because if they don't go to the Dragon, you can get the Souls, so they have to be there, then you can just ignore it and push when you're a 3-Dragon lead. Feels like Gen G have used the Dragon the opposite way and gotten D+ off of the map twice. Like, the last one, they committed to a fight and also lost the fight, and this time, D+ just waste a lot of time, including that Baron you mentioned, and Gen.G still dragging Deny. They don't lose the fight this time, but there is no fight, which is exactly how Gen.G like is. We're looking at Ruler. Yes, he's significantly behind in this game, but he does have 3 items here, and so much setup in this draft. Arm guard for Chovy hasn't been broken. He's going to be pretty safe, and we'll be able to get a few rotations of spells off in a straight-up 5v5. And now the Dragon's gone. Gen.G just kind of sit back and play through the Orion and clear waves, and this game is way closer, I think, than it had any right to be.
Yeah. Really did feel like Gen.G got off to the right start, then Team Plus found the beautiful turn with some sick plays out of Lucid, and then there's like a natural ebb and flow of both of these compositions, and I feel like it's flowing back in favor of Ruler especially. You were mentioning it, has picked up a couple of items, now 3 now in pocket, but as soon as that armor pen comes in, he's going to be unstoppable.
He's got his flashback, he's got Ghost. If you end up losing the tempo on a fight, and he presses Ghost and starts chasing people down, headshotting, it is not going to be what D+ fans were hoping for. Because right now, you're feeling still okay if you're a D+. You're like, oh man, this is going to go to 3. You know, we are looking really in form before we go into playoffs. And like I said, this could be the finals. These could be our best 2 teams in the LCK. Form-wise for round 3 and 4, statistically they are.
I mean, they have the best scorelines in since MSI. And one of these teams is going to demonstrate that they have been the best after that mid-season tournament has concluded.
Also, you know, it feels like it's the opposite situation to how the EWC matchup went right before the finals and the semis, where they faced off against each other in a best of 3. It's a close series that ultimately D+ was able to take, but maybe Gen.G this time around end up taking the win here in their final bout of the regular season. It's been so exciting to watch these 2 teams at the top of Korea here towards the latter half of the year, where D+ have really turned it around.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Hama Life Esports heroically winning MSI, because I think we definitely need 4 seeds. There's a lot of teams that we want to send to Worlds, okay?
Yeah.
And could have meant that D+ or even Gen.G miss out, or even T1, right? There's a lot of teams that are looking like they are vying for World Championship position, as now Gen.G possibly looking for a turn onto Showmaker. Miasma goes down. Man, it's so annoying to be a Zinzao when that is available. It avoids the Q, but Canyon also unable to find the Wind Becomes Lightning as Shu lurking in the sides here. They know that the Nabar isn't there as Korea dives in, stunned up immediately one more time, as Showmaker does manage to get the ulti, but tempered fate by so much space. Shiu with the wallop though, and he gets on top of them. Lucid finds his way back through, and Keen goes down. Lucid finds another one, and my god, this guy's Lee Sin, the instant quadra kill, and D+ are bringing us to 3.
And Gen.G didn't take the Lee Sin into the Cassiopeia, and I think maybe they regret it now with how well this young man has taken over this game. A quadra to end it. 9-2-5 the scoreline as D+, as they often have before, despite the loss streak against Gen.G, have brought us to a full 3-game series. These 2 teams just deliver every single time.
My God, an incredible game on both sides. I have to say though, something about D+, when they get their hands on these weird drafts that you don't trust, they always find the angle. And once again, they do it. They knuckle down, lose game 1, come back in the second one, and now have some momentum built up to try and find a win in this 3rd game.
And you know, the game 1 draft, they were behind, still found some angles back in, still had some crazy plays, had the insane punish on the Baron, and it just goes to show that D+ can win with almost anything. Smash 26,000 damage in this game. And
who said that mages in the bottom lane were dead?
Maybe this is just CV Max thriving as the underdog squad, making these drafts as hard as possible. Or maybe for D+, who there's no implications for this series, are just turning into a big scrim. Who knows, but it looks pretty sick.
It certainly does, and honestly, every win is so important moving towards playoffs, regardless of whether it can actually change your position. As yes, Gen.G fans, maybe it is a game where you should have been having a nap. Maybe she nailed it with that idea, but hopefully you can wake up for game 3, because that's when they have to turn it on if they want to guarantee first place. We're going to take a short break. When we get back to space, and then game number 3. We'll see you soon.
아 짜오.
스페 노공이야?
라인 해보자.
아 블루 할게.
야
나를 메가 싸워봐.
나올 것 같은데.
아니 빅토르로 피 갈고 하는 거 아니? 피 갈고 하는 게 좋아.
확인.
아 보게. 야 보게. 캐틀볼.
괜찮네.
야 우리 각 좋은데 여기 각 좋아야 우리. 나를. 야 캐틀 너플.
아 따라가.
노플. 좀안 되냐? 캐틀 노플. 타노플이야. 캐틀 노플.
다음은 끝나다.
나이스. 끝났다.
얘들아. 끝내. 미드.
I have to say number first and answer? No, you just have to say type. Second one is coffee bun. Coffee bun. Coffee bun. Coffee bun. What does that taste like? Taste? Yes. Just coffee taste. Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Prince gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we?
Much lower calorie option.
Alright, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage. And there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Q once again on the board.
나이스 슈야 너무 크다.
As just trying to fight for vision here essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just gonna send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus has all the room in the world. Very nice kick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it? Doubles the doubles. Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the corn does nothing at all. Ahead with a black hole full.
야 니코 맞아.
Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to Genji, need the charge.
Uh-oh. He's gonna get away with this one, as now the double taunt is gonna come in. And a big Seraphine over the top, matches 3. And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, Bring monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. The rest of them don't need a health bar to make this happen.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times? To learn how everything will work out, always for the better.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
And the final Saturday showdown will go all 3 games after a Mad Movie-esque performance by Lucid on the Lee Sin. D plus Kia fight their way back, and we're all tied up 1-1. Degon here alongside Hawks, Tuni, and Ox joining us.
I mean, that was just montage reel of the Lee Sin, especially going up against Canyon, who's had so many legendary Lee Sin moments. You lock it in, and you actually just smurf on the game. There was just play after play after play where he just made crazy things happen with that pick.
I mean, I'm so happy. I knew it. DK will not fall like this. You know, like we saw the game 1. DK did not, you know, they were actually not giving up at all, and they were in full hammer. Like they were sure, like there was some moment that they were desperate, but trying to make the play as much as they can. That was the key point. I think this game actually it shined really well.
Yeah, let's dive straight on into it. First one in the mid lane. This one we wanted to highlight because we had just seen Ruler play Ezreal, and if you're an AD carry player, you know this feeling.
You've done it. Like,
oh,
Digo, you've done that.
I've done that. Instead of shifting backwards, I net forwards, and
wait, why is Lucid behind the tower? Ends up getting the Tempered Fate coming in, and then this passage of play is just absolutely insane. Goes in on the Sonic Wave. Warthog's forward blocks the Ace in the Hole from hitting his teammate, from hitting the Victor, and then flashes over to finish the kill there. That was insane. And
so clean!
His health was so low on the tower. I was like, oh, he gets 2 kills, but he's just dead. He makes it out and gets Ruler 2. Save Smash as well with the Warthog to block the Ace in the Hole. He does everything.
A complete play. I think we know what number 1 in Mad Movie is going to be. Who knows? Maybe it's in this next game. Here's the next highlight then. In the mid lane, this one, Lucid kicks Ruler into timeout.
So they're actually trying to bait here. You see how they're hiding in this pocket of vision, trying to set up for this. And D+ are like, yeah, we'll bite. And they just go straight in onto the Caitlyn. The Tempered Fate isn't enough to save things. We end up seeing Ruler going down, and then this flank TP comes in from Showmaker. And you can definitely see the theory of what Gen G were going for to try and make this play happen. But it's just such a swift response from D+, and they're so ready to commit all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, this is like also shows that like the same thing. Like Gen G make actually one mistake, which is like team was pushing bottom and like the team call. Like I think it should have been like, well, wait for someone to show the bottom. You guys can play safe. And then TF has an ulti to cover if they actually make a play, but they didn't actually cover one, and they didn't actually wait for the two. They didn't wait for the enemy to show us on the bottom. So it was the play was super quick from the DK. It was really nice play by Lee Sin.
Yeah, it felt like in game 1, maybe we're seeing a little bit more restraint from D+, maybe kind of waiting for the right thing to happen. Now that on Lee Sin, Lucid and the rest of the gang playing a little bit more on instinct. Now Gen G continued to find their way back on into these games because they were setting up traps over at the Drake. Even though they were up against Soul Point, they set up constantly at the Drake, and they're getting away with it. Huni, you're like, I don't know, this shouldn't be happening. And then finally, D+ get there first and then punish.
Yeah, I mean, like I think DK did not really managed well around the Soul Point, because I think they stuck up Drake at the third Drake so fast, and so they hit the Soul Point 23 minute, and this is like actually like 30 minute plus, and the global gold is like only 1,000 gold gap between D+ Tia and Gen G. But I think they chose the really wrong section to fight off, because that look at where the Gen G, they're so lined up in small narrow alcove there.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position to fight from, and you can see as both Solanians are like aggressing here onto Ruler, he has to cut away. And then once again, we see Lucid just making chaos. Here, finds the Sonic Wave once again on the back of this big CC set up by Shiwu, goes in, gets 2 kills there, and then this moment's beautiful. Flashes over the wall, follows up, and the Tempest double kill here. Just before the shotgun comes in.
It's perfection. Watch it at IMAX. A Christopher Yundolan joint right there. Thank you, Yundo, for breaking that one down with the camera work. Again, these two teams very much locked on in now with that victory earlier. Gen G are the first place seed. They cannot lose that spot. On the opposite side, D+ are locked in on 4th, but that does kind of set up a potential 1st versus 4th in the top side of the bracket later on. This could be a playoff matchup that we see, and it's definitely definitely living up to it because both teams have now played to their strengths here, Ox.
Yeah, I think D+, when they can be aggressive, when they can start fights on their own terms and just challenge, and particularly punish Ruler, make his life uncomfortable. He's been performing better recently, and I think D+ did a great job of just making sure he couldn't really play the game. Lucid had a phenomenal game. I think his form this year so far has been, sometimes up, sometimes down, but if he plays like this all the time, D+ are not just in line to win the series, but maybe the whole of the LCK.
I think for Gen G, but when they have to make game more stable. Like when the game is actually way more delicate and stay kind of slow, like playing our objective. Like even this game, they were so behind. Still, they were able to manage like all the drag, all the objective control. It was working well. So I think the game 3, it's gonna be the battle of the objective.
Front foot Gen G is always a scary one, but D plus Kia looking to go back-to-back victories in the LCK against Gen G for the first time in a long time. Let's send it back on over the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2, and we are here. Our Saturday showdown is 100% delivering, and we get maximum games. See whether Gen G can turn it around or whether D plus Kia have got more surprises up their sleeve. And another fancy draft from this gentleman right here.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts left us pretty unhappy, but in game 1, they were able to come back pretty well with a draft that was massively far behind, some misplays. And in game 2, less behind, but played really well on the map, played well through the victor, and we're able to just kind of turn what was a rocky start into an insanely one-sided game. And in game 3, we don't know yet what will happen, but we do know that a lot of champions are removed as we move into Fearless, and we get the special Saturday Showdown draft music for the decider.
Ooh, very exciting stuff. First pick is going to come through from Gen G. That means DK will be back on the blue side, I would assume, and there it is. Weird that Gen G choose first pick after choosing second pick in game 2.
I wonder if they're just looking for a strong bottom duo to lock up your post first pick. You get a strong first pick, then you lock up your bot duo. I think they'll ban the Lucian a third time.
I think it's definitely a Kalista Renata angle. That's all I'm seeing in my mind's eye for Gen G. They've been so good at defaulting to this and then just slamming the game down. We'll see whether that is where they're going to head.
If they do want to do that, they don't necessarily have to ban the Lucian. I think they will anyways.
I would assume so. I think it could still be a difficult lane to play out.
Poppy gone, Nocturne gone. The Akali.
Interesting.
Counterpick to a few different champions in this meta, but some of them are removed already. Azir, be a big question mark if we did see that one come through.
Ooh. Extra damage on the Q. Haha. It's not really much of a buff.
Yeah, it's not doing that well.
Though we haven't really seen him back just yet. But it might be that the Emperor does come back a little bit later.
So the Jarvan still hasn't been played yet, which is rare to make it to 3 games like this. That could also be a consideration here for D+ on the ban list.
Renekton. We are playing Ambessa, I guess.
Probably. This will be the Lucian ban if they are going to go for it. Alternatively, something completely different. The Jarvan I mentioned.
All right. So Jarvan does come down. It's hard to pick Ashe, right? There's no Seraphine and no Lulu available. So that is not really much of an option.
Sivir first pick for Gen G.
Whoa, that'd be crazy.
I don't think so.
I think D+ would be happily able to just pick a Kalista Renata, though, if that was the case. A first pick Kalista might actually be enough. We have seen Ashe Renata as far as a Renata denial is concerned, but that was a while ago.
We have so much focus on the bottom lane just to give everyone the update because Gen G have first picks, they get a prio pick and then lock up their duo right afterwards as a snap. That's one of the many reasons why you would want to go for first pick. So we'll see what they do opt for. Lucian is available, but they're going to look for the Syndra, so we understand the Akali ban now.
All right.
Even though it's really good into Akali in the early levels. The Jace.
All right, they banned the Cassante so that they could pick up the Jace. Now that Olaf is gone, there are quite a few things that you'd want to play into the Jace that have now been removed.
Also, Yorick with a Syndra comp doesn't feel that great. It's not impossible to play, but it can get kind of awkward. As that Lucian, even though it's split here, it feels safe because the Milio denial is pretty tough. So for the first time, it's left up, and for the first time, Smash will have the opportunity to lock that away. It's been respected by Gen G in games 1 and 2. And we predicted this right from the
Yeah, you knew it was going to happen.
You and I both were like, well, I see where this is going. I've cast these two teams against each other enough times to know it's going to be that matchup, and we are going to get it here.
And Lucian Milio, I think, will still be a lot of power into this lane. But we know that Ruler and Duro are just so good at playing out the Kalista Renata. I'd be a little bit frightened.
They're considering something else here instead of the Milio, or maybe they're just thinking about what they want to ban and want to use some extra time here. But I think the Milio 100% best option here.
Yeah, they are going to lock that one away. But now Chovy on the Syndra, very scary prospect.
So Yorick
can protect it even further as well.
Yorick is going to go. We're not going to see that.
Yes, I'm going to write that down.
I think that's probably the only ban you have to do on the top side. We're not going to see Sion in this draft, I don't think. So
it could be Yorick Vayne if you wanted to do that, but I don't know whether Jace is too bothered by a Vayne. Still, we have seen, like, especially Keen has really improved the Vayne play over this year. So it might be worthy of some respect.
Curious now, do they ban Talia away from Showmaker? It's not a strong matchup, but does work well with the comp and how it wants to play around this Lucian and the Essence Reaver Spike. Annie, also great choice in terms of just big burst, playing through the Lucian.
I think that was their other option, was to go like Annie Wukong or something like that immediately after seeing the Syndra. But now that they decided not to do that, they're not going to have that option. Showmaker, though, obviously has a gigantic champion pool, so isn't going to be too worried. His Twisted Fate, though, has been denied because Keen played it towards the top side.
The jungle pool is also super thin in this game, and neither player has picked their jungle just yet, so it's going to get interesting. That Sion is banned, in fact, I was talking about as one of the best answers left available. No Renekton here either, which they banned earlier. It ends up being probably Ambessa here for Keen, I guess, in this draft now.
Yeah, and I actually feel like Ambessa kind of fits what they want to be doing here as well. Hostile takeover plus the public execution can be pretty deadly. But one more ban, probably aimed at Showmaker here. And no, it will be the Kiana taken away instead. Probably better for both junglers
Maybe
that Kiana's banned.
Maybe you could go for Nefiri now with this draft. I think it works pretty well. The scary thing is bailout. Into all that burst damage, you super all in on trying to kill someone with the Nefiri, and then they just get bailed out and kill you.
Oh, Ari's still up. Okay.
Zoe, I like way more for zone power. It's a classic. We've seen it so many times in the past into the Syndra.
It also means that playing a tank will be really hard. I feel like if they were to go with a very poke-based composition, the Trundle fits in really beautifully. They're going to hold off on that last pick to see what Keen wants to play, and if it is something like an Ornn, you can really kind of cut him in half with that Subjugate. A delicate balance here.
The Fury feels like the best bet here for Gen G unless they have just a completely off-the-wall pick.
That's a Gragas, and that will be locked in. Over to Keen, playing the Fat Man on the top side.
I'm starting to wonder if there's like any other pick, like Zed jungle. That
Ignore the win percentage, by the way, on the Gragas. That 0% doesn't look great.
What's he got planned here? Canyon's always been the guy who just pulls something out of his hat in a series like this. He's played Karthus in so many matches against D+ over the year, or against Gen G when he was on D+ over the years, but he opts for the Wukong, which is pretty weak early.
Wait a second. Is Lucid going to do this? CV Max and Kanavi are good friends, and I'm a bit frightened that this is real.
I think it's pretty strong, actually, in this draft, into the setup with the Kalista. But he goes to the Maokai, which is actually one of his old favorites. I heard Chronicle was tuned in earlier. I don't know if he stuck around, but it's probably going to get him stressed out here. He's going to be already typing in the chat, "Don't build damage, Maokai, don't build AP." He probably won't in this draft, but this is a lot of really nice lockdown for the Wukong.
A lot of setup here on D+'s side as well.
They can also just kind of poke at this relatively low-range composition, right? And then play through pick, win, Gen G try to go through. They have the Maokai peel. Ahri can, weirdly enough, function as peel in this draft too, and they have the Milio. Of the three drafts, in terms of scholastic draft, what we expect and what we've seen in the LCK, this is my favorite D+ draft of the three, and we were very low on games 1 and 2, so that was a pretty low bar. But I think in terms of comfort picks, man, Gen G have everything they want, and the Kalista Renata feels like a lane that is going to be so strong to play through. Now, because they opted for the Wukong, though, that lane is going to be a little bit vulnerable in the early game. So Maokai Impact could be even stronger down there, and so they need to be careful about over-pushing and over-forcing that lane. Man, what a banger Game 3 I think we're about to jump into.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what's going to happen here in this one, as Maokai for Lucid is not exactly a typical pick for him, but I think it fits the composition really nicely. And there are so many, like you were saying, really famous champions for these players on Gen G. Let's get onto the Rift here for our third game of the series. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3. Already, this is a bit scary. In they go. Great charm. Connects onto Duro. He has to flash already. In fact, so many summoners already blown here by Gen G, and count them on D+.
Yeah, I mean, if it was old Summoner's Rift before they changed the minion spawn timer and all that, you could be like, okay, this is a pretty huge advantage they get, but they'll get back to lane pretty quickly. The lane is here. The minions are there. Duro with no sums is not in the lane, and this is already a volatile matchup, but when you don't have a support here at level 1, it is going to be miserable. And D+ just show up, hit a charm, and yes, Showmaker did have to start charm, so that's a little bit annoying in this matchup especially, so there's a little bit of a cost to this. But I think they're very happy with the end result.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that Showmaker has demonstrated that he's very happy to make some sacrifices of his own gameplay experience in order to get this bottom lane ahead.
The whole thing to look at here is the experience bar of Smash versus the experience bar of Ruler. He is so much faster at reaching level 2, so it can dictate the pace of this bottom lane because Ruler had to back. He doesn't have the exhaust defensively here either, and we're just sitting under turret like this. The flash is relatively worthless. Only Duro's flash is relevant because flash handshake could turn the lane around, but without it, he's just going to be keeping his hands in his pockets, I think you could say.
Yep. Pretty dangerous situation here. Like you mentioned, not without a cost. You can see here in the mid lane, things going quite well. As Showmaker not going to get scattered too badly. Does get hit by the ability, but not by an orb.
Imagine Showmaker goes for that play bottom side with the E-lock, and it gets flash. It doesn't work. This game state is completely different, right? Because Showmaker starts E, and they don't get that bottom side advantage. So it was at a huge risk that they went for this set play, but it absolutely works. And it makes me feel like, just like you and I did, they saw the Kalista Renata coming, and they were like, we have a good plan for this.
Yeah. And having a look here, as far as the win rates are concerned, it's not fantastic for D+.
Good for Ari.
Yeah, Shio on the 4 and 7. We have seen some of his chase performances have left a little to be desired. Outside of the deaths column, he definitely nails that. We'll see whether this is going to be a better one up against the Gragas, which is not necessarily like an ultra-winning lane or anything like that. The Gragas can certainly get set up for Canyon to start getting fed on this Wukong, potentially. Teleport back from Showmaker. He's got a Dark Seal now.
One of the annoying things, too, Atlas, is that this is a Wukong that doesn't necessarily have a lot of gank power, and because his bottom side is already under so much control here from D+, it's hard to fix it. You know, Chobi would have to potentially roam, which is very difficult to do. And by the way, Maokai's here.
Yeah, Duro doesn't have flash. He doesn't have heal. He doesn't have a chance here in this bottom lane. And first blood goes over to the Maokai.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Chronicler at home, seeing that red sight on the Malphite.
First strike as well. I mean, first strike is almost always there because saplings just print money. And, I mean, you're just not going to say no to free money. Know what I mean?
I think it's time for Cry to accept that both D+ is a good team after he's gone, and also that AP Maokai is pretty good. Duro gets caught here by the kick, and it's honestly there were like 7 reasons why he was dead there. But
yeah,
the number one was that you mentioned one that you mentioned, which was like, didn't have flash from the level 1 play, and so down he goes, and it's all coming up blue in these lanes here outside the mid lane where Showmaker started E, but even he has stabilized here.
Yeah, actually pulling back a fair bit of control as both mid laners had teleported back. Chovy is still a wave in advantage. Will hit level 6 first as well, and somehow manages to find that scatter. That was very cute.
It is going to be Tank Gragas, which I think should come as a shock to no one, just given the matchup he's playing into here. That's to tier first.
Yep. So we're expecting the Fimbulwinter.
Yes, which has been a Gragas classic.
It has. Might go, okay, Smash looking for an angle towards Ruler, but does get his hand shook. Very polite is Duro, as he says, no, sorry, I would prefer not the aggression.
Yeah, not sure how Duro got so low, but Smash is going to freeze this wave and just continue to annoy a flashless Callista.
Yeah, Ruler is going to come back with Duro here.
Like, Lucid's on the bottom side of the map right now. Dragon, they need to be careful about overextending here. They have Canyon here, but, like, you mess up a play here, you have a failed dive, you're going to get punished.
And he's only here to fix the wave as well, right? It's not like he's here to kill Smash or anything like that. That wave was pulled, and therefore this Lucian is entirely safe, allows Korea to go for a free reset, and everything is A-OK. Ruler does manage to even out the CS. That is definitely good news. And Showmaker didn't miss out on experience here in this lane. As we can see, they both hit level 6 at the same time. Another good scatter here from Chovy, as he's come back to the lane as well. Lost Chapter very close, but not quite there on that most recent back.
All right, Lucid looking for this Dragon. Showmaker the gank target, but again, it's a Wukong in the early game. Like, what are you going to do with that, as that's their potential cross-map here to a Dragon take with Scuttle. Lucid actually might just be able to get his ultimate here and then have it for a defense of this Dragon take. It's such a strong position for D+ in the early game. There's the level 6.
Yep. So does have that ultimate up and available. D+ will be able to slink back into the fog of war here. Duro and Ruler are just trying to hold the wave momentarily. They are going to give up on it.
You can see Chovy
came on over,
trying to roam out of that mid lane, but you should be very careful about doing so. He gets caught by a Maokai ultimate. He's going to get charmed. He's going to get burst down by this early game Lucian.
Yep. Cheeky Mountain to come on through for Drake #1. Next one is going to be a Chemtech. Could theoretically be an Ocean Soul, which would be not the greatest here for D+. But otherwise, they are some pretty juicy ones.
Pretty decent for their side lane power, I guess.
True.
But like you said, that's the worst of a list of great ones.
All right. D+ retaining some control. I feel like this is the most early game power D+ have had as far as priority and lanes are concerned.
And sometimes in a Legend group, that's how games are won. Oh, you won the lane, you got map control. That's as simple as it gets oftentimes. But D+ turned the narrative of that a little bit in Game 1 and Game 2 in a massive way. And now in this third game, it's the first time they're playing from advantage. And you and I were talking about it, you know, what could this team look like if they had drafts that were considered a little bit more standard? We didn't see that in this third game, that's for sure, but with the Maokai coming through and the Jace Prio here. But what would it look like if they were ahead? Because from behind, they've looked real good today. And this will be the first time where they get to be the oppressors.
And you know what? They have fumbled leads before as well. So we're maybe not, you know, it's the counting chickens situation this time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say this game is done by any means, but is it pre-8 minutes, a 1,200, 1,300 gold lead here for D+. And we've talked a lot about the underdog prowess of this team, but we haven't spent that much time overdogging.
Yeah, what's the overdog prowess like?
I think only Ox is the overdog master. His career's in trouble.
Yeah, he might actually have to flash to get out of this. Oh, great fire kick onto Canyon. As soon as the Nimbus Strike is down, the ability to close the gap is a little bit more difficult.
If Canyon Cyclone's there for a flash, they might just lose all sort of control over the top sides. Lucid's here in mid.
Yeah, flash twisted advance does come in, pushes Chovy back right into the charm. And now the ulti to follow up. Absolutely no way out here for this Syndra. And Lucid is 2 for 2 on the ganks so far this game.
Craziest thing is if Lucid doesn't ult there, I'm not even sure if he needed to. Might be able to make it play topside right afterwards. But he does do it just to secure, make sure Chovy has no out there. And Canyon spotted on a ward.
Yeah, it does go in with the Cyclone though, as now Smash might get hit with both of them. Uses the barrier, gets over the wall and takes down Canyon there with the culling. Teleport brings Showmaker in as well, and I don't think they're going to be able to punish Smash too much, especially with that red buff that he just picked up.
Okay, this is starting to get to be too much here. Chovy had TP, but he didn't commit to try to match the of Showmaker's because I don't think he was aware of it. As we'll watch this play again, Lucid, I think they expected him to go for a contest on the Grubs, but he just went straight to mid here and has an incredible Maokai early game. The ultimate here guarantees that Chovy can't walk it off or look for a second scatter there to buy additional space. Canyon flashes to die here on the chase on the Smash, who has his dash. So he just, right over the wall, Canyon flashes, but has nowhere near the damage.
Yeah, Korea actually getting the ulti off to make sure that he stays alive. Bit unfortunate there for Canyon.
Smash gets to
too
keep
far.
flash, and Canyon loses his, which is one of the best engage tools that is on this comp here for the side of Gen.G is the, you know, Trickster, Flash, Cyclone, extend that range to get on top of the carry, who still has Flash, by the way. Now you don't have yours, so It's just like a set of disadvantages for Gen G. I mean, it's stacking up. It's a long list right now.
Now we have Smash on his lonesome, trying to defend this push from Ruler and Duro. Gen G are not out of this one just yet. We know what Ruler and Duro are capable of with this combo, and they now have the Fate's Call, as well as that hostile takeover, in case anything is going to occur. But Smash is very strong, very, very close to his Essence Reaver. Both him and Ruler are actually getting closer and closer to their first items. Just need to get that Ether Wisp and to complete it for Ruler to put together his Static Shiv. As alright, Canyon moving towards his top side. Doesn't have flash like you were talking about for 2 seconds until the Cyclone. Might be able to pay Shiu a visit, and does decide to go in. There is the cast. Shiu is going to try and boop them back. Goes for the flash, but the Cyclone is going to be able to take him down. And Canyon just had to make sure that he waited out the ultimate and then transfers that into a kill.
Yeah, Shiu doesn't have teleport, so this is a huge win for Gen G, as they also have Ruler lane swapping top here. Keen has TP to catch the wave bottom lane, so they're winning on both sides of the map here, frankly. As you can see, that TP being used by the Gragas right now after he picks up Merc Treads to head down and defend. Should be able to catch all of this wave since there's a cannon wave. Smash is still going to try to pressure and get plate gold. Showmaker's here, though. They want to punish this play. It's going to force a reaction from Chovy, but he might be too late.
Yeah, there's the charm connecting immediately onto Chovy as the culling comes down, and now the resets start to come in. Both of them just die immediately after the teleports.
And it's like everything that Gen G does in this series, it seems like feels safe enough. Surely they won't push the envelope. Surely they won't try to look for the outplay. We're totally set. We've got a TP on our Syndra. If they try to dive, Chovy's there for the support, but it just isn't going to happen. Now, Shiu steps a bit too far up here and then tries to get cute with the hammer there and then trying to flash back to turret, but Canyon was able to suss it out. And here, Chovy knows he has TP, so he's like, all right, well, surely they won't go for this. But look at this angle. Charm hits onto Chovy. I think that might not have even necessarily been intentional, but if it was, it's incredible. Either way, they stopped the Syndra from doing anything.
I mean, they just can't play the game. Like, Chovy arrived and then couldn't do anything. 3 Cloud Souls in a row! Oh my god, it's the best day of League of Legends all year.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's so windy. Oh, glorious.
I tried to make wind sounds, but I think the microphone didn't like that. It's like we try to prevent that.
Yeah, the microphone is actually built around not having those. Career's going to flash out of the way of Duro. He does get the handshake back. Hostile takeover is flashed by Smash, but Career is just dead. Ruler is now on the board as Keen fighting against Smash here. Lucid comes on over Bramble Smash to try and get rid of the Gragas. And I don't know whether he's going to have another one. Keen is taken down so incredibly low, though. Still going to survive. They take down Smash as well. The bottom lane has now been removed as Ruler bounces out of the fight. Shiu trying to get some damage down in this mid lane.
It might get 2 turrets for this play. So yes, 2 die, and it is a big win for Gen G on the top side here, but quite a heavy cost here. Showmaker will pick up the first turret for D+ here, and it looks like Chovy will barely be able to defend the mid turret, so it's not 2 in exchange, but still D+ holding a massive lead. This is a little bit disrespectful here, I think, for Career and Smash. The Fate's Call comes through, forces the flash, but then shortly afterwards, Duro flash handshakes as the hostile takeover. Smash plays as well, flashes early, but now doesn't have any defensive options here for the cask that comes through from Keen. And then even still, Lucid helps come over here and peel, and it looks like maybe Smash might be able to get away, but there's enough follow-up here with this Callista coming over. They barely take him out. And then Cyclone here employed, forces Lucid to flash. But all the while, that Jace was pushing mid, which is why this gold lead hasn't really changed all too much for Gen G, despite the double there on the top side.
Yeah, you can see Ruler does have his Static Shiv now completed. Some glutinous Greaves put forward as well. And they're not in the right slot. It's a little bit confusing to me, seeing an 80 carry with shoes actually in the inventory. That is
because he hasn't finished that role quest, Atlas.
Yeah, he hasn't finished it yet, but oftentimes Boots 2 comes in and like they just immediately go over there. I haven't seen a Gluttonous Greaves in an inventory almost at all.
Just goes to show the state of that bottom lane after what was a great level 1. Think about it 14 minutes ago.
All right, Smash now just going to try and push them out. My goodness, okay. Smash is angry after Gen G did manage to take down him in Korea earlier on that top side of the map.
Canyon has flash, but no Cyclone yet. Lucid playing around that cooldown really well here, just coming over and taking the Raptors away, printing money across multiple players there as Leandri's damage really starting to hurt here.
And that's like the extent of his damage. Most likely he goes tank from here, so it's just going to be very difficult to play into this Maokai as he gets tankier and tankier as this game goes on.
But when you have map control, every time a sapling spots somebody, that's great. But every time a sapling hits somebody, it's even better.
Did you know that it's very important to take crabs for a walk?
Yeah, it's,
if you ever do have a pet crab, make sure that you take them for walks.
At least once per spawn.
Yeah.
In a game of League of Legends, they should be on a walk. Usually at least to the blue or red buff.
Yeah.
On which side of the rift you're on.
Yeah, so Chovy is doing his due diligence there to make sure that the crabs are exercised as much as possible. And they're going to be ardently blazed momentarily here by Smash.
Yeah. And lost his Celestial opposition.
Oh no. Wait, now he's unopposed.
Yeah, could be dangerous for a few seconds.
I think so.
All right, well, let's take stock of the game state here. Genji down 2 dragons. 80 seconds till the next one spawns. This early game Kalista was put down by some really cool trickery in the early game, but still has the only gold lead here for Genji. And it's still a powerful force to play around if they do want to commit to this dragon fight and deny soul point. They've got Flash Cyclone, they've got Chovy with quite a few splinters in tow. Isn't quite at his full power just yet, but has Flash, Scatter, tons of burst damage. So they just need to be able to lock down a single target at the beginning of this fight and kill it, and then the Kalista can run away with the rest of the fight. The problem is the Maokai just ruins the whole equation of how Genji want to set up on this. Even though they have tons of vision control right now, I think D+ definitely could consider a big contest.
And 2 items are now completed here for Lucid on this Maokai as well. Goes for the pretty cheap option in the Protoplasm Harness. That just means that this Maokai is at full power moving towards this Cloud Dragon fight, which would be Soul Point over to D+. And they've been pretty good at fighting around dragons so far this series. Level 11 for Canyon is a big deal as far as Cyclone value is concerned, but it's level 12 already here for Lucid. He has a full level advantage.
I mean, Genji have tons of pride, tons of vision control on Dragon, and D+ are like, well, we'll just push mid-turret instead and just kind of ignore that. Now they've got bottom push, so Showmaker has a flank angle, and just the snap of your fingers, as it spawns, the prio belongs to D+. Lucid exactly where he wants to be here on this Maokai, as here comes that TP from Gragas. And that's enough to get them away for now. They're just going to push mid-turret instead. This 2-Drake lead here is being played through incredibly well here by D+, trying to threaten that top turret. And Shu still has that TP, so can join if they want to fight. Looks like they're just going to take the turret, let the dragon go.
Yeah, it's going to be a trade as Kane tries to body slam forward. Lucid looks to try and see whether he can keep himself alive. Tries to get out, but it's not going to work. That is the sticks pulled out by Ruler and a dead tree on the side of D+. Showmaker just down here on this bottom side, trying to get pressure. Shu doing the same thing, top side of the map, but they're not at the turrets. And yes, they'll get rid of some waves, but it's still not exactly the greatest.
Remember the fumble that D+ had in game 2, where I was like, oh, they have so much control, and they had the soul point, and then they still fought for some reason instead of using their map. This time they just used the map. This time they let the dragon go. Sure, Lucid dies as well because he has to posture like this to make sure that that Genji can't defend those sides, but Showmaker gets tons of time. They get the top turret for the Jace. I think this is a win for both teams, but for D+, I think given the game state and the power of this Kalista in the mid game and the comp with the Cyclone at the ready there, it was definitely the right call to say, you can have that, we'll get something else. For Genji, they absolutely needed to group and take that. So both teams, mission accomplished, so to say, and we're at a basically even game state. This is where we were right before because of it.
Yeah, it's not exactly leaning one direction or the other. Still that 2,000 gold advantage over to D+. Those couple of extra dragons at their disposal.
Such a powerful game state here for Lucid, who gets his harness, which is really cheap, even though it's been nerfed heavily because of that. But because he has such a lead, he can afford both Leandri, so he's kind of doing a little bit of damage, and also a little bit tankier, a little bit difficult to kill. We'll see what happens in the next fight where he actually employs his ultimate, looks to actually try to turn the tide, because they have so much control now over the top side of this map, and they're just continuing to push Showmaker into sides, and with all this shadow of the rest of the team, D+ are just forcing this awkward game state where, like, Ruler doesn't want to interact with Lucian. And on the other side, Canyon doesn't really have a cross map to play. The Jace has kept the wave where he wants it. It's just the macro here for D+ right now gives him such an advantage as here comes Smash.
Yeah, there's the culling onto Ruler and Duro. Duro is going to tank up part of it, but that Celestial opposition pops, and then the double tap does so much to get rid of him. Great charm connects here from Showmaker on this top side. His Orbit Deception does go wide, but that is a one trade for the Ahri.
I mean, it just made Canyon look like he was AFK because he's trying to help out the Gragas push bottom lane, but Jace plays so defensively, and the fact that Lucid's standing around here allows Smash to like push forward and take out Ruler's health bar and get more damage done onto the turret. Punish potentially.
Okay, Keen not going to be able to find a cask or anything like that. Could theoretically have tried to flash to get into position, but things were dark on that side of the rift. And Baron did just spawn. Oh dear. Yeah, Duro does have flash available, so Twisted Advance is a little scary.
I like using the Herald here to kind of advance forward. It makes it very safe for Lucid to walk forward. He doesn't have flash. And they're just going to try to charge into this inner now. Showmaker shows up, denies a Blast Cone entry, and comes in.
Yeah, Charm connects onto Duro, that newly completed Leandri's. Now giving him 2 items, but not exactly massive damage onto Duro here. Still they get the charge onto the inner turret. That gold lead is increasing.
Look at how many people have to group to defend D+'s push. And then, where's Shiu? Oh, now he's not letting the wave crash through. Now he's actually pushing that bottom wave to get full vision on the bottom side of the map, to force the Gragas to show then onto vision. And now D+ can rinse and repeat. They have vision control around Baron right now. They know obviously that Gen G aren't there, but Gen G don't know how much vision, they don't have vision of Baron at all or that river, so it's a little scary when you're at this game state. 90 seconds till the Dragon spawns here, and that's, I think, going to be a big turning point in this game. I don't think either team can threaten Baron or anything like that at this point. It's really going to be about that Dragon, but so far the push and pull here for D+ on the map has been great, and Gen G have been doing their best to try to regain control of mid and sides, but they have not been successful.
Not just yet. Smash pretty close to 3 items, but so is Ruler. And both of them will be completing some armor penetration coming up here very, very shortly. And I think Ruler is quite dangerous. Does hit that 2-item spike that we talk about with the Callista. Rage Blade being completed. And Terminus should be done relatively soon. Same as that mortal reminder here for Smash that is going to be coming in shortly.
The scariest person on the Rift for me right now is Lucid. He has so many ways he can either start a fight for D+, or defend against an attempt from Canyon and Ruler to try to actually win one or get a pick. And with the control that Showmaker has right now, he can threaten this. They instantly ping him on that Ahri flank, and that pushes the mid laners back, Duro and Ruler away. And that map control remains D+'s, as it looked like maybe Canyon wanted to, again, try to look for a collapse onto Shiu, but he also gets vision and then backs away.
I really like this Shirelia's purchase from Korea.
Yeah.
Because there's so many knockups, right? It's all knockups and knockaways and all sorts of stuff like that.
Absolutely.
And so getting the movement speed to avoid being cast, I think, is actually kind of huge. Here for the Melio, instead of going for the Mikhails, which you would otherwise put together, Keen grabs an Imperial Mandate. It's going to mean that all of those abilities should be coming up a whole lot sooner, based on the fact that most of them have CC. Body slamming all over the Rift, perhaps. As Shock Blast now from Shiu. This pincer maneuver, let's see whether it works as Lucid throws down the ulti. No soul available for DK, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Exhaust onto Shiu in that backside as Showmaker gets over the wall, bounces back again. Shiu going to be taken down as Ruler, looking for the angle. Will the bailout work? No, it will not. The scatter a little later now. Smash at full health, looking to clean up the battlefield. Canyon slinking away, and Showmaker, he's got one more charge. Can he catch up to this monkey? I don't think so. He might be able to, is he going to be able to get the execution? That is the question. As there he goes. Smash able to pick up the kill.
Bought some time, at least. Well played there by Canyon, but all it really gets him is an extra plate for his mid laner, as this turret is still pretty healthy this late into the game. The way this fight is played is so difficult for Gen G because they're dealing with 2 fronts. They're dealing with this push through from Lucid, which is impossible to punish. You see the great charm onto Keen. He tanks up so much damage, but he can't actually get any agency here, any power for Ruler. Ruler's like, I'm trying to find a good target to kill. Finally, they get that Jace, but that's it. By the time he goes down, Ruler's bailout is not going to work. Chovy's positioned well, but that means he can't actually set up the bailout there.
Wait.
He's the last one to die. Baron.
All right.
Baron on the guards. Lucid's ult's back up.
Yeah, so Lucid might be able to actually play some keep away with this ulti. Throws it down. There's the Kaskin from Keen trying to make the big play. Shiu gets a huge heal, but it's not enough to keep him alive. That's going to be Lucid locking down the Baron, and now the Twisted Advance. The Culling's there as well, and down goes Ruler. D+, look at these resets for Showmaker as he bounces around the battlefield, and I think they've done it again. It looks like D+ are going to take down Gen G.
D+ looking to clean this one up. Chovy tucking tail and running, but he cannot escape from Showmaker. The charm goes through, and that's the ace, Atlas.
It's beautifully done here by D+. Chovy's going to take a little while to go down. His career is just going to try and...
That's the ace, Atlas!
That's the ardently blazed to death. There we go. Beautifully done.
And they got the chase, which is what they've been trying to do all game long, it feels like. But that's all they're going to get. It's just... Well, I mean, look, they have no jungle here, right? So while this is happening, they need to win a fight. But they're also playing a 4v5 game here effectively. And as the Jace goes down, look at this. Keen tries to get in there. He goes super low. And Ruler is just focused down. Lucid is so tanky. And they just can't get a bailout. Canyon's not here. Chovy doesn't do enough damage.
And Duro was just nowhere near. So even though the bailout was sort of available, just wasn't enough that this Renata could actually do. And Showmaker, he had like 4 Essence at some point in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, it was insane, the value this Ari managed to get.
I mean, Chovy plays this incredibly well. I mean, it's a tragedy for Gen G. It looks like this game is truly done, but you gotta recognize real when you see it. Also, really cool time buy from him as after Canyon bought a lot of time in the previous play, but buying time repeatedly isn't going to get you back into the game, I'm afraid, as they're going to need to win a team fight somehow. 7,000 gold down, now defending this Baron for another minute 15.
Look at the Rebel Baron power play.
It's
4.3k right now. There's still a minute left. And Charm does go wide here from Showmaker, but he's got his forbidden book. There's another culling, just a zone away. Oh my God! Duro just having to flash his smash now with that cozy campfire is just pushing forward. Canyon still lurking.
Ruler now flashless. If he died there, the game just ends. It might still just the same if they can find another angle here onto Keen, who desperately wants to defend this turret, but he's just not going to be able to. He has to let it go. This power play just gets bigger and bigger.
5.5 thousand gold. And yeah, there's 30 seconds. One more in a turret, but it doesn't exactly have a wave right now, nor anyone there. So I think this is going to be the end of the push. But 1 minute, and then it's going to be Cloud Soul. And then D+ can race even faster to the enemy base. And Smash has an IE.
They have so many tools. The fact that Ruler doesn't have Flash is... How is he going to play this fight? They don't have a Void Staff yet for Chovy. He doesn't do enough damage to get that bailout. They need that damage so badly. Gragas is trying to, set up these fights and try to look for targets, but Smash has positioned himself so well. He's not doing a lot of damage in the beginning of the fight, but he cleans up so hard every single time. Not to mention, Showmaker starts getting resets. He does a ton of damage now in this game. As Ruler with only... I mean, he has exhaust. Like, that's all he's got. He's going to have a cleanse. If he gets charmed, it's 100% doomsday.
And he's also, like, 100% of his team's kills, right? Like, DK, they know exactly what they need to do. They just kill Ruler, and then they're likely just going to win the fight immediately afterwards. It's what they've been doing all game long, and it's only gotten easier with the Infinity Edge. I did tell a lie. I thought that it was Soul available for D+. That was last game. This game... they do not have that third dragon just yet.
It looks like they might not even need it. They're not even interested in it. They're just continuing to keep Gen G in their base and not give them any angles. Not let Canyon get onto the map here. Is tracking where the Wukong is as best as they can. They've got a sapling to see his wraparound here. He's going top side right now, and they know it, and they're just going to go straight to the dragon. As, yeah, I don't know. Canyon is...
He's left.
He's gone, man. This has not been his best series, but he has been... playing against one of the best players in our league, in Lucid, who I think...
And he's having probably one of his best days all year.
I mean, how much can we say about where Lucid has gone from inconsistency to making our friend Chronicler cry when he picked Maokai to hard carrying this game after having the performance he did on the Lee Sin in Game 2?
Do you know what the best thing is? We actually have the leader of the Lucid fan club right here.
Yeah,
he's in the space.
We're going to hear from him right after this.
Yeah, Orcs is going to be able to tell us. He's been leading that fan club the entire time, ever since Lucid first debuted. No one else was there supporting him. It was all Dan the whole time.
Bronny can just enjoy his Croco fan club in the OPL.
Yeah, he can. That was sort of the battle, wasn't it? And Dan, I think, won in the end by a considerable margin by choosing Lucid.
This for Gen G, look at where they are on the minimap. They're just cowering, waiting for a mistake from D+, because that's all they could do.
Yeah, it's their only option right now.
Look at the push from the Jace in the bottom lane. No one's answering that right now. Someone eventually will have to. As they group to try to punish Lucid, who's so incredibly tough to kill, has Sonya's completed, they just walk away and throw saplings, and Gen G are like, please make a mistake. I don't know what to do as, you know, the Shield push continues. Now Kane's going to have to go deal with that. He does have TP. But D+ are basically just playing you know when you watch a streamer in between games, like alt-tab and play a game? Like, that's basically what D+ are doing until Baron's up.
This is Faker playing Polybridge. Absolutely. Korea does complete his Ardent Sensor. There is a very cool hat here for Showmaker. Takes it on his wizarding ways towards the top side of the map. 4-0-7 on this Ahri this game. And I think Lucid's going to get POM, but Showmaker has had a phenomenal performance, especially this game, sort of giving up his early laning phase.
Isn't it a tragedy that also Smash Play won't get consideration after his perfect Victor game into this Lucian performance? Career also?
I mean, it's just not very fair, but Lucid's going to get it because that Lee Sin game was absolutely
And that's what he deserves it.
100%. But all right. We're maybe getting ahead of ourselves, but we're also maybe not, as it's an 8.8k gold lead. And feeling like a matter of time here as Ruler takes a few shots from Smash and almost just has to go back home. Canyon spot out. And like, this is the problem. We haven't seen very many Maokai games, but if a Maokai gets ahead, how do you set up like any sort of trap? He just throws a little mini tree and you just get grooted, and then you just can't do anything.
I wish we could show the vision toggle for Gen G and then show D+. Look at the map. Look at all the blue. Look at all the dots, the wards, the saplings, the control wards, everything. There's that one like blue buff residual. That's not what I'm talking about. But all the other blue dots, the minions also pushing down all 3 lanes. Gen G can't see anything. It's not fair. Another sapling. It's just leapfrogging it forward like siege tanks.
Oh, that was the real Wukong there that did get caught out, as Showmaker did have to use the ultimate.
That's a real Ahri ult too.
It is on a very low cooldown, but still. Now Genji going to be able to move through the top lane to try and get towards this Baron. That's what they're trying to get to.
Doesn't really have a flank to teleport to, but if he could find one, he's just going to teleport straight into the middle of the fight. If he was flanking, this would feel a lot stronger here for Gen G.
Speaking of a flank, yeah, Shiu just going to throw that huge shock blast.
And then the poke from the saplings is coming through.
This is the problem, though. If you're in the pit, like, what do you do against the Nature's Grasp? Lucy can just throw this down at any moment. Look at this Baron. Huni is doing so much work. As Canyon's almost dead, the culling is going to fly in, and Keen misses the body slam. The charm comes through, and he's just brambled to death. Hostile takeover onto only Lucid. Twisted Advance comes through. It is a wash. D+ are gonna smash them in the fight. Ruler at least takes one, as Lucid will go down. But that is Smash picking up almost all the kills, and Shiu is just gonna win the game.
Shiu's just gonna do what he's been doing all game long, which is creeping closer and closer to taking out Gen G's Nexus from the side lane. He TP's over, sets up the wave. Who needs the Baron? Who needs a smite? D+ with nothing to play for in this series. Take out Gen G, and now Gen G's chances of taking that dominant win in playoffs somewhat in question. They were able to get the 1 win to keep their first place, but they will not win the series. As immediately Shiu and crew get pointed out by, I think he pointed at Shiu there, CV Max giving the big thumbs up.
Yeah, Shiu had a great game, but I think so much of this came down to Lucid. And Lucid we had been pretty critical of when it came to keeping his emotions in check. And look at that huge grin on his face. This D+ Kia are just, they're fixing all of their issues one after the other. They found out in their last match they needed to stay hungry, so obviously the snacks were banned, and they move into this game, and they are a devastating force once again.
I'm always in awe when we see a team play this well, when you have a draft that comes together around a level 1 charm, right? Like the level 1 charm from Showmaker warped the entire early game. Like that was the first of the dominoes, the butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it. This is the end. That's the last domino that fell down. Showmaker blowing a kiss.
Yep.
That's how we all got here. You started with the charm, it went all the way around. All right.
Smash having a great game today as well. Here in this second one, his Victor was fantastic, as it always is. Like, he's the only guy that we can really talk to as far as like being able to win in the bottom lane on Victor. And I really hope that there is like an array of votes, but Lucid wins POM. That's what I feel like the right way for this to go is. But I wouldn't be surprised if Showmaker picked it up. I wouldn't be surprised if Smash picked it up. This was just a pretty incredible turnaround for D+.
It's kind of been the story of D+ over the years is they have a great start and then they fall apart, right? They're not able to continue to adapt. They always have a good read early. And this has been the case across multiple different coaching staffs right before CBMax took the helm. And it was the case even when they were dominant and winning international events. Like, they had a great start. Then they were able to finish it off. Then they were able to control the game. And they had a team full of veterans back in the day. You know, players like Khan returning to Korea and playing on the top side. You've had so many different AD carry veterans across the years, including Deft in the bottom lane down there, aiming down there. But it's this roster of Showmaker and his daycare he's running here with CBMax that started off the year pretty decent. Went all the way to Hong Kong, right? Were able to perform really well in LCK Cup. But then went to EWC, took the whole thing. Sure, didn't do anything in Kespa Cup, but they didn't play this roster there at all.
Nope.
And then focused on the LCK. Now they're focusing in on playoffs here. They beat Gen G at the last hurdle of regular season. It doesn't change their standings at all. But when you watch the way they play, when you watch the performance here, when you watch the strategy, it gives you hope that maybe D+ are going to go all the way this time.
And it also gives you hope that the 4 teams we're sending to Worlds could be absolutely devastating. Like, we know that Bro are definitely going, but who joins them, you know? And D+ Kia looking absolutely fantastic. HLE have already qualified, and we think that Gen G can probably turn it around, but maybe T1 can also be able to just ride that momentum after winning a telecom war just yesterday, even if it was closer than other people would expect. But look at these grins, look at these faces.
So many of years we've had in the LCK when we have our seeds going to Worlds, whether it's 3 or 4. You've got Gen G and T1 and their stylistic differences, and then a third and fourth team that are just worse than them.
Yeah,
basically the same. But this year you have 4 and 5 different identities in the Legend group. And obviously 4 of them looking a lot more likely to go to Worlds than KT right now, but even KT surprised everyone last year. It's just a good time to be an LCK fan. The fact that our predictions were so poor over the last few weeks, I think showcases that form on the day matters a lot. And how you can adapt and how you can change and how you can grow changes a lot.
And we will have now full team interviews with both D+ and Gen G. Ruler did a lot of damage here in this game. Keen and Canyon not really finding too much on the Rift right here as Lucid, my god. Massive amounts of damage on his Maokai, and he will pick up player of the match. Pretty obviously so as well. His Lee Sin performance was just out of control.
From trying to kill the bottom lane on Vi and failing miserably to just crushing on Lee Sin and then holding the entirety of the enemy team at arm's length in the final game. Crazy.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. I was not expecting this to happen this particular way. Kind of thought that D+ would be able to win one series this week. I chose the wrong one, but it is good to see them put the right foot forward heading towards playoffs. I think this team is going to be deadly in those best of 5s, especially with how well they've been able to ride momentum and also swing momentum back in their favor despite losses early in series. I think because of that, this team has just become incredibly strong in comparison to what they were before when it was the mental that seemed shaky.
Yeah,
just
when we have
incredible stuff.
Playoffs with all of these teams, including Bro, well, play-ins with Bro. Maybe Bro make playoffs, we'll see.
I mean, they
and
should.
then we got 4 of these teams going to Worlds. We're just going to see so many banger best of 5s the rest of the year. Maybe it turns out Nations Cup is just Nation Cup. That one got canceled, but this one is the one where they're like, we could have several different teams from Korea playing against each other in Korea.
Yeah, and at least we'll have Asia Games as well.
That's
that
true.
we can check out this year at the same time. It's not going to be the whole world, but at least you get some Asian games to come on through here. Speaking of coming on through, it is D+ Kia ready for their interview. I don't know whether we're 100% ready to get into that right away, but it'll be great to have a chat to these guys and talk about exactly what has given them this ability to bounce back in these series that it feels like they've never really had.
I'm just looking at myself on cam. My hair turned into a bird's nest after that series, and I think it's warranted.
Yeah, it's all right. We can fix that up going into the next one. Now it's time to head over to the interview. Here's Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the team interview translation after the 2026 LCK D+ Kia versus Gen G's Saturday showdown. We have Shiu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, and Career.
네, 먼저 시우 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 시우 선수.
First, let's have a chat with Shiu.
탑으로서 오늘 승리와 함께 정규 시즌을
As the
마무리하게
mountain of D plus Kia, as the top laner, you're able to close out the season with a win. How do you feel?
벌써 시즌 마무리했다는 게 일단 믿기지 않고.
I mean, it's just so surreal that the season has already ended.
시간이 갔다는 게
And time just really flew. Just means that we stayed very, very busy.
경기를 이렇게 승리로 장식해가지고
Just being able to celebrate the last match with a victory. I feel like that is going to leave our fans with a great memory to look back on.
1위를 기록했습니다.
And Shiu, in rounds 3 and 4, you were the number 1 in terms of top solo kill. And that's just how much impact you have made. So how would you rate your own gameplay this season? I mean, personally, I thought that it left a little bit of disappointment, some regrets, but I mean, as long as my fans keep their expectations up and look forward to my gameplay, I hope that I can repay all their support. What is your goal
올해 그래도 월즈 가서
moving forward in the playoffs and hopefully going into Worlds? I mean, for this year, I really want to make sure to qualify for Worlds and get as high as point as possible. And I mean, that's going to be winning Worlds. So hopefully that happens. And next, we have Lucid. You have showcased such a jaw-dropping form, and you were the player of the match today as well. So how do you feel about your form? In game 1, I actually died at level 3, but while I was playing, I was thinking to myself, I mean, I usually don't die to something like that. Maybe I just need to kind of wake up. So I kind of locked in games 2 and 3. I was really on the edge of my seat, but I'm really happy that I was able to play really well. And Lucid, you showed such decisive plays this year, and from ganks to engages, it left quite an impression. So what happened? Yeah, I mean, it's really all thanks to my teammates, but at the same time, my head coach, CV Max, had helped me a lot. I mean, even if I had a tough time because of CV Max, I've had a lot of really good memories, and I think it's just all really thanks to my head coach that I got to this point. So any message over to your head coach then? And I want to make sure to prepare well for the playoffs, and hopefully we make it far. And what is your mindset for the playoffs? We'll be starting in the playoffs as 4th place. I'm just really excited to get back on stage and play. Just going up against all the strong teams, I want to make sure that we're able to showcase some great performance and hopefully lift a trophy. And Showmaker, you are the face of D plus Kia, the one club man Showmaker. You have wrapped this regular season at 17 wins. So how do you look back to this season? We have finalized the regular season with 17 wins, and I just feel like it feels really nice that we're able to take a lot of victories, and I want to do well in playoffs. And from EWC, you kept building momentum, and that is all really thanks to you being in the center of it all. So compared to rounds 1 and 2, what do you think was the biggest team-wide area of growth? I guess personally, after making it to the Legend group, I did feel like, I mean, a lot of our fans thought that we have improved our form, especially in the EWC, but to be really honest, we just played as we normally do, and I think it's just really all thanks to my teammates. My teammates did so well, and that's why they were allowed to, they made me shine even brighter, so I think that's why.
그래도 애들이 좀 큰
And
무대에서는 다들
for the playoffs with the new members, how are you going to
어디까지
prepare?
올라갈 수 있나
I mean, my teammates are great. I'm not really worried about that.
네,
And I hope that our fans keep on supporting us and looking forward to a great performance from us.
네, 이어서 스매시 선수 만나보겠습니다. 올해 D+
Moving on, we have Smash.
정규 시즌을 마무리했습니다. 이번
This is your
시즌
first regular season after joining D+ Kia. So how content are you with the regular season?
또 이야기도 하시더라고요. 행복하셨나요?
I mean, we also asked.
일단
We also saw you ask
이렇게
Showmaker,
시즌이
were you happy?
통합돼서 1년
I was happy. So what was it like for you?
좀 되게 신기한 것 같고
I mean, it's just
뭔가 되돌아보면
quite
사실 다
shocking
기억나지
that the
않는데
regular season has
일단 오늘
already
이겨가지고 좀 행복한 것 같고 전체적으로
already
보면 뭐 아쉬운
closed
부분도
out
물론
for
많았던 것
us.
같은데
And, you
되게
know, there are a lot
재밌게
of moments
경기했던 것
that I honestly cannot remember the details of, but I think just winning today makes me really happy. I'm sure there's a lot of room for improvement, but I had a lot of fun.
순간은 언제였고 그걸 어떻게 극복하셨는지요?
And I'm sure there was a lot of pressure as the main AD carry of D+ Kia. So what was the moment? What was the toughest moment, and how were you able to overcome that? I mean, in game 1 today, it was actually really difficult. And I'm sure that, I mean, it's obvious, it's inevitable that not all games will go as I planned. But since I cannot remember those fine details, I think it's just whenever we struggle in game, I guess it's just my teammates were always able to pick the pace up, and I think we're able to play it out slowly towards a win. And what is your mindset for the playoffs? Yeah, I got to make it to the playoffs this time, and it'll be a lot of matches against all the great players and teams. It's not going to be easy, but I think I'm just looking forward to having fun. And career. You also joined D+ Kia this year, and this is the end of the regular season. We remember your smiles on camera. Well, how was your regular season? I mean, just being able to play alongside such an amazing team, including my teammates and the coaching staff. Honestly, everything was really amazing. So, compared to when you first debuted, what has changed the most? I think my mindset is what changed the most. How come? I think I just became a lot more accepting. So if I want to just go ahead and play and without any regret, I just tell myself, if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. And so, what more do you have to show on stage? I think moving forward, I mean, we already have collected a lot of data from Legend Group. I think I just want to make sure that we perform even better in the playoffs. And lastly, we will be going back to the captain, Showmaker. What would you like to say to your fans
레전드 그룹 성적으로는 1위가 됐더라고요.
with today's match?
너무 기쁘고 이제 플레이오프에서도
No, I'm just really happy that we're able to finalize our season in the Legend Group with such a great result. So I want to make sure that we are able to go ahead and, you know, end up finishing the playoffs in first place. That is all from D+ Kia. Please give it up for these amazing players. And next we have, although it was a painful defeat today, we have the regular season first place, Gen.G.
젠지의 탑 기인 선수, 정글 캐년 선수.
We have top Keen, jungle Canyon,
서포터
mid
듀오
Chovy,
선수 모셔보도록 하겠습니다.
bot dueler, and
젠지
support
선수들을 큰
duo.
박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give it up for the players of Gen.G.
네, 정규 시즌 1위를 확정지은 젠지 선수 전원을 무대 위로 모셔봤습니다. 긴, 캐년, 초비, 룰러, 듀로
We
선수와
have the
차례로
regular
인터뷰
season
나눠보겠습니다.
first place
먼저
team
기인
Gen.G.
선수에게
First of all,
드리겠습니다.
Keen.
오늘 아쉽게 패배하기는 했지만 1세트 승리를 하면서
Although a
자력으로
regretful
1위를
loss today, but you were able to
1위로 정규 시즌
secure
마무리한 소감
first place of the regular season after winning game 1. So how do you feel? I mean, first place is
올해도 기인 선수의
a good thing,
존재감은
but
정말
obviously
대단했습니다. 이번 정규
it does
시즌을
leave a little bit of
돌아보면
regret that we
어떠셨는지요?
actually lost today. So how do you look back to this regular season?
평소랑 다르게 좀 순탄하진 않았던 것
I think it was very different from usual. It didn't go as smoothly as it usually does, but I mean, in the end, we are the first place team, so that's just a relief.
어떤 목표를 가지고
And your
계신가요?
journey will continue from playoffs round 2. So what are your goals? I mean, obviously our goal is to win and to win it all, to be honest. So
네, 우승을 향한
I want to
기인
make sure that
선수의
we
큰
can
박수로 응원해 주시기 바랍니다.
we
기인
can achieve
선수였습니다.
that goal. So we're going to work very hard
네,
for that.
다음은 캐년 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And
캐년
next,
선수,
we have Canyon.
올해도 정규 시즌을 2위로
Yet again,
마무리했습니다. 이번 레전드
you have
그룹이 정말 역대급으로
closed out the
치열했는데요.
season
젠지가
with
1위를
first
차지할 수
place.
있었던 비결, 이유는
And Legend Group was quite intense this season. So how was Genji able to take first place once again? I mean, even when in the moments where our performance wasn't too great, I think we were able to focus on recovering our form.
젠지였는데요. 이제 플레이오프는 BO5로 펼쳐지게 됩니다. 5연승 중이었고
And the playoffs will be a best of 5. So
플레이오프에서는 어떤 점이 가장 중요하다고
since you were actually on a 5-winning streak, I'm sure it left a little bit of disappointment. So what do you think will be the most crucial point during the playoffs? I think it's going to be it's going to come down to draft. Given that it's going to be best of 5s, I think we just have to make sure to practice our champions and just just be prepared. So what is your mindset for the playoffs? I mean, we won last year, so we'll try our best in order to win yet again.
초비 선수 만나보겠습니다. 초비 선수 3년
And
연속
Chovy,
정규 시즌 1위를 달성하게 됐습니다.
you were
정말
able to
엄청난
maintain
기록인데요.
the
그리고
first
올해도
place
초비
position
선수는 모스트
for
플레이어
3
매치에
years
선정을
straight,
기도했습니다.
which is an
개인적으로 이번
amazing
정규 시즌
achievement.
초비
And
선수에게는
you
어떤 의미가
were also
있을까요?
the one with the most POM. So what does this regular season mean to you? I don't actually put too much meaning behind a regular season. I think what's more important is the playoffs. So, right now my mindset is that I have to do well in the playoffs. And since you get to advance directly into round 2 of the playoffs, how will you prepare? I mean, we have a lot of time to actually prepare. We're going to try to break down other teams, how they play, and try to focus on our own areas of improvement. And what is your mindset for the playoffs? Nothing fancy. I just want to make sure that we are prepared. We're well prepared so that we can continue winning.
이어서 룰러 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And next up, we have Ruler.
초에는 흔들리는 모습이 나오기도 했었지만
There was
역시
a bit of shaky moments during the regular season, but in the end, you are Ruler.
본인을 돌아보면 어떤 이야기를 해주실
So
수
how do you
있을까요?
look back on yourself this past regular season?
잘하면 빗볼 날 있으니까
I think if
열심히
I
해라라고 하고 싶습니다.
네,
play
그런
harder
마인드로
and
정말 폼을 끌어올리기 위해서 얼마나 많은
if I
그 과정 또한
give it my
궁금합니다.
best, I think I will be able to shine. So I just want to make sure that to tell myself to keep playing and keep working hard.
생각하면서 좀 뭔가
And so what kind of efforts have you made in order to improve your form?
했었던 것 같아요.
I think because we went through a lot of different meta changes, I just tried to think about how can I actually adapt the best I can. And there's a lot of different ways that I can think about a certain situation.
대단한 기록을 앞두고 있는 기분도
And
궁금합니다.
It's been 11 years since you debuted, and it looks like you are approaching 3,000 kills, the first ever for the second one. The second one in the LCK, but the first ever as an AD carry. So, how does it feel knowing that?
남았다고 합니다. 자, 그렇다면 다음 경기에서 승리와 함께
I mean, if I had achieved that today, I'm sure that my fans would have been really happy. But since we have our journey left, I want to make sure that I can reach the milestone and also make it all the way to the finals. And what is your mindset for the playoffs?
1위로 간 만큼 더 열심히
I mean,
해서 꼭
because we were able to end as first place, we are able to start from playoffs round 2. I want to make sure that we work even harder to keep this position. And Duro, as time goes on, it's so evident that you just keep growing. So, how do you feel about yourself? Anything that stands out? I guess nothing that stands out in terms of my growth. It's just that this year felt like there's a lot of moments of regret. And so, in a way, I could say that I couldn't grow as much as I wanted to. And Ruler and Duro, you guys have been synergizing for 2 years now. And I'm sure that at a glance, you have reached the point where you can read Ruler's mind. So what do you think? I mean, I'm only human. I am not AI, and even AI cannot read people's minds. So no, I can't really read his mind just at a glance, but maybe over time. So what do you think Ruler and Duro duo's biggest strength is? When I think about it, I guess, this year, I wouldn't say that we were seamless, but we keep on improving. So I think once we reach the form that we want to be at, I'm sure that we'll be able to defeat anyone. And so what's your mindset for the playoffs? We are still improving our form in the process of it, but as the defending champions, I want to make sure that we just keep on going forward and moving forward so that we can reach the finals and hopefully lift the trophy as well. Going back to the captain, Ruler. Any message over to the fans? Well, today was a regretful defeat, but I just feel like we already have so much improvements to make in our performance. So I don't think it's going to leave too much regret. I feel like, obviously it would have been better if we had won, but I want to make sure that in playoffs round 2, we're able to continue winning and keep showing you a great performance. And hopefully, farewell and get home safe. And that is all from Genji and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for the translations of both squads. And it feels like, ultimately, a win-win. Despite a loss for Genji, they get the #1 seed. They got to see the best of D+. D+ get to build upon their playoff culture and experience that they had earlier in the week against Hanwha Life Esports and get themselves a win. Feels pretty good overall.
Getting the first place lock-in for Genji, absolutely massive, huge achievement to have gotten this for 3 whole years. It's just absolutely crazy, the level of consistency, but I do think losing in this manner to D+ does raise some questions going towards play-ins and playoffs, and who's the top dog right now? Because based on their performance recently, D+ are in terrific position.
Yeah. Overall, I think that for Genji, as soon as they, lock in after the game 1, they were like, oh, let's go limit testing. Honestly, even game 1, they were testing the limit a lot of time. That's why the game was not clean as much as it could be. But I think overall, it was a really, really fun series. Both team, I really love to shout out.
All right, let's get to the Palms where Lucid took control of game 2. I'm sure he took control of all 13. Uh-oh. But you know what? No, you sit in it for a little bit longer, Huni.
All right. Not me.
EN analyst.
I'm chairman of the Lucid fan club.
Guys, chill. I have a point.
Wow.
I have a fact of the series.
Okay.
You know what?
What?
Whose highest kill participated?
Lucid?
No.
Oh.
It's actually Smash.
Okay.
And he actually has single death game 2 and game 3, that's crazy. Just 1 death. To me, that's crazy. Also, I will explain.
Okay.
You know what? The game 1, he ran down. He actually, there was a first, he got first blood. And if that was me, I would run down game 2, there's no game 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I will 100%. I'm the type of the guy. I'm making sure I'm getting O2. But this guy managed to going sweep. You know what I mean? Like, you know what? The Koma,
Yeah, Coma.
he smashed me.
Yeah.
After if that played the game 1 like that, I get subbed out instantly because he knew it. I'm gonna ruin the game 2.
Untara, you're in.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
But this guy,
Yeah, this
smash.
guy. Smash.
He's not. He managed himself. The great mentality. Unbeatable.
Was this a good defense, y'all? Let us know as we reveal his comment as well, which... Yes, let's do the Huni comment first.
Bring it!
It's better be a banger.
After game 1, great smash back. Great bounce back.
Because he wanted to do... he
Don't
wanted
say
to
it!
do-
Don't say
He
it!
wanted to do bounce back, and then he was like, what about...
Bounce?
Bounce!
No!
Bounce?
Bounce?
What is bounce?
What is bounce?
You know what?
What is this vote?
You know what? This should be slightly forgivable if Huni was like, guys, I have like the all-time greatest Pommon ever, and I think Smash played really well, so I'm gonna give it to him. And then, but this great bounce back. Read this out. Read this out.
Bounce back.
No, read the whole thing out.
No, bounce. Great bounce back, Smash.
No, say it properly.
Bounce. That's
Great bounce back.
No, stop saying bounce.
Bounce back.
Bounce.
Bounce. What is a bounce? It's not a word.
All right, here's the,
Guys,
the
let's
results are in.
taking
Nope,
Huni's vote
nopers, nope, no. Huni is so based. There's one. Nope. Oh, no, Huni. Bounce. Wha? Huh?
Huni,
I don't know.
They've taken away votes for less than this. I'm gonna be honest.
Indeed. I'll take that. I'll take. I'll give next time. I'll give the vote to the Digon. I'm sorry, guys.
Yes, this just in. Huni feels really bad about the vote and the comment, so he said he's stepping down from POM vote committee. Oh, Huni. What do you have to say about the statement that I'm reading that you said? Or, I don't know.
I'm sorry, guys. Sorry.
We don't forgive you.
No, why?
Huni, why don't you take the rest of
Apology.
these comments to bounce back for our second series? Ox, what was your comment? And your vote.
Yeah, for Lucid.
Oh, yes, Lucid.
Yeah, no brainer.
Okay,
And
yeah.
It was a pleasure seeing us Lee Sin. I'm gonna get to see it again in the Mad movie because he was just montage play after montage play. It was just so great to see from Lucid.
I agree. Again.
Agree.
No.
I agree.
No.
No. I agree. Let me agree, please, too. like everyone play well. Lucy play well.
Hey, what's wrong with your voice? Why is it
getting so high, Hoodie? No, stop. Please, forgive me, please. Forgive me. Please.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry, guys.
Let's see what we got here from the rest of the cast that got the vote right. Lucid Dreaming, more like Lucid Nightmare for Gen G. That was not bad.
Yeah?
That was not bad. We've done a lot of
pretty
Lucid.
good.
I figured we'd get the Lucid Dreaming shout out there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty nice from Wolf.
Wolf, you know, right vote, good comment. World's best Lee Sin. Okay, go.
Full praise.
Knows a thing or two about watching great Lee Sins here in the LCK. Lee Sin, who walks on the cloud. Is that like Goku? You know, because he flies around on the cloud. But
Sun Wukong.
yeah, Sun Wukong as well. Could be.
Goku was kind of based on.
Yeah, I got it. Lucid Young, I want to learn Lee Sin from you. When are you free, Lucid? Helios, going back to an old classic. When are you free?
Helios Standard.
Helios Standard, I want to play it in solo queue, or we have the same name. He's been great since day one, and he's still getting better. Cloud Templar, giving the praises to the 12 out of 13 vote getter. One brave soul. Thought otherwise.
I might be smarter, you know. You guys don't see what I see.
Huni,
What happened to apologizing?
if
You
you
didn't forgive me, so
if you here's your chance for forgiveness. Attempt at redemption. You all at home get to participate. If you had a comment for Lucid, what would it be?
no. My palm still goes to Smash.
Oh. You need to apologize. Where's your apology? Apologize.
But he didn't give me the forgiveness.
This was your opportunity.
Of course I'm not going to forgive you. I am present.
You wasted your opportunity.
You're never going to bounce back from this.
What? Okay. As much as... Okay, Huni, you take a break. I think you need some rest. As we have a point to make here, Ox. This is the hottest team in the LCK, in the fact that it's D plus Kia, and it kind of brings up the question for Gen G, who is now the #1 seed. They're going to be in a debacle when they have to pick which team they're playing against.
That's the thing. D Plus finished 4th in the Legend Group, but they were right at the bottom by a sizable amount when we went into the Legend Group at the start of round 3. Their record has been insane. HLE and T1 still have a match ahead, but cannot catch up with this 6-2 win-loss. And you think how competitive the Legend Group has been, how many strong teams are here, and D Plus have quite frankly dominated the Legend Group. So they're a scary team to be in that 4th seed position. You do not want to draw them when they are the strongest team in the LCK right now.
And I feel like every team is like, it's so circled up. Like anyone can beat any team right now. It's like, I feel like it's so competitive. Like actually just like dropping just even one team fight that caused the series. Like that's so crazy right now.
It's very crazy indeed as we take a look at the standings overall here. Gen G lock in that #1 seed. They will have the choice select of whoever wins out of the 3rd place, 4th place versus the first round of the playoffs, or of the play-ins. There we go. A little confusing in terms of terminology, but either way, Gen G will get to select their opponent in their round 2 match with that victory. D plus Kia will go in on a high in that 4th place. And now, speaking of going in, it's time to go out for the DN Automotive Supers and Kiwoom DRX. That is our next match.
Next match! DNS against KRX. Next match! Rage.
We'll see you after the break. I guess see you after the break. That was bad. That was really bad.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone. 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 너를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리가 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘 그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 너를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리가 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight this hours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 more than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바란 뒤에도 오늘의 우릴 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 닿게 마지막 이 순간에 Leave your mark 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Leave your mark
I have to say number first and answer?
No, you just have to say type.
Second one is coffee bun.
Coffee bun. Coffee bun.
Coffee bun.
What does that taste like?
Taste?
Yes.
Just coffee taste.
Oh, it tastes like coffee. Okay, I was just checking. Prince gets the second one, which means he gets all of these points right here. That is 27 points, I believe. 27 points for Prince. Let's go ahead and clear the rest of the board, shall we?
Got a couple of different tastes in there.
Much lower calorie option.
All right, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting. And this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage. And there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Two once again on the board.
나이스 슈야 너무 크다.
As trying to fight for vision here essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just gonna send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find three of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose as Zeus has all the room in the world. Very nice kick though, as here comes the Olaf, trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it?
Doubles the doubles.
Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the corn does nothing at all. The head with a black hole. Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to Genji in the charge ball.
Uh-oh.
Plans to lock in.
He's going to get away with this one, as now the double taunt is going to come in. And a big Seraphinold over the top, catch 3. And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, brilliant monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. Harissa, they don't need a health bar to make this happen.
우리 틴틴 우리은행
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my my mark into the stone.
DNS 화이팅! 클로더 선수 화이팅! 68 화이팅! 프로그 68 KRX 화이팅! 오늘은 이기자!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. We are ready for the final series of the night. This one is for none of the marbles. No marbles at all. We are not fighting for anything except for pride. And pride is a big thing when you've both been eliminated from the play-ins already. This is the last time we're going to see both the DN Supers and Kium DRX.
Their final matchup, and their year will end here. It has been a long and arduous one for the side of Kium DRX, making a lot of changes. A lot of changes throughout this year to try to sort things out and make it to relevance, but it just ultimately did not work. You can see there's 2 wins between Nongshim and Kium DRX, which means even with a win, they're one behind. DNS have been eliminated a long time ago. For DNS, feeling a lot better about the end of the year because they also lifted a Kespa Cup trophy, taking out big names along the way. But they want to give one big show here to their fans after a rough year, the roughest it's been in a while. And, 2 back-to-back years for the org have been quite the struggle.
Yeah.
Charvel versus UCal will give their fans one last LCK victory and maybe one last cool ceremony.
Yeah, we'll see whether UCal can actually provide us with some cool sunglasses again. We know that we always look forward to UCal potentially picking up a win so that he can do a little bit of a dance. But I think the DN Supers are feeling like the momentum is probably still with them, even if they haven't necessarily been smooth sailing towards the end of this season. They had to play like 4 matches in a row, one of them being the Kespa Cup final. And so it made sense that immediately after getting back from Daejeon, they were not exactly in the best form. And I assume they should be able to find some of that Kespa Cup winning form here in this game right now.
That is a pretty reasonable assumption, I think, to make. For Kium DRX, the aiming trade almost turned it around for them, but they weren't able to find consistency, and then they had to make the call again to switch their top laner out, except permanently, whereas Rich is not going to be starting for the final match here. Could still be subbed in Game 2 or potentially 3 if they want to give him one last chance to play on the stage here before we move into 2027. The story of the Supers has been one of tragedy, but yet at the end, triumph. For Kium DRX, they're looking for one final triumph here in Wall Park, as it is going to be a very long and dark offseason with some of these players having the uncertainty of not knowing what next year looks for them just yet, and the Stove League still 3 months away.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, you want to put your best foot forward so that that Stove League is going to treat you well, right? You've already been talking about where is Charvel going to be going after having such a momentous debut here on the DN Supers. I think that he has shown that he is going to be capable of some pretty fantastic things moving towards next year. And I think there are some big names on the DN Supers that just weren't able to get it together throughout the middle of the season and were then punished for it with just how long this season is. And your past transgressions do tend to come back to bite you. But this is going to be a completely fresh slate. Nothing to worry about as far as the future. All of that has already crumbled. You are coming out of the ashes to see whether you can find a victory and which one of our blue teams are going to be able to pick up the win here today.
That is the question. Who ends the season on a high note and who ends on the loser's interview? It's always something we talk about a lot, actually, off camera. how different the tone is when we do our final team interviews. The winning
Yeah.
team gets to have the celebration, whereas the losing team post-season has to give the apology. Often before going straight into playoffs right afterwards, right? They got to apologize and leave on such an awkward tone. But for these two teams, it's the last time you'll greet these fans potentially ever again as this 5-man roster. When you lose, to send it off with an apology always feels rough. And weirdly enough, thinking about it that way, maybe the winner's interview is really the last thing that you're playing for here as a 5-man. It's not a POG interview, or sorry, POM. We will have one of those, but it is a full team winner's interview where you at least get to say, hey, it was a tough year, but we gave you one last W.
See who is going to have that honor and who will have to do the loser's interview into not being seen until next year. Kind of crazy to think about. There might be some, off-season tournaments that they could find themselves at, but it's not looking great for seeing both DNS and KRX once again in 2026.
It's crazy for aiming. The player who had such a huge start to the year was on top of the standings with KT and was a huge part of their success, and now finds himself not even in play-ins after a trade he didn't see coming. And for Peter and Duckdom, they're the players who were standing at the World's Finals last year, at least Rich and Lazy Fear here in the audience.
Hey guys.
Says Frog Fighting. And these two guys won't be playing on stage for the last match unless they get subbed in later on, which I suppose is possible.
Yep. Lazyfield didn't hold up an aiming fighting, so I don't know what that means. However, that didn't happen.
I think it's just meant that Rich just wanted to draw the based Pepe, which I think is one he was using there.
Yeah, it was.
And maybe Lazy feels a little bit less artistic.
The way he drew it as well kind of looked like the edited ones that Tasteless uses on his Twitch chat as well, which are some of the best as well. If you are a Tasteless fan, please throw him a sub so that you can use some of the best emotes in the game.
Frog's looking much, much better. Maybe he got a few calls from the base department.
Well, we are ready for draft, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1. Let's just hope that we get some crazy, experimental, weird drafts.
Who's to say we can't play Teemo? Okay. Well, competitive integrity. But who's to say competitive integrity matters in this?
It doesn't, Wolf.
And the rule book. But
exactly. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Well, we'll see what happens. We got to see the most interesting pick we'd ever seen in a match like this over the last 5 years was when Fisher played in the Fury mid.
True.
That's the most interesting it got. That's about as crazy as we'll get here at the LCK.
Why doesn't Dudu just first pick Garen though? And then Frog is like, aha, you ain't seen my Teemo. And then he just pulls out the Teemo,
Why not, some Dundin LeBlanc top?
Aha! I mean,
not playing
wait,
today,
Dudu would need to turn his name upside down.
Yeah, no, it's...
and mirrored for that to work, but we'll see. There could be a possibility of that happening. The Jarvan going to be taken away. The Orianna should be the answering ban here, as KMDRX have already taken away the Cassiopeia. We've seen these bans in this exact order before.
We have, actually, very often.
All right, what is
Final
it gonna
ban, gonna be Nocturne. I'm gonna leave that one over to Charvel. But Charvel is happy to play Lee Sin. That's why the ban Poppy. He likes to first pick that one.
But Orianna's up. And I guess Closer just locks it in.
Well, I suppose maybe he'll still get his chance to play Lee Sin if they do go for an early Xin pick here.
Wait,
a counter
Lee Sin lock. Just Lee Sin lock. Just do it.
I mean, I think they probably should, but will they is the question we always have to ask. And with Willer, the answer is often will, yes.
Yeah, I think that Yukal's going to play Ryze. That's my feeling.
But Olaf blind.
Olaf Lee Sin. And they will get the Ryze as well.
Pretty crazy how Olaf, his win rate has just stayed 70 plus with the amount of games he's had so far. He just keeps being played and keeps winning.
Yeah.
Normally, the more a champion becomes popular, it approaches 50. And it did, but only slightly. It was like 80 at the beginning of the year, and now at 71. As here comes the Pantheon response here from Charvel. Not the one that he prefers most of the time, but one that he can excel on, and they'll get the Camille as a flex.
Ah, okay. And this has been pretty good into the Olaf. We've seen it already find some success, as there is the Galio for UCal instead of the Rise that I was kind of expecting.
Leaving the Rise open for the rest of this series. We will see the Camille Galio combo denied, but they also had bans to do that, so they didn't necessarily need to make this choice.
Yeah, nor did they have a really good spot to put the Galio anyway.
So Bard's still up. I think that will change in the second ban phase real quick. Probably banned by the Supers, I imagine. And that's going to go first, so still wondering about that Camille flexibility.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that Camille is going into the top lane, though, as the Lulu will be banned away from Andil.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Lulu and Bard banned from Andil. And for this final one, maybe it's a Vayne ban? Vayne or Kled, probably.
I wouldn't mind a Kled ban. Cassante has also been pretty good into the Olaf as well. We have seen more recently.
Maybe.
But, I mean, a lot of these, like, I feel like the Olaf player is the one that has the ownership of the matchup.
Jhin was the other pick I was thinking about, because with all these range supports getting banned and the front line that DN Supers have, it's just really easy to follow up on the engage here for the Supers of the Pantheon and the Camille and just play Jhin behind that, especially if it's Camille top. As it's going to be a Bard ban, right, Duckers?
Bard or Karma?
Karma
that I'm feeling.
A little bit less concerning to me.
Not a lot of engage.
They don't have that much engage. Is the real thing, and Bard gives a lot of that plus lane power into this potential Camille.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna see, Amy? What's it gonna be? Well, you want to get your 80 carry here and then respond to the Camille flex.
Ooh, pretty late Lucian Melio angle. That's pretty impressive.
And
might be that Dr. wants to play Ziggs now.
Could be they lock this. And then it's Aphelios Melio and
or
top.
Ziggs Vayne.
Or
Xayah Rakan. Okay.
All right. Xayah also sitting at the same win rate as Olaf. Crazy.
That's way higher than I was expecting.
Yeah, same. It's been doing really well here at the end of the year as a niche pick. Played way less often than the Olaf. And picked in good drafts. So Xayah into Lucian can be quite tricky. We've seen Peter have some really good games on the Rakan into Lucian. He did it just recently in Kespa Cup playoffs as well.
And Rakan Orianna has been a fantastic combination. Dudu is going to be taking that Camille towards the top side of the map. A decent matchup into the Olaf as well. And you can really separate the Olaf from the rest of the teammates with a Camille like this.
In 5v5s, it's going to be really hard to get on top of the Lucian because of the Olaf. But in, when the Olaf is top lane or side lane and the Lucian is trying to get mid prio, he's pretty vulnerable into this comp because it has a lot of CC and a lot of lockdown. And Camille can kind of just ignore the Olaf sometimes, especially top Camille that has a lot more stats, and just get on top of the backline. So it's going to be a really tough game here for aiming if they are not ahead early. But they have a draft that's designed to, well, get ahead early. So they have the tools. Yep. Will they be able to get there in the end is the question.
Did you see the sign, by the way, that said Super UCal Fragilistic?
No, but I really wish I did.
That was fantastic. I like a little bit of a Mary Poppins flavor to my Rise Group matchup at the end of the day.
I hope it's XP Aldosius Atlas.
I imagine it probably will be. There is no other place that it can go. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, ready for game number 1. Team DRX versus the DN Supers. I'm feeling pretty good about the DN Supers' chances here. I often look at Xayah Rakan drafts and I'm a little bit worried, but I feel like this time it's kind of picked in the right spot. I feel like they have a lot of power elsewhere, and as this game turns into playing side lanes and team fights, they're going to be well suited to figuring it out.
I agree.
But it's the Rise Group, Wolf, and sometimes if we make an assessment, it's just not what happens.
That has been more often than not the case, I find.
All right,
Area
just
trade.
hitting each other a whole lot. Heal from Andil is actually held onto, though, as they just haven't lost very much health.
Yeah, it's kind of the Xayah level 1. It's a little bit annoying. Peter's got some more heals at least in his quills, so to speak. Not going to give a little movement speed, but he's going to give some more sustain. So it's not that bad that he used his heal there, and it is the tougher level 1 for them. Dr. I'm going to get some CS here, even using the feathers here. Clear that one up.
Yeah, Peter needs to hit these if they do want to get that healing, though. That is the difficulty here for the Rakan.
Feels like it's a default, but not always, actually. Duckdown channeling Peter channeling a recall.
Yeah, he's actually going to go home.
He took too much damage, didn't get enough heals, so he's going to leave the Xayah under turret, which is annoying, but he's going to get a refillable early, which is also valuable, and I think that Duckdown should be fine.
And Frog has often been the answer the Olaf guy, not necessarily the Olaf guy.
Yeah.
So this is kind of cute, seeing him finally try the matchup for himself. But Dudu is having a good time on the Camille right now. And Charvel is there towards the top side. Justice Punch brings Yukal in. Flash out from Closer just doesn't want anything to do with that play.
Closer going to be very respectful there. That's Alcove Recall.
Alcove Recall. I like it. It's bro left, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say fitting for the skin.
Yeah, that's how that one works. Kind of wish that we had you know, Yeji in the crowd once again.
Yeah, she's working today, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't be appropriate today.
All of us were at a staff wedding today, and we're also knowing that we're working later, just being very cautious.
Duckdown also just getting it flashed on. Double tap from aiming, and that is first blood to KRX.
Suddenly, our little chat about Heiji's performance the other day gets interrupted by a very aggressive play from aiming. He has the flash to secure the kill. Duckdown, no barrier. Aiming it, and he had traded it moments before, so he was very aware that he didn't have the barrier to deal with that damage, but just expected he was going to be able to live a little bit longer there, but sometimes Lucian gets you.
And the problem is, they were already so far behind.
Yeah.
You can see aiming is still at about double the CS margin, so that gold gap is 700 after all is said and done.
Yeah, he could have an even larger gold gap if he didn't go buy a Sheen on his first back.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, this is a bit rough. Big kick there from Andel as well, adding a lot of extra damage to that.
And now you've got Willa just to come down here and twist the knife.
I hate it when I'm playing into Shoes and Sheen when I'm playing Xayah.
It's a tough one, but let's see. Frog now dealing with a very high health Dudu.
Dudu's like, I think Dudu really just, he saw Frog's confidence there and he was like, I don't think I want to play with that.
I feel like Frog just like, he like read the passive of Olaf and he's like, wait, I'm better when I'm low health.
He also has exhaust, so he would have won if Dudu went for the all-in. So Dudu's not going to play around with that. Just walks away. Nice confident play there from Frog, threatening, knowing his power there. Just going to take it back and head back to lane. Dudu went TP, so obviously a lot more use as a side laning Camille, but less combat power in this matchup.
Going to be a tough one. Aiming an Andal with full control of this wave, and that position is not great here for the DN Supers. Yukal finding a nice trade onto Closer, but it's not exactly winning in one way or another. As Willa moving towards the top side will be matching Charvel here, charging up that Q. Control ward goes down, Dudu in a little bit of trouble. Level 6 gained by the Camille first. Can he actually get this ultimatum down? That's the real question here. And the reason it's so powerful is obviously Ragnarok is really good at avoiding CC. Can't avoid walls. And Hextech Ultimatum just kind of makes walls around you.
It prevents you from getting away. It can be used even as a defensive tool for Duckdown later on in the game. We talked about it as killing the Lucian, but can just kind of keep the Olaf at a little bit more arm's length. Being a 5v5. We're going to see Charvel without level 6, not going to look for a play. Down here, we're just still trying to push this lead.
A nice feather pull there from Duckdown just to try and ease up some of the aggression out of aiming.
Willer, he went up top side to play through the cover there of the Olaf, who was significantly behind in farm, and as you were pointing out there, behind in experience, so wasn't going to have his Ragnarok anyways. So, you know, we talked about, you mentioned how it's good into Ragnarok the ult there, but without Ragnarok, it's really good. So Willer has to stay up here.
Oh dear. This is a low health bar on the Camille. Willer is making his way over. Undertow doesn't connect as there's the hook shot. And now they've got a Galio to join. Dudu taking a while to die, but Yukal will be able to pick that one up with the Winds of War. Team DRX get their second.
Really awkward to try to Hex Tech Ultimatum someone there because the turret aggro was juggled so well. It's hard for Dudu to get the punish. Ultimately, doesn't even use it at all there before he dies. So taken out here, and I mentioned that Willer was trying to stay up here and make sure that this Olaf was in a good spot, but actually ends up ganking. So he picks up the turret aggro first, so if he locks down Frog here, Frog could just ignore this.
Yeah.
And by the time it switched back over to Yukal there, he's too healthy. Dudu can't really ult anyone to save anything there on that play.
Yeah, the fact that Willer picks it up and he's so far away from the Camille after she'd used all of her mobility options just meant that it was kind of checkmate. Really unfortunate there for Dudu, but very well played by KRX.
Guess Dudu might have, if he ulted the Lee Sin like instantly as he was going in, might have been able to do something there, but it was always going to be really tricky.
Well, now you've got a grand entrance onto the Melio, as Andal takes a fair bit of damage, but does actually peel quite nicely by hitting Doctorm with that fire kick. But still DNS, I think, are going to be feeling their way back into this bottom lane, right?
Yeah.
It is like 730 gold, but that gold lead really has not changed all that much. And I think as long as Doctorm can sort of slowly make his way to 3 items, the Xayah will be kind of all right moving into the later stages. The problem is KRX have really started the snowball.
Yeah, it's okay if you can play through your Pantheons global here early. We'll see where Charvel does decide to make his first move. I don't think we've seen the last of top lane aggression and jungle attention, as both of these ultimates for the top laners as well as the exhaust are up for Frog.
Ooh, Doctorm does find a really nice feather pull there. Is aiming, not going to be able to get the culling to hit onto Doctorm. And this wave will be shoved in. I don't think he's going to go for a solo dive or anything like that. As Charvel makes his way over towards these grubs. Frog is going to get down here first, as Dudu wanting to offer something here. Does have X-Tech Ultimatum. See whether he can actually use it effectively. Looks to see whether he can dive in on top of anyone. As Charvel does come down from the skies. Quickness from Peter comes in, and that is going to help out. But the problem is they're just a bit far behind. Charvel has to flash to get himself out of there, and Closer just not able to do quite enough. Takes down the Olaf first, though, and now Willer's in trouble. Command attack does get avoided by Willer, and the flash forward. It's a triple for Closer on this Orianna.
That's a problem. It looked so good for KRX initially, but this Closer triple kill just changed the equation. So this fight is so difficult to actually quantify because Willer actually is trying to play a little bit of keep away on the end of the fight, then goes back in onto Dudu, who ults to avoid a lot of that damage, still gets taken out here first, and then Charvel has to flash away, but Closer still full health, still layering so much damage, and Peter allows him to get another big ball in here and add all that extra damage. Willer flashes first, so Closer gets his cooldown back, and then flashes on him for the kill as Yukal needs to leave because he's not going to be able to change the tide of that battle. If he stayed, would have lost even more. So now you have a gold lead on an Orion. It's still a pretty strong game state here for KRX on both ends of the map, but the center, where Closer is right now with TP, is definitely the strongest point for DNS, the only strong point.
Yeah, and Closer is a bit of a vibes guy as well. Pretty good, putting the team on his back when he does get advantages like this. We'll see whether they can continue to do that.
It's got the first completed item across the rift here in that torch.
Yeah, so going to be pretty scary. Still probably wants to get to a couple of items before he's really happy, but the Orianna feeling pretty good right now. 10 minutes on the clock, about a 900 gold lead still there for KRX. And they did also get the majority of the grubs as well. So neutral objectives are going to be with them outside of that Drake that DNS were able to pick up, as not even with Dissonance can Closer actually get out of the way here. Two-man Shockwave, though, is going to connect. Kick is going to interrupt Charvel. And now Aiming and Andal are making their way up. Closer will get taken down, but it's a 1-for-1 when KRX invested so much for the play.
Yeah, look at Doctorm in the bottom lane. He's actually going to get some free time here. Look at all the vision they have on the left side of the Dragon Pit as well. Just full information to be able to make that attempted counterplay work from Charvel. As we're trying to the observers are trying to showcase how volatile this matchup is. It's very important, etc. But hasn't been that much attention out of the outside of the original gank there. Doctorm getting some free time, like I mentioned, is really huge for him, even though he does have that 1,000 gold deficit right now, and his opponent's Essence Reaver is done much faster.
Yeah, Aiming is pretty frightening on this solution right now.
He's hit his big spike. So Closer doesn't have flash. So instantly they're like, we're going to do something about this. Almost gets out of the taunt. If he gets out of the taunt and they chase further, this actually could have been a disaster for KRX, but they were able to pull off another fairly weird calling placement from Aiming, but it doesn't matter. He's the one who gets the kill. He's the one that's 1,000 gold behind off of the play, despite what was a really nice turnaround there from Charvel.
Yeah. So KRX still, going 1-for-1 there, but not going to get punished too much. Aiming collecting more plate money here towards this bottom side. And Flash and Barrier both up and available for Aiming, but Andal is possibly a target as Grand Exit there from Peter gets him out of the way. Quest completed for Aiming. All right, DNS wanted to come on over and fight for this one. Double Tech Dragons are going to be coming in first up.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny little interaction there between Charvel and Willer. As now they're going to burst down this dragon as quickly as they can with UCal here to hold the line. They have vision in this brush, so DNS, I don't think they really should go for this. They're going to go for the Pantheon ult, though.
Yeah, the quickness does come in, but doesn't get a whole lot of value. Peter is kicked away as he dashes back towards Doctom. They destroy Closer before anything can happen, and Willer locks down the dragon. Now Doctom gets fire kicked. He does have his flash available and does get himself out of there with it, but that is Drake secured here by KRX. And they get themselves the kill.
Yeah, I think DNS were optimistic about their chances to go in there and actually accomplish something. The way UCal is standing there, it's so hard to actually make a play. Now they're even going to get this blue buff, or at least attempt to. Charvel does have Smite, in fact.
And it's charged up Q as well, so comfortably able to grab that one for himself.
He still hangs out with Rel, who's always trying to remember the good old jungle days, but Peter's engage is avoided. That's the first thing that goes wrong here. Pantheon goes into the back line onto a target that isn't a prio target. UCal's on top of Closer. Like I said, he has prio and he has control over the brush area. They have vision. It's just not, it's not realistic. Duckdom's forced to ult and flash, so that's also expensive. I think DNS really feeling the pressure of this game state and feeling like they can hands their way through this. But, you know, the thing about Charvel's Pantheon for me is I think it's one of his worst picks, weirdly enough, because it's not a hands champion.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of a, you have to be at the right time in the right place, you have to understand your power levels and when you could fight, and you have to have the right target selection. Not to say that Charvel doesn't know all of those things, but I feel like he's much better at a pick like Lee Sin. Or
like it's underutilization of his skills.
Yeah, exactly. Like he can't necessarily change the tide of that fight with Pantheon. Although I don't know if he could have changed it with anything with the position that QMDRX had there, but he tried to get on top of Willer. The smite was close, 20 health on it before it did ultimately go down.
Yeah, it was a bit of an early smite for Charvel, unfortunately. It was then secured by KMDRX. As Closer moving towards the top side of the map, he needs to watch out for his positioning. I think that is going to be the big one. He's got a secondary burn earn. So Wolfie is going for the Leandri's double burn build, which is kind of cute, kind of like it.
Yeah, he's just trying to heat the Olaf up.
Yeah, and it'll mean that he will do a lot of consistent damage in fights, just command attacking around a whole bunch and getting those health bars to tick down. It's good into the Olaf and the Galio especially, but getting the burst for aiming, that's where they're going to have to really knuckle down and figure it out, as Dudu might have to be the one tasked with that, put him in the Hextech ultimatum, make that one happen.
It's just really hard for Charvel to play the game right now because they have no prio on the map. And he's even potentially, okay, well, I don't know if that's what Willer meant to do by that, but I was going to say potentially having his red buff stolen away. However, he is going to keep it. Willer just being relentless because they have so much prio with this Lucian right now, and they have a Galio who can ult in.
Ooh, Charvel spotted there by the Scryer's Bloom.
It's hard for Charvel to ult anywhere because they don't have any pressure to follow up on, and because there's so much control for QMDRX, it's not like they can punish a pushing lane either. The bottom lane's an Olaf, so if he was just going to say, you can have the Herald, we'll play through Olaf, Olaf's just going to walk away and not care. So this Pantheon really not going to do a whole lot right now, unfortunately, even with the Sundered Sky Spike online.
Yeah, the Eclipse is there for Willer as well. He's got a Tunneler on top of it. Flicker Blade's now done for aiming, and they're just kind of leaving DNS in the dust when it comes to these item spikes. Makes it so hard for DNS to find a comeback fight just with the added stats that are there in the KMDRX right now.
It's really Charvel who needs a fidget spinner in this game right now because he just doesn't have anything he can do. It's just kind of farming as best as he can, and
oh wow, okay, Dudu is flashing in. Charvel's like, nope, no fidget spinner for me. I just want to take down this Galio. UCal is running, but the stuns are coming down. Justice Punch comes in, and he knows he's dead. That's why he's pressing some buttons.
He almost was able to get to that wall. At the cost of this mid turret, they will get the kill there onto the Galio, as this is going to be a charge for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Shelly will be able to finish this one off.
And on the top side, I mean, Dudu is going to be able to get some plate gold, get some alone time up there, so a lot of money picked up outside of that kill.
Yeah, Charvel going to be able to avoid the Sonic Wave. As now Frog's teleported in. Possible angle here. Kick flash comes down. Andal was the one that he was kicking him over to, but I still think this is going to be enough. Undertow from Frog. And Willer is the one that secures it with that resonating strike.
That's painful. You know, they got a small win. Just a small one, but it came at the loss of so much more.
Oh, wow. That hit anyway.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre, actually. Closer is... he wanted to set up a play here. Maybe they can actually still do it.
All right, Shockwave comes in, and there is the charm out from Peter. Gonna get that knock up as well. Yukal is pretty tanky and gets himself out with the heroic exit.
And now can DNS get out? I think so.
The flanking Andal.
Flanking fire kick with aiming coming over? Maybe.
Actually could be kind of cool as, okay, Ragnarok gonna get thrown down here by Frog. Dudu's exhausted. And yeah, I'd be exhausted too if I had to deal with that kind of Viking play in the top lane. As aiming just going to annoy Peter momentarily.
All right, well, that's significant because it's going to delay his back of this, and with the siege here and the crystalline overgrowth, aiming might just be able to get the second turret of the game here, as top turret also about to go down because of that kill on Dudu, and DRX are just running away with this game.
Yeah, this snowball is rolling real quick. We're learning about momentum and like inertia and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gravitational potential energy for DRX right now. I didn't realize that they were the ones starting at the top of a hill.
Well, I think
they were made out of snow.
Definitely did his studying on the Camille ult cooldown, because he was able to ult Dudu here about 10 seconds before the ultimate for the Camille's going to go. So he knows he's not going to be outplayed here under turret. He knows the timing.
Yep.
And just smashes him before that ultimatum is up. Now it's up, but completely useless. So he doesn't get the whole turret, but gets most of it. And they stay with a 2,000 gold lead advantage here at 18.5 minutes. Closer might just be dead.
Yeah, aiming is just going to chase after him. There's the culling. Dissonance might be able to help him get out, but nope, there's another relentless pursuit, and it is indeed relentless here today.
Doesn't even need to flash for the kill, and there's a trap set. Let's see if he walks into this.
All right, they do flash away, as Peter was looking for that quickness angle and isn't going to find it. That's now on cooldown. As Willer, he's here again! And now Dudu is trying to escape. Hextech sweep going to do nothing. And my God, it's just so fast, this snowball now, Wolf.
They're winning on both sides of the map. It's not supposed to happen this way. Only Closer in the middle. He's the one who's going alive, but then he's actually going to get picked here on the top side play. And he's using this culling to try to kill him without flash, and it takes so long for Closer. He just gets another dash and takes him down. And then Dudu's like, uh-oh, I see the jungler's not on the top. Oh.
Yeah. Willer also holding the resonating strike until after the wall dive. Very nicely done. And so now, as we take stock of the game, we're cresting the 20-minute mark, and we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead. 3 turrets to nothing on the side of the DN Supers. One more Drake, and that soul point will be there for DRX as well. This game has taken a turn for the impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty cooked. Esports fans.
Yeah, you can tell when Wolf calls you esports fans, that's when you know things are looking real dire for a team here in the LCK. As Hextech Ultimatum is going to come down, and Dudu is just going to get booted into the wall and dies.
What did Dudu say to Willer, man? I don't think Willer liked it very much, whatever it was.
What was the year they went to Worlds together? Was that 2021? Maybe it was like, I didn't actually like you in 2021 that much.
That was the Hanwha Life Chovy year where I had a decent series against T1 at quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was not a bad run through the gauntlet that they made.
Well, let's see if DNS can have this one miracle steal. That one crazy chance. Charvel has flash.
He does shockwave on everyone. Peter gets in there. The DN Supers. They're going to wipe them off the rift. And you are never snowballing enough against this team.
They've been snowball down. They've been the opposite of a snowball. They were like the nothing that was at the top of the hill, and then they started rolling down. They're still rolling. They're like, have you seen that Disney movie, that sports one? It's on Disney Plus. It's a story about this brotherhood with these 5 players. You know what I'm talking about? It's
no.
old
Mighty
Disney.
Ducks?
No. Oh, it's Kespa Cup 26.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, it's a sick movie. I saw it the other day.
All
I
right.
did some commentary on it.
Okay.
It's.
I heard about this. It was a really unlikely story.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people thought that it wasn't very believable.
No, I think not enough people have seen it. Actually, it's pretty underrated. Well, look at this. Ult from Closer into Charm, Knockup, and the Feather Pull. It's like the womboest of wombo combos.
And it's normally illegal for that to start with the Shockwave.
Yeah.
Like, Wolf and Faker taught us, and Huni, taught us that you're supposed to start it with the quickness.
Yes.
You know, you really need to get the Rakan in there.
Career
to lock them
showcasing
up.
this the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one was not it for KRX. They don't have a lead anymore.
No, the DN Supers are back in control of the game.
You know,
somehow.
That wasn't Falco, but it was one of the biggest wombo combos we've seen in a very long time. Something happy feet.
Yeah.
But
dual barrel roll.
Yeah. Is the game just like completely?
Is it over again?
Yeah. No. I mean, is it like maybe because they're getting inner turrets?
I mean,
Camille is side laning, sort of in the mid lane, despite being 1 in 5. That's a good thing for Camille when she's not interacting with other ones when she's behind like that.
I mean, aiming does hit third item first, but I mean, Doctime is so close. All right, here we go. The flanking Galio is now Peter. Going to be able to battle dance his way out, and oh dear, this Olaf is taking too much damage. Dudu makes his way in. Frog is going to get at least helped out by the Galio, but another shockwave as Dudu's the one that delivers the orb this time. And the DN Supers, they've decided to stop toying with them, and they will now destroy Kium DRX.
Okay, so it's one of the fastest games of the tournament. No, they can't end, right?
Okay,
20 seconds. 20 seconds on aiming. Andil, you can buy some time.
Well, this is a 9,000 gold swing.
Willer is he's gonna kill that minion for sure. Get that little guy.
Look at the little guy.
Oh,
look at the little guy.
Got him. Turret got him. But they still have minions actually.
Yeah, okay, that's one Nexus turret down, and the inhibitor is dead on the bottom side. The DN Supers are now so far ahead.
Speaking of Disney, man, this is if like they trapped Free Willy, and at the end of Free Willy, they just trapped the Orca. Put him in captivity.
Oh no!
We finally freed Willy, but in his last series here, it looks like at the end of it, he's not going to be able to make the big play to turn this one around. Frog tries to go in super early here to buy space for aiming, but aiming just really can't do anything in the interim. Yukal is defensively ulting here, and it's another shockwave right onto aiming space, and down he'll go. Yukal is just a Galio against the world, which never goes well. He kind of sets up the teammates generally.
This seriously, like, it feels like it's like a Chuck Norris movie, you know, where he's like, the last fight is him just kind of like watching his opponent try to hit him, and then Chuck Norris at the end is like, now you die, and then like fly kicks them. I don't know whether this ever happens in Chuck Norris movies, but it's what it sort of feels like to me.
Are you familiar with One Punch Man?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just one Shockwave Man. That's who Closer is. Like, everything is on fire. The city is burning. Okay, everything is doomed.
The problem with that, Wolf, is I've seen 2 really good Shockwaves so far this game.
Okay, well, sure. But the first one was like the one. The second one was just like
that was
the
the
season 2, which isn't as good as season 1.
Yeah, it was.
But like Closer's based just at the market trying to figure out how much his groceries cost, and then there's an apocalypse, and he's like, okay, I'll set up Peter and Duck Dom. And now DNS have a 5,000 gold lead and an inhibitor down on the bottom side of the map with Baron coming up in 2 minutes.
And they have Xayah, Orianna, Camille. Like, these are champions that are pretty good when it comes to the late game.
And
I don't know why I had to say that in a drunk voice. I just felt like it was more appropriate.
Well, it's appropriate with how the discussion went earlier. But look, Deathcap's done for Closer. He's going to TP in. And they're a bit early to get Baron Prime, but they got a lot of it right now. They're going to now turn this into a push towards this top.
How do they have a gold lead everywhere, Wolf?
One Shockwave Man.
Ah, got it. Sorry.
1.6 Shockwave Man.
I forgot which show we were watching. You know how sometimes you just have to like tap the screen. You're like, hang on, wait, what am I watching?
How does that anime character that's bald and has silly face like just kill the super bad guy in one punch? Oh yeah, we're watching One Punch Man. Okay, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, why is there a crab man that pops balls?
Wait, are you watching SpongeBob now? Oh, okay, never mind. That's still One Punch Man.
Yeah.
I really need to do my pop culture research. I feel like Valdez right now. That's all right. Shovel Going to be setting up for this siege of the inner turret. Baron up in 1 minute, and there is 3 minutes on Soul Point for both teams. I don't think anyone cares about
Dudu's
Ocean Dragon at all.
Dancing with the minions there, see that?
That was pretty cute.
Dudu's clicking real fast.
It looked like he was playing WASD.
They're just pushing until Baron's up. They're doing the alt tab game thing I was talking about.
I mean, look at this vision, man. Like there's no way for KRX to get anywhere near this area. There is one flank ward that you can see in lane, but that gets replaced.
And it's timing out soon as well. So, I mean, look, they're going to have an Orianna orb in a choke point, and they're going to say, come at me, KRX. And
Closer is going to become a 3-punch man.
Yeah.
Or a 3-orb man.
Let's see how good the animation is on this one.
Yeah. Maybe they've upgraded it for Season 3.
Maybe it's got some sidekicks again.
Ah.
Ando got cooldown boots.
Okay. Is that a power spike?
That's the only thing I could say that's a positive right now, except they got part of their jungle.
Aiming cleared out the minion wave.
Yeah.
And he is backing on a ward without being punished for it. There you go.
Look at DNS. They have choke point control. They're showing a jungler here. There's no vision for KRX, and all the players are moving over towards that Baron pit. Gonna clear that wave here real quick. Charvel is just being annoying, but I think they should probably do the Baron.
He's shoveling. Not going to quite find that Q, though.
They're going to push the bottom wave with Dudu, who has TP, to set up a bit of a cross. So if they just slow play the Baron, eventually the Camille will end the game. And if they deal with the Camille, then they'll lose the Baron.
Yeah, there's only one Nexus turret. So Dudu will not take very long to win this one if they do fail to stop him. And now, as soon as they see the Olaf, DNS just go over to the Baron.
And they're going to rush over here to try to answer him. And they have a Camille, sorry, not a Camille, Emilio for engage. And maybe Galio can close the gap. He has flash.
Yeah, Dudu is going to get over here first, though. Teleports in. And wall dive does come on through. Good fire kick there onto Charvel to deny. As now Yukao goes golden. Still, they're just going to try and turn on whichever target shows themselves. As the Ragnarok is going to wear off, and this Olaf is way less dangerous. Dudu not going to find the wall dive onto Willa, who safeguards away. No one going to die, but there are a whole lot of buttons pressed.
That was very messy by DN Supers. They kind of messed it up the way they wanted to turn off of that one, and now actually suddenly KRX have Prio. Zonya's on Yukao, and he's TPing in.
Oh dear, aiming. I don't know whether he's allowed to do that. Is he allowed to do that?
I don't think he's allowed to do that.
Okay.
He doesn't have IE
There's
yet.
no cleanse. There's no Mikhails. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, I don't like how he's doing that. They're just going to instead push mid and be like, you know what, Baron, that's a little bit too tough. Let's do the Dragon. That seems like a realistic objective to take right now, as Dudu does see the rotation and wants to group up with his team to try to look for a bit of a sandwich here. They haven't been able to stop this Camille from looking for the flank.
Yeah.
He is going to concede it for now, and they're just going to say, you can have Dragon, we'll do Baron, maybe. The macro is getting a little bit murky in this game.
No,
to be honest with both teams.
This is KRM. This is KRM.
It's Fracro.
This is where Faker's Shockwave found them all, and this might be where Closer's Shockwave is going to find some of them.
Or
Not
all
anymore.
of them.
Yeah, or all of them.
Or like one of them. It's probably okay.
Or it already found them, and he's the one Shockwave man, and that's all he needs.
All right, they're going to rush in here. Peter locking the door here on Willer so he can't get access to this pit.
Dudu's flank angle. Gets the flash, dives on top of aiming. There's the Shockwave. They blow up the Lucian. It's immediately in trade for this Camille, though, as Peter is dashing around the fight. It's a double for Dottam. He flashes away, but now it's another Olaf angle. Charvel gets on top of him, though, and Closer. He is the big carry here for the DN Supers. And it's only Andal and Yukao left alive to face off against Charvel and Closer.
So it looks like it's just going to be Dragon that gets taken here, as Dottam will pick up his Infinity Edge from the Death Chamber.
That felt like it was more meaningful than it actually was.
Watch this engage from the Camille. The angle here is crazy. Hook shot into flash, set up the Shockwave. Now he dies in turn instantly, and I really feel like if the Olaf was ulting earlier and actually really was more confident about the play here, I think this could have been way
Didn't
better.
really just come up, though, because remember, he used the Ragnarok in the last fight.
You might have been right about that, actually. I wasn't tracking the cooldown on that one.
It doesn't have a very long cooldown, so it might have been that it was just up anyway. And look, he's like about to respawn, and it's already available.
I think he had it, but I think if he uses it a little bit earlier, maybe they get a little bit more out of that, because you could see how much impact he had at the end of that fight there. But ultimately, again, maybe his thought process also is I want to use it so that Camille has to focus on me in the fight, and then it just all happens so fast, right? You know, suddenly Dudu flies out of the wall and gets on top of Aiming, and Aiming doesn't have any counterplay there. You know, the flash is useless. That's why he still has it, because it wouldn't have saved him.
It's a good point. Now, Dudu is pushing through that top side.
He also now has IE, but the Baron is being taken, and this time they just can't even get that last contest. I mean, they had one miracle play to get back in for it, but now it just seems like a pipe dream to even get close enough to Willer to, like, have...
Yeah, this isn't fair, because they took the Dragon and the Baron, and they went even in the fight. But ultimately, it just doesn't mean anything. 7,000 gold is going to be the lead here for the DN Supers, and they've got 3 minutes to make this Red Bull Baron power play work for them. Inhibitor has respawned on the bottom side, and there is a huge wave that has built up down there. So I could imagine that Dudu is going to head over, see whether he can take that down. Teleport is in hand. There is going to be a big engage.
For now.
There's 2 plates now remaining. This inner turret is just going to die. All right, Willer looks for the big play as he delivers the Galio, but Doctom just goes into the sky. Willer is going to go down to the GA. And Yukal immediately calls off this fight.
Didn't even ult yet. He's here now.
Yeah. I like the idea. But now the Grand Starfall comes in. They all pile in on top. And Shamble, I think, still has the GA. So actually, he's just kind of fine. But he still holds on to that cooldown. As Aiming, just barely able to survive. As Peter will hit the dust.
I mean, this was a pretty decent exchange on the defense here for KMDRX. Also wastes some of the Baron time, but ultimately, still a Camille pushing that has ultimate here. And she is just going to make such quick work of these turrets. And the bottom lane, yes, the wave is still there, but once this one goes down, it's just really easy for DNS to regroup and push all 3. As Willer's trying to be one kick man with the Galio, as you guys can see here. But Duckdom just puts a stop to it because he presses his R button and ruins the whole combo. Then pulls the feathers back onto Yukal so he can't get the taunt range. And the Lee Sin is focused down. So Duckdom basically just said, nah, I've seen that one before. And he just denies everything they were trying to do with one fell swoop. Unfortunately, though, they're not able to set up a good Camille ultimate here when this re-engage comes through. Charvel almost loses his GA. And they cannot get either of those inhibitor turrets down. The mid turret went down to 1 plate. And now this bottom wave is once again being pushed out from Frog. I do think that DNS are in a very commanding position in this game and will likely close it out fairly soon, but there's still a chance here for KMDRX. Suddenly, you know, they're all inhibitors are back up as Dudu is going to get pushed away by this Lucian.
Yeah, Dudu doesn't have his GA completed just yet. You can see that BF sword wants to be that item, but he doesn't quite have the money to complete his 4th. And DNS, I mean, they still have 40 seconds on this Baron buff, and quite a few members with it up and available. Only Peter is missing it as he died in the last fight. So Siege will continue. Crystalline Overgrowth is still there on this top lane inhibitor turret. Kind of crazy that they haven't been able to get to it, but the low range of the Xayah makes it quite hard for them to walk up.
It's just going to get like 2-tapped here.
Okay, yeah, never mind, it's gone. So got a little bit of space. Willer doesn't find a Sonic Wave.
Willer's,
I mean, they're still looking for it.
Yeah, he keeps trying to find it, but that last attempt that Duckdom ulted was, I think, his best chance, and he's not going to have another one here. He's going to have to look to defend with maybe an insect in the base if he's going to get even that.
And now there are no inhibitor turrets remaining. The inhibitors should all go down, and now it's, you know, it's a PvE game that's just a little bit too hard, and the other players are just allowed in to bully you at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for that bottom inhibitor now, and that'll be all 3 gone. I mean, the Nexus turret respawn, but as we all know, those don't really respawn very healthy. So they can back away now and get Ocean Soul. And I guess maybe a Baron will decide this game, as KMDRX won't be leaving their base for a long time, at least not safely. They have to be they have to do a very good job of clearing wards as well, as if any ward survives, like that one that's in the base right now when Dudu gets his teleport back up, if they're out on the map trying to contest Baron or do anything, then Camille just TPs and ends the game.
Yep.
As long as there's a wave there, which, by the way, with 3 double pushing super minion waves, that's probably going to be the case. There'll probably be some minions in there. That's kind of the whole thing.
They also don't really need that ward because you can just...
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. I'm getting flashbacks to some craziness we saw in Kespa Cup. It isn't actually relevant here.
Yeah, I think it should be all right. As now DNS with a soul now available. No defense up for KMDRX. And DNS, I mean, the turnaround in this game has just been so crazy. And they have taken a while to close this one out. But since picking up the advantage, they just haven't really allowed KRX to have any way back in. Playing out
like
slow and measured.
Kind of like One Punch Man. They gave away the whole gimmick on the first episode.
Yeah.
The whole season still played out, even though you knew he was just going to punch that guy in the end.
Yeah. And I guess Closer is probably going to orb them in the end.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Oh, this one's a little bit...
And they will all just like move positions a bit and take a whole lot of damage.
Look at how much push there already is in this base now with dude level 20.
Oh god, yeah. This Camille, we haven't really seen Camille's this large for quite some time. That buffer was gorgeous.
Clean.
And he flashes, he's going to turn it on top of aiming. Dudu is still going to get taken down now. Doctom with that Feather Storm gets those feathers in a row. And Sharvel is looking immortal here in this game. Aiming is going to survive, but they take down the Olaf. And Doctom now has no counter in this moment. Closes dashing forward. And DNS just drop their wallets on them like a piano from the second floor, and the Nexus will go down. An incredible comeback and a clean, controlled late game as the DN Supers go up 1-0.
The comeback squad gets another one. DN Supers, doesn't matter how far behind they are, how little map control they have. If you make a mistake, they will punish. And they are 1-0 up on the last series both of these teams will play here for the year. And they've had a rigorous schedule. I mean, they've had to play through the later stage of the Kespa Cup, double games last week into double best of fives on stage and Daejeon, come back and play on Wednesday. And then had the long break from Wednesday here until Saturday where they'll play their final day. And it looks like maybe the extra rest they had between Wednesday and Saturday gave them the ability to just come back with a sick Shockwave play. It wasn't just the Shockwave, it was the Shockwave, the Recon engage, the feathers from Doctom.
Look at that moment. 8,000 gold in like 2 minutes.
Big swing.
All just fell away. Frog did a lot of damage, but didn't ultimately matter all that much. Whereas the DN Supers, there's one thing that I know. That is, every other region on Earth is so glad that they're already eliminated. Otherwise, the DNS run to Worlds would have been way too scary. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down that game number 1, and we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
리신 보인다. 조심. 야, 지금부터 밀게요. 자리 밀어줘. 야, 박다. 나 괜찮아. 나 공 봤어. 에이, 루시안 더. 가볼래? 천천히 해봐. 루시안. 루시안 잡아야 돼, 얘들아. 올라프 해줄래? 그냥 천천히. 나부터 살려. 앞라인. 자. 나이스. 지렸고. 주현이가 잘 따서 다행이네. 네. 게임이 좀 초반에 터져가지고. 아비. 이겼으면 됐어.
Our LCK theme song, Kiki's Leave Your Mark Part 2 hits different with both of these squads playing right now, as Kiwoom DRX and the DN Automotive Super Season will end after this series. But after that last game, what fun is there between these two squads when they're humming and hawing throughout? It is currently 1-0 DNS over Kiwoom DRX.
It was super back and forth, some crazy moments that honestly came down to just huge teamfight winning shockwaves, but a close one. And given this was only game one, this could well turn into a 3-game slugfest between these two.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. Like, I really like the both teams, like, so willing to fight, like, from the Ollie objective, and they're so, like, it's like everything is, like, kind of pre-planned. Like, both team has an actual plan that they want to go for it, and I feel like it was, like, really a game, like, based on, like, how which team actually play a little bit better, like, slightly better, and they will just take a teamfight wins.
Yeah, well, let's dive straight on into it. First one goes back to a story that we've been hitting on all second half of the season long. It's the Olaf running rampant, and what can you do about it?
Yeah, in this fight, the Olaf gets a ton of value, but I think it's also worth mentioning the Orianna starts to do more and more. The Shockwave is good, connecting on a 3 there, and then for the rest of the fight, Closes is kind of not hit. As the Olaf is decimating the teammates off DNS, Closer just keeps putting out those combos, putting out those rotations, getting the autos in, and it's only at the end of the fight do Kiwoom DRX realize they're not winning this.
Yeah, if there was no Olaf, they would have actually lost way harder. Like, only Olaf actually saves the moment there, because I think the engage was actually, it was really, really crisp. Like, you ulting Pantheon in the Camille, like, it was like super synced in as a team. They want to go for the one target selection, because like often we actually see when there's like super heavily focused on one-man target selections, like, you know, team get easily messed up, and it's like actually being able to cause the losing team fight. But this time, it worked really well.
Yeah, it was working well for both squads, and we're kind of waiting to see who is going to take control. Well, get your T-Tours ready, because we've got one of those films made by Steven Sumsberg, our producer. Sumsby is about to show it off right here. Boomba, a big shockwave.
Oh, it's
shutting down the Kiwoom DRX squad.
So and the follow-up, you know, we get the grand entrance afterwards, the Featherstorm as well, and the Galio on top. They were behind at this point. That's why it took so many abilities layered to really guarantee a teamfight win after that shockwave. But DNS, they see this great play from Closer, and they all pounce, and this was the big turning point in this game when Kiwoom DRX lost control of it and DNS took it over.
Yeah, but still we have to explain. Like, there was so many random deaths. Like, I think the DN supers were not actually delegating enough, like playing throughout the middle game. There was like more than 5 random deaths. That actually caused so many Vision setups. It was like much worse. That's why it was like, you know, it came down to the team fight. They had to do this, and they were really desperate. The team fight that really needed win to, you know, win the team fight to actually close out the series, but the game rather. But it worked really well.
Yeah, Closer's always good for one of those. Again, a big game-changing moment there. They take Baron, and then they go down to the bottom side of the map, and Kiwoom tries something, but DNS shut the door.
Yeah, I think the idea of going for this flank is pretty good, but they rush it. They're too fast, because Olaf has already lost his entire health bar and his ult. By the time the Galio is not even in range, he has to ult to get in range. And so I just think they went in too early. If you get a TP flank with the Galio behind, it's wasted if he just has to ult in anyway because you've started the fight too soon. I like the concept from Kiwoom DRX. This is how you bounce back when the enemy team has Baron. I think the execution needed a bit of work, and yeah, I mean, Closer was just rock solid in this game.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you want to flank, you have to make them surprise. So this time for sure was not a surprise at all.
Yeah, and this is the type of play that the DN Super fans have just been waiting for. They got to see a lot of it in this second half of the season, a little bit too late, but the coordination was there, and that's what makes them one of the hottest teams since coming back from MSI, and just, again, one of the tough parts about the season that they've had. But today and the second half of the season, they've looked solid here, Ox.
I think that coordination has just been so many levels above, and it's crazy to think this is the same team that went on that incredibly long loss streak earlier in the year, but it just feels like the calls are being followed, everyone's in it together, and it's not just the planned calls that I think are good, but it's when something happens, there's a spur of the moment thing, everyone's on the same page and they quickly identify what they need to do. It's so impressive to see.
Who do you want to see from Kiwoom DRX step up here for them if they want to force a game 3 and go out in the season with a win, Hooney?
Well, I mean, I think it's about the team, right? I think the team fight, it came down to team fight. They were super ahead, right? Like they actually played so well around the middle game especially. It's gonna be about the team coordination.
All right, we'll see who steps up here in game number 2. Will it be a clean sweep to end the season for DNS? Will Kiwoom fight back for game 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And disappointed Hooney, Wolf. I don't know whether he gets it. You know, this is the Rise group. It's not about the good gameplay. It's not about mistakes and like counting them and seeing how many random deaths you have. The random deaths are part of the experience. It's part of the joy that we have here in the Rise group. And Digon knows. That's why he grew his hair out. It was so that he could shake it back and forth.
Yeah, he said he was
in the Rise group.
He said he was gonna cut it when DN Supers made Worlds. So I'm curious to see how long it's gonna get. He miscalculated slightly. You know, it could have been very.
He might be like Sephiroth in a few years. Incredible.
He basically already is. What?
Minus.
I was not told about this.
Neither was I.
I didn't notice this. I just was not. Like when this came up, I was like. For a split second when the CG came in, I was like, oh, Rich gets to play another game. No, it's Minuus, who we've seen a little bit in Challengers. He's been around for a little while. He's kind of a household name in Challengers, but it will be his debut here.
EU West over LCK. I haven't seen that one proven yet.
Well, if he held it up after first stand, we might have a little chat, but
yeah, maybe.
We'll see who's holding up what sign come November.
Yeah, I think the whole EU. I think EU West actually beats everything though, because it's about mental warfare rather than anything else. And I played one game and then decided never to play in Europe ever again.
I don't know, man. I think in the old days I would have been like, man, EU West, the face of an aggressive chat room.
Yeah.
But these days on the Korean server, it's basically the same.
Oh, for me, the Korean server is beautiful because I just don't understand anything.
I had a game as we jump into this draft here yesterday where my support Ezreal didn't buy items and basically ran it down in the lane. And I said, like, is anyone watching this Ezreal? And I just responded, like, I'm going to report you to me. Because I also died in the 2v2. I'm like, guys. Anyway, I know EUS can be... Every server has its bad eggs.
Yeah.
Let's not compare. Let's not do greater than, less than.
It takes all types to make a world.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we don't go
have a League of Legends ecosystem. We also need EU.
I'm just saying, do the Korean teams go boot camp on EUW during the off season?
No,
I rest my case.
No, they don't.
I rest my case.
Sometimes during Worlds, though, they do go over there and obliterate it, and that's very funny. I remember following Showmaker as he just destroyed his way to Challenger on EUS. That was very, very fun. That was a few years ago now, though, and we are quite deep into this ban phase that's going exactly the same way as last time, outside of the Nocturne ban over the Ezreal ban. So the DN Supers do not need to ban the Nocturne. We'll see what they do decide to take away instead.
Shen ban is interesting, given that Camille is already fearlessly banned. Surprised by that one. I wonder what they're worried about.
Yeah.
I might be looking for...
Oh, the Kai'Sa Shen. Maybe they were scared of that.
Maybe.
That was pretty cool.
Maybe they're just looking for an early Lulu lane of some kind here, but they have first pick, so just going to be the Rise that was left open and available. Last game, they didn't play the Rise Pantheon. They played the Pantheon over with the Orianna, and Rise was taken, was not taken by...
Either
side. Took the Galio. So, anyways, Bard is up. Bard with Caitlyn is a classic for Peter Duckdom. I said it backwards, but Caitlyn Bard. That is what these bottom laners like to play.
And so Peter has had some rough times on the Bard and some great times. In the semifinal of the Casper Cup, he looked terrible, I'm not going to lie, on the Bard. But then did find redemption in the final.
He won on the other picks after that, so it was fine.
Oh, he
As
did.
Karma, Ezreal was always going to come through as a response, and Minios will be playing his first game here on that Karma.
Really gets to demonstrate his mechanical prowess by saying a whole bunch of gobbledygook and throwing things around.
Syndra will be the response to the Rise, so engage here somewhat limited for QMDRX right now. They'll lose the Xin pick. A Vayne ban, making you feel like maybe there could be a Gnar in our future for Frog.
All right. Vayne and Xin. And now what?
Jarvan is already banned. Thinning out the jungle pool a little bit here.
Yeah, these jungle picks could get interesting. But Nefiri's still up, I guess. There are still some things that are relatively meta still up and available. Trundle going to be removed.
Kind of feel like it's a pretty good, even though it's not common, it's a good Wukong angle for sure.
No, it's a Kiana angle. It's a Kiana angle. He's got to go out with a Kiana game. Right? Surely. There is no way he doesn't
I'm getting mixed,
slam Kiana right now.
I'm getting mixed signals from the Vayne and Gnar bans here.
Oh no, it's Nefiri.
Well, he might give us a game 3 and then go out on the Kiana. He could go out on LCK's first Kiana win.
That would
what
be
a thing
so sick. Do it, Shovel. Don't
well,
be
he's
scared.
not. It looks like he's not doing it in this game. It looks like it's probably Ambessa for Frog. I guess based on these bans. And they do need engage of some kind, but Ambessa likes to follow the engage usually. And there's a route for the Rise and a route for the Karma, so maybe.
Ooh, Sante.
Santeing.
And I think now Willow wants to play something with some sort of engage because there's just none here yet.
What engage is left? Vi? I guess Vi is up. No,
Wait.
Vi's not up. No, Vi's banned.
Oh, Vi's banned. Okay, thank goodness.
For a second, I was like, wait, what? What in the world? Oh, no, it's banned. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it has.
There's the Wukong, so they do ultimately decide to go with that one. It's pretty good into the Nefiri. But I don't know, it's pretty situational with this draft in terms of setup.
Yeah.
So
not 100% sold on the draft just yet, but it is pretty stock standard, pretty Rise group friendly. You know, you can understand what it's trying to do. Mordekaiser. That is a very fun pick. And Dudu has been one of our Mordekaiser guys over time. And even though I don't like the new Mordekaiser, I do like Mordekaiser in general.
Okay, well, it's pretty strong. You can just, I mean, there's a few things you could do with this pick. If the Cassante is trying to frontline, you could just remove that and then allow the rest of your team to get access everywhere else. You can also just ult the Wukong when he tries to go in.
Yep.
And you're impervious to dives. You were also impervious to dives with pretty much any pick because you're playing against Cassante Wukong. So they didn't need the weak side Mordekaiser. But it means that if you're playing through bottom side with your Caitlyn Bard, which should be pretty strong because the Caitlyn outranges the Ezreal, even though they have a Karma to mitigate that, then you could just keep sending Sharble bottom side to get further advantages before the Wukong can be relevant. And then if he tries to gank top, you have the Mordekaiser there. They have Tempered Fate to remove people on one side of the fight, and then they got the Mordekaiser ult on the other side. They could like instantly remove like 3 people.
That's what I'm thinking. And also Syndra just instantly removes someone as well.
Yeah.
It's not like Minas is going to be able to play the game. Like it's just going to have the power unleashed on him.
It's just like it's a magic trick. It's gonna make them disappear. Maybe
he's going to say last and he's dead. Is probably how it's going to go.
Yeah.
So I'm actually like really intrigued about this DN Supers draft. I actually think it could work extraordinarily well.
The core of it is that strong pushing Caitlyn lane. As long as they don't mess that up, I feel like this draft gets simple. Here is a much trickier draft for the underdogs here, up against the Supers down 1-0.
Exactly. Let's see whether KRX can fight back to get another rift. Game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, ready for game number 2 to see whether KMDRX can bring us to 6 games on the day, twice in a row. Would be unprecedented. I also think it's going to be very difficult. I really like this DNS draft. I just think it's such a cool concept of we don't have a frontline, but we don't need one. We're just going to remove your champions from the map. It's kind of reminiscent of Poppy comps that can just evict a couple of people and then create a one-sided fight. I think you're just always going to find yourself with a one-sided fight.
Fed carry on the other
find
side?
things the right time.
Just take them out.
Yep.
Gone. The thing about the Mordekaiser ult is it lasts for a really long time compared to, for example, the Tempered Fate, which is very brief. So,
and then Mordekaiser comes out of it, and he's really, really, really strong.
Yeah. Assuming that it went well with what he did, but that's
that is
how
true.
it goes. Sometimes it doesn't work that way, but
it also means that like setups around dragons and barons and stuff like that become very difficult because you can just lose your jungler. Mordekaiser just kind of takes them to the Shadow Realm, and then they're just not available when it comes to smiting stuff.
Yeah.
A little bit of a rough one.
He is going to just try to look for some aggressive trades and proc his passive repeatedly into this Cassante, which, you know, Cassante has to play through his Q a little bit less comfortable than a lot of matchups. So Dudu also has the shield to play through if he wants to utilize that to absorb some of the damage when Frog goes for his trades. It's a fun matchup into any champion that's more tanky or a little bit slower, not able to look for aggressive all-ins.
Oh, man, that would have been so annoying. If
that would have been like
succeeded.
the mental game is over.
Oh, yeah, just done. Minus some health in the bottom lane.
I swear I've always in my head, and I apologize earlier for everyone, but I thought it was Minuus the whole time. Like I've always just I thought that was it.
I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm artosising.
No. I think you're right. I've just realized I've been wrong the whole time.
All
it took was him playing in the LCK for me to get it right.
I just know that it's not minus.
No,
because it doesn't have an O. So I think I'm just going with it this way. Frog decides to go the way of the Death Grip anyway, as now Peter is going to have to break the chains of the bind. He does manage to do so. Aiming looking worse for wear though. Look at Doctarm. He is just chilling here in this bottom lane.
He's happy because he's got a barrier. His support is healing up. And he's dodging Qs.
Oh man, they're dodging everything. They can see the Matrix. It's happening in front of their eyes right now.
I'll just say, get back here.
Yeah.
Go into the turret. Yeah, get back in the wave where you belong.
He's beginning to believe. All right. Closer on the wave, and Yukal wandering his way back in. A weird teleporting Rise this time around. Oftentimes we do see the Ghost from the Rise. And the Syndra is working as far as counterpick is concerned. We've seen this one be up and down as far as counterpicks in the LCK.
Yeah, it's really based on a lot of factors, right? The Syndra, if you hit everything, is so oppressive in almost every matchup, but what it does out of lane, even if you do get the lane pressure on it, you deny your opponent some farm, is based on your composition. And I think this comp does have a lot of tools to make it happen as oof.
Oh no, straight back into the passive. It's just circling around, being frustrating.
He's like, wait, I don't want to queue him onto me, actually.
Mordekaiser in melee matchups, man, it just feels so good.
Cassante's like, get over here. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a pretty good trade, but it won't actually matter because it is a tank versus tank matchup here. And, yeah.
Yeah, when Dudu gets his first couple of items, though, it's going to be very, very tough for Frog. Riftmaker is so strong.
Like they
Mordekaiser.
They were looking for a gank as well, and he's gonna have to leave. They had vision of the Bard over there, and he does not have teleport. He is just getting pushed out of lane hard. As Minus
How many times has he gone back? Yukal just really good friends with Boris, I guess. Let's have another conversation as he does pick up a Ruby Crystal as well.
When the Bard roams, it costs you bottom side control a little bit, but Doctarm is not really that concerned about the flanking karma, as you guys could see there. It's just going to rejoin with Peter. Does have a CS deficit.
Yeah.
Which is not great if you're trying to play this Caitlyn lane, but they played the top lane, which is exactly the opposite of what I expected, and I think part of what Frog expected, but he has to respect it and leaves the lane.
Well, so far, Minus hasn't necessarily impacted the game too much, but still very early days. And Ezreal Karma is going to be very, very strong in the mid-game especially. Now, level 6 gained here by Dudu. Does have access to that Death Realm. And Frog with his all-out now completed as well.
Looking to push aiming out of this river and look for a fight. I mean, it's a really big time to fight here for DNS. They got Berserker's Greaves on Doctarm. They have Closer with mid-prio, but not going to overextend here. This Wukong, even without ult, was in a really strong position to deny the fight.
Yep. Haven't seen too much from Sharble. He's been farming a heck of a lot. Getting towards that level 6 ever so slowly. And I believe one more camp will be able to get him there. Might be able to just flip over this wall and look to start off this dragon. You can see that is what he's trying to do as Menace taking too much damage here towards his bottom side.
Yeah, that was him just trying to hold the wave for Aiming, and now he's like, mission accomplished. I guess we can push the lane. And Aiming's like, you need to go home. We're not pushing anything. Thank you for holding, though. I am the Gold King, my faithful new servant.
Indeed. There is that dragon taken, and Charvel does hit level 6 as well. I just really hope that we can watch this top lane for the majority of the game. Not as keen?
Nah, not until we see more than just like Dudu pushing waves in.
They're
we had
so
that one cool
satisfied.
fight.
They both slam the ground so aggressively.
What's with hammers, by the way, on champions and characters in general, just not doing a lot of damage? You would think if someone swings a hammer like that, it would take like half of the health bar of any character in any video game, but it's like, nah, it's just a slight tap, actually.
I mean, yeah, if you get bonked the way like Dudu slams it down when he presses his obliterate button, you probably should just die immediately, shouldn't you?
Right.
It probably would make more sense.
Is his hammer made of cardboard or something?
Yeah.
Maybe that's just...
Yeah, it's just a balsa wood one. Like, everyone's cosplaying now, something like that. And so even if you do have a cosplay one, it does take a bit of your health bar off. You hit enough by it, and you are going to probably pass out. All right, now we've made sense of the whole situation.
It feels like we might be going into one of those longest first blood type territory games here.
Yeah, wait, so how many minutes do we have? It's about 39 minutes if we want to beat the longest all-time record.
Not all-time. I mean, all-time's crazy. That's not
we might have First Blood, in fact, going down not now. Maybe now, as Aiming is just going to get netted on and murdered. We need to talk about First Bloods more often if we want
That's for you, Cronny. Just in case you still weren't believing.
Yeah, he did mention, like, it was just the other day that he said caster curses weren't real, and that was when he was, like, right in amongst a caster curse being real. And so I think it's hopeless. He's never going to learn.
Yeah, I mean, it's problematic, but, you know, all he can do is just spout his nonsense and put that.
True. He can tell his new students when he starts his job.
Well, Aiming dies pretty unceremoniously, and it turns the whole bottom side of the map into a disaster. It's a 600 gold lead for the Caitlyn. And
I received some feedback, by the way, in chat. Gameboy736 is questioning my netted on. As you can see that net? That allowed Docdom to get on Aiming.
Yeah, he netted on him.
I think he kind of netted on him.
He netted on him.
That's my explanation. So that I'm not calling you out or anything like that, but that's what I meant by netted on.
Yeah, that's what Caitlyn does to close the gap sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes just nets on.
Sometimes you could say netted on in a defensive sense.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to call you out. We just wanted something to do.
You could even say if he bought space and then killed someone, like a melee champion who's getting on top, he netted off someone.
Yeah. Yeah. You can certainly, if you're going to use somebody else in order to reposition with your 90 caliber net. Oh man, that was so cool! It was like a slam dunk by Dudu. Look at him do a slam dunk move and 0 damage and not really a whole much of anything at all.
His circle nowadays just doesn't do that much damage. The minions are like, ooh, it's a little bit warmer now. Thank you.
Yeah. I do like the chains with that particular death grip.
That's cool.
I'm normally a Ace of Clubs Mordekaiser guy.
Oh, Dudu did make one critical mistake that we haven't talked about, is that he didn't spam guitar at the beginning of the game, which is actually what you're supposed to do as Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
You can do that.
All right.
Oh, well.
Back into the lane once again, looking to see whether he can recover from this whole situation.
Peter is on vision here.
Oh dear, headshot. Peter is going to find a bit of damage, but Menace does take the Bard for a walk.
Look at Closer's first item. He's going Ludens. He's doing Burst.
He is.
He's not doing any of that torch, slow, boring gameplay. He's doing the... He's going to the theme of remove the champions from the team fight. Aiming might be removed from this lane. Yeah, but pretty good at that.
Yeah, just going to say goodbye.
Watch this first Q. Oh, it's scatter first. Ouch.
Still owie. Okay, DNS are just kind of winning everywhere.
Well, yeah, Duckdom is going to ult to...
Oh, no.
Oh,
barriered and still stopped. Oh! That is so annoying.
That's like... I mean, for Duckdom, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, but...
For Aiming, you're like, Should I stay? Am I possibly just gonna die a second time to try to get this wave? Because I think I have to. Charvel's over here though, and he is safe for the moment. But it's gonna be Menace. No more to protect. They're gonna get some extra vision here. Aiming does not get netted on or netted off of.
All right, Doctor, I'm gonna do a bit of damage here as Peter throwing out some cosmic bindings, and Aiming just getting shot multiple times. Like this is not how the Ezreal Karma is supposed to feel. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I've got Wadid just like being very upset about the fact that Ezreal Karma was picked and it's just not able to win.
It's not. It's not working. And unfortunately, it's due to... Oh, Peter? Okay, he's fine. It's due to a few of the factors that have happened in this game, like Menace missing a bunch of Qs, the fact that Bard is really strong, the fact that Ezreal's outranged, the fact that Ezreal is just getting annoyed again.
What the heck, man? Can you not let this man go home in peace?
He will eventually go home. He's on. I don't think he'll be stopped this time.
Yeah,
but he died. He's been struggling to farm.
Oh, it's a Hextech soul as well, Wolf.
Yeah, that's good. That's important. Mountain Drake second. So that's a pretty high value set of dragons in this game. Mountain Ocean, early Ocean, very powerful. Into Mountain, which is a lot of resistances for this Mordekaiser, who went Riftmaker.
Yep, he's done it.
So he's more damaging than some other builds. Still not really hurting that much right now, but maybe one day. Maybe he goes full AP.
It is a feel-good spike to come through. We'll see what he does decide to build next. The Chovy Cannon can be pretty nice. True Shot Barrage not going to quite find closer here, as he's looking to try and defend this top outer turret. When it comes on over, they do have a fair bit of vision in the
Hex
area.
gates, though, so they got to be careful. I mean, the collapse is very fast here. Peter doesn't have his Tempered Fate. They get very happy about that.
Yeah, he's just going to face check here, as we can see. Just not looking scared at all.
He's got a Blast Cone to play through. He's going to give Valdez a bit of a shock, but otherwise...
Yep, and does have Magical Journey, so can always just get himself over the wall. No worries there at all. So
DRX are behind in this game, but it looks like they don't know how to fix that. And the early game of the Wukong is always a little bit weak, right? Always going to be a little bit problematic. But this hasn't even been like a jungle gap where Charvel's doing way more. They had that push onto Frog that one time. Otherwise, the junglers have been kind of chill in this game, and Willer just has not been able to find any angles. They have so much prio in all three lanes with the Syndra, the pushing Caitlyn, and then this Mordekaiser. The KMDRX are just kind of scaling until their turrets disappear. Here's a play. Maybe.
All right, looking for an angle, and then DNS just leave. Man, that's
I see your ultimate. I'll raise you one base.
Yeah, look at DNS guy.
It's crying DNS guy.
He is definitely psyched about this. Aiming not so much. Doctor's just going to shoot him.
Put him back up.
Oh, God. Aiming, yeah, 0-2-0.
It was just a cry from help from DNS guy to tell the observers to pan to mid. He was like, we're winning over there. You guys better not miss it. Put me down.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, when does it get better?
Well, when 2 items get hit for the Ezreal. This is like what a parent would say to a QMDRX fan as a child. You know, like, look, when Ezreal gets 2 items, baby, that's when he'll do the thing.
Oh, man. I like how we got the satisfying E, and then we're moving towards his top side. Tempered Fate does come down onto Yukal. But Menace is not going to get targeted here by Closer. He knows the one he really wants to kill is this Rise. He's still looking for some angles as he does break the chain once again.
This really just isn't selling last game of the season to me really hard, this game that we're watching right now, Atlas.
Yeah.
It's the most quiet stomp that I've... Like, this looks like a Genji Legend Group stomp in terms of scoreline and gold, but the macro and the micro just don't live up to it either. It's just like DNS are just playing pretty good and QMDRX are falling over.
Aiming avoided getting netted on
again.
He
didn't get net on there.
Not that time. Managed to get out of the net. But Doctom is still going to take his crockery away. Closer is also scattering the weak, and Willer is filling that category right now.
QMDRX are just, like, they're lost. They're trying, like, maybe we could do Herald behind the enemy team that's pushing our whole base. Oh, no, we can't do that one either. The bottom turret's getting worn down. This top turret is basically dead. They have no realm warp. They're going to TP contest.
Okay, let's see where the Frog can go all out. DN Supers looking in a little bit of trouble here, but there's the scat of the week onto Frog. Shovel taking a bit of damage here as the Rift Herald should be secured. Oh no! It's taken by Shovel. He just flips on over and grabs the iron now. Dudu wants to take someone to the death realm, but instead he just slowly clomps his way back towards the top lane.
This is definitely, that fight, if you could call it a fight for Herald, encapsulates this whole game.
Yeah, nothing happens and then DNS takes the stuff.
Exactly. KRX like, please don't take my stuff. And they walk over aggressively and they'll watch DNS take their stuff. It's pretty sad.
And Dudu's
sad.
hitting Frog here in this top lane.
The most interesting to happen in this game is Mordekaiser taking like 1/5 of a Cassante so far.
Yeah. And Frog dashing out of the way of these death grips. All right, closer. Playing base skin Syndra as well, which is something we just really do not see.
It's my favorite Syndra skin.
It's pretty cool,
I think the original model is very cool.
Yep. Inquisitor is the one that a lot of people are playing these days. It was previously banned because the orbs were really difficult to see and is now since being put back in as Tempered Fate going to hold Willer in position. There is the trap set up and oh no, this is so hard. But he is able to get himself out of there. Interrupts Sharble, who tried to ult on top of him. Frog going to follow the magical journey. He is pretty tanky. True Shot Barrage gets a fair bit of value, but now Sharble goes untargetable. Looking to get on top of Minas. Minas able to blast cone his way out. Another soul point available here for DNS.
And they're all grouped here.
There is no jungler for KRX. Frog just making his way in.
They don't have any engage. What are they going to do? Watch them? Yes.
Well, now Dudu looking for a bit of an angle here. That is going to be the Drake secured scat of the week. Phenomenal as Yukao. He just wants to realm warp everyone out, and Froggy missed the bus. Oh no, he left his travel card at home, and Dudu was able to take him out. I believe he was put in the death realm anyway.
The Cassante was like, I'm going to engage. We don't have any engage. I'm going to do it. And Yukao was like, we don't do that, by the way. If you're engaging, we're leaving you behind. We just let them take our stuff while we watch it. Oh, what a tragic way to play your last game of the regular season. Like, I want to hype this up. I know a lot of people get a little bit annoyed when we do the whole joking around and the game is slow thing, but like, we got nothing here. We really trying.
What about Ganondorf Mordekaiser, though? Like, when you do, like, claim the soul in the death realm, like, very, very cool.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh my god, it's so
The observers
sick,
know.
man.
안에 봐줘.
Sorry, man, you're in Death Realm. You can't get in the Realm Warp.
Yeah, no Death Realm Warp for you.
Yeah, we're in the no Death Realm Warp, where we all live, but you're in the Death Realm, so you die.
Yeah.
Yukao is going to need some help up here.
Well, Willer is here.
Well, he came here to watch, unfortunately.
Yeah, Closer didn't need much help. He just He just breathed on the turret. And that one is going to go down. Doctor, I'm just going to walk towards this one and take that out as well.
I do want to, in all seriousness, I do want to say DNS's macro, really good.
It's improved by an exceptional margin.
And when they know the enemy team doesn't really have engaged, they're like, well, let's just push the envelope on pushing everything, including, you know, now inner turrets, and see if they can handle it. And so far, KRX not really handling it, not really having a good time, as there's 6,000 gold up with 3 kills to the game.
Yeah,
3 dragons, 3 grubs.
Wait, Wolf, it's a perfect game.
Oh my god, wait.
Like, so far.
Oh my god.
It's about as perfect as it
Wait,
could
is
be.
that what they're playing for?
I mean, there's 4 plates that have been taken. That's all that KRX have got.
Oh my god, I didn't even... Is it happening? Are they just going to push to end right now? Am I getting way too excited?
Is DNS the perfect team? Would, you know, like, maybe...
Imagine ending the season that way.
Yeah. Maybe they have finally made the perfect system. Maybe Clue's finally been successful. That's all right. Dudu is going to get slammed back towards Frog here. Another death grip does come on down.
Okay, the scatter's not going to hit. He's down on flash. That significantly increases the chances of him dying and ruining the perfect game. So Closer, I'm not going to put that in the pros column. I'll put that in a big minus, and not the support on QMDRX. That's Minas.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been asked not to cast a curse. It's definitely not a perfect game. Like, these things happen, and they're just going to lose.
Yeah, it always is almost a perfect game.
Yeah.
It never really is, though.
So don't worry, guys. It might look like it's potentially a perfect game, but it's just never going to happen.
How fitting would it be to have the most imperfect season? Well, I mean, they kind of outdid that last year. It was a little bit less perfect last season. But to have basically the imperfect season, but to end the season with a perfect game after being the most recent Korean champion in a League of Legends tournament,
Man,
Does that give them the right to play in play-ins? No, that's against the rules.
No, that's not how that
Does
works.
that give them the right to play in a Worlds? Oh, we don't do Worlds qualifiers. Does that?
Yeah.
It's sad. We'll never know what the potential of this roster could be, right? But that's the tragedy of DNS. No one ever wanted to know until now. Everyone's talking about it. Now everyone's like, wow, this is the biggest turnaround in like League of Legends history. I can't think of another time a team turned it around this hard. Like DRX, not even close. For DRX won in 2020,
I mean,
2022.
It's pretty close, Wolf.
No, I mean they were actually.
No, they weren't. They were 6th place. They were pretty awful.
But this team's 10th place. They had 1 win.
Yeah.
They had 1 win. Like they weren't even able to be like in a conversation
I'm just
about getting
wondering-
9th place. They weren't able to be in a conversation for 9th.
That was 2022, where we had 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And so I think DNS would actually be in a very different circumstance if we had the same format. Unfortunately, it's a bit less forgiving.
That's true.
As Willa is going to try and take some wolves, but he's unable to do so.
Nobody die, please.
I feel like Peter is about to die. Like it's okay. Never mind. Magical Journey. Gets
He's
himself
got
out.
he's got his locket. That's extra help for. He's got flash. He's fine. Don't worry.
He's got Swifties. Okay.
He's got a cloth armor.
23 seconds. Frog. Yeah, Shovel not going to be too worried about the Cassante here. Scat of the Week will not connect onto the Frog. He's not a weak Frog.
What if QMDRX just played to deny the perfect game? I don't like that. What if they just all go 5 top and then kill a turret?
Oh no! We do see that
It's
all
Hex
the
Tech
time.
Soul, by the way, which significantly increases the chances of a perfect game if they can secure it. QMDRX are right now mostly watching, but they'll be watching and then getting slowed repeatedly.
Yeah. Which will be bad.
Round
Okay.
warp, here we go!
Let's see what angle they can find as Dudu. Oh god, where did they go? Dudu is now going to get turned on. He gets a huge shield and looks to get himself out of there.
He's
Presses
out.
W again, and he is indeed
But they gotta
out.
get the dragon. They gotta get the dragon. They gotta get the dragon. They can't let that go. They can't let it go. Don't let it go.
DNS, are they going to be able to find the turn as Frog eats so much of the CC? Down he will go. Shovel now looking for the angle. Tempered Fate onto one. They look to get onto Doctom, but he nets himself away, and the double scatter is phenomenal. The DN Super's not going to be routed here as the resets come in, and Shovel takes down Menace to get 3 of these kills. Only Willer and Yukal left.
Baron on the
perfect
cards.
game stays alive.
Baron on the cards. DNS pushing across the rift. And with 3 dead here for QMDRX, Willer the only one who can come over and ruin their day, but he takes a lot of damage. We'll have to leave. And this is going to be another objective secured. 3 grubs, 4 dragons, and a Baron. 0 deaths, no turrets down. 24 minutes in, I'm a believer, Atlas. I've never believed harder in the perfect game.
Oh, and there's even Closer in the bottom lane trying to stop Yukal from
Look at this.
pushing it
Look at
that
this.
way.
Oh, we skipped the Rum Warp play was nuts. The fact that everyone got in there and just flashed in 3 directions, and they're like, ooh, we should not have gotten in that Rum Warp. But the fight here is so clean. Duckdom gets back. They have no burst. They have no engage. So DNS just pick a target, and then just front to back. After the initial salvo, they're like, you guys can't turn. You can't do anything.
This is a complete and utter shutout. 10,000 gold, 25 minutes into the game. And that's on top of QMDRX just getting actually nothing.
A biased commentator right now. I want the perfect game. We have never had it
I
before.
think it's not biased, though, to want what hasn't been achieved so far this year. And it's so hard to get a perfect game now with so many different neutral objectives. Tempered Fate just looks pretty for a few moments as the siege is now on. Now a Realm Warp play. That's a nice shock. Cyclone, but what are we achieving? There's no follow-up as now Dudu doesn't get that death grip back, and down goes Willa. Another ulti from Shovel as Frog was on a flank angle, but now he's losing a 1v1 to a doggo. Oh dear, Shovel finding another dagger. He's just way too far ahead.
Atlas, I think it's happening!
Yeah,
the turrets
Dudu
are
is
going
bumping
down!
over this, the flash away, and the turrets are being attacked. In the meantime, DNS are just winning the game. Frog gonna get flipped on once again as Shovel is looking to take him down. Pathmaker comes on forward, and I think even with an all-out, there is no way he's winning that
Peter,
fight.
careful, Peter, careful!
Yeah, the perfect game is on the line as down goes the Cassante. QMDRX, their entire top side is missing. Oh no, he cannot do it, Peter! Ah, there goes the perfect game! Oh, Petey, you're gonna build the perfect system! Oh God, now it's all falling apart. Doctarm's dead as well. Dudu, lay down the wrath onto those that do not allow the perfect game. Still, it's a double kill for Doctarm from the grave, and it's only minutes left alive to watch this last remaining Nexus turret fall down. The DN Supers with a 2-0 to finish out their season after going 18 match losses in a row. They will be able to at least pick up a few at the end of the year.
And I gotta say, if I'm gonna nitpick a little bit, the bottom duo shouldn't have died there at the end, but otherwise they literally played a perfect game. And the team that was at the bottom of the standings, the first team to be eliminated from the LCK, the first team confirmed in any place in the standings, which was 10th last, the team that just won the Kespa Cup will win their final game in near perfect fashion. And that's all I have to say about the last series of the day.
Yeah.
I gotta pick up Palm now.
Okay, so Wolf is gone.
Actually, it was really easy. I thought about it for a second, it was really easy.
Okay. Wait, where did it go?
Closer.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
He also, the one last engage in the team
Oh, there
fight,
he is.
knocked it back.
DNS guy, just, it's all emotions here.
Apparently he's not the crying DNS guy.
Well, that guy was crying.
Yeah.
DNS guy. Whether or not he is the one in the video.
The one from earlier,
He was
I miscalled the crying guy, but
yeah,
just wanted to clear that up.
And I think this DNS can definitely have their heads held high.
We'll never know like what this team could have been capable of if given a longer leash. We'll never know what they could have done in play-ins and playoffs and in Worlds. We'll sadly never know. And
so cute. Kim DRX making sure that they say goodbye to their fans. They will be back out again for another interview. But it must suck to lose your last game. There was always going to be a loser in this series. And then to be having to go home immediately afterwards just doesn't feel good. But that is great sportsmanship to show respect for the fans no matter what.
Man, I also feel like a loser today because they didn't have the perfect game.
Yeah.
We were so close, Atlas.
So close.
I don't think I've never been that close to a perfect game before. I feel like I literally saw a solar and lunar eclipse at the same time.
But unfortunately, it was a bit skewed. So there was always a bit of light coming through.
Yeah.
So we just never quite got there. That was the first time aiming got netted on. And this is another time.
Yeah.
And there was a third time in this game as well. But we're not going to
Scatters from Closer on the defense were amazing this game. And he just had a really great Cinder game. That was the one lane I feel like that was pretty, outside of the early levels, pretty volatile. Like the Cassante into the Mordekaiser. Also, maybe you can win as Cassante if you have a little bit more jungle attention. But the bottom lane was basically unwinnable. And they just had 3 winning lanes into no engage. And so the game was almost a perfect game. It's
and
a
this
good
scatter as well was unbelievable from Closer.
He had all of these defensive scatters. And like, look at this one. Wait for it.
Yeah, that was like,
I'm just kidding.
I was waiting for Willis to be followed up on.
Yeah, I believe there's one more scatter that I was forgetting. No, this is the last fight. They skipped it. That's why I got trolled.
Aha.
Anyways, he had great scatters. He also was one Shockwave man.
Oh no, Peter. Can't believe it.
Also, Duckers.
Solidarity. Still manages to get the kill on the rise before he does go down.
Willer knew the objective. Deny the perfect game. He will not get perfect games. That's the good news for KRX. Didn't get perfect game in your last loss, at least.
I don't know whether this Mordekaiser skin is Ganondorf or whether it's just one of the bosses from Breath of the Wild that all kind of look similar to that. Super duper cool though.
It is very cool. I'm glad we got that one shot of him using the ult earlier.
Yeah. It's dope. I remember when that came out, there wasn't a whole lot of fanfare, but it's a very cool one. Okay, just up and to the right. Like, this was, for all intents and purposes, a perfect game. Like, you can see, there is nothing that that Kirim DRX were able to pick up as far as the objectives were concerned. Just a couple of kills at the very end of the game. And Closer will be able to pick up player of the match.
Just
no surprises.
Easy call. I got caught up in the perfect game scenario there at the end when I had to pull out my palm pen to vote, and it was actually much simpler. Might even be unanimous.
Yeah. And there will be the team interview with the DN Supers as well before they do, leave us for the year.
Yeah.
Before they come back. And man, what if this squad came back exactly as they are now in 2027? I would love that, man. I just swear they've got so much potential.
That would...
Oh no!
Prompter.
Do it again.
I said unanimous, and unanimous, and it says prompter says unanimous. Watch out for Huni.
And Huni was the problem last time as well. Oh, dear.
I just want to say I'll miss this squad. No matter what happens next year, no matter what happens to these players, this squad was something special, and they deserve praise.
They certainly do. And now let's praise them. Let's throw it over to Dia for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dia for the DN Supers team interview translation. We have the full roster of DN Supers: Dudu, Sharvel, Closer, Dokdam, and Peter. Congratulations!
먼저 두두 선수 만나보겠습니다.
First, Dudu.
DN 슈퍼스의 마지막 경기가
2026 season
오늘 경기
for
승리로
DN Supers,
이끌면서
and your
결국
last
좋은
match
결과를 만들어냈는데요.
has come to an
그래도
end
시즌
where
막바지에 기사가 올라온
you
게
were
조금
able to
아쉽게
close it
느껴질 것
out
같긴 합니다.
on a
이번 시즌
positive
돌아보면
note,
어떠셨는지요?
although your momentum started racking up towards the end. So how was the season for you?
다행이라면 다행일 수 있겠지만 결국에는 저희가
I mean, it was a very long season. I think in a way we can say that it's a relief that we were able to sort of turn things around and really showcase what we got for our fans. So I think just being able to contribute and show our fans somewhat of a match that they could be satisfied and happy about towards the end. There is such meaning in that. So anything you would like to say to your fans? I mean, it is the end of our season for our team, and during this exhausting and difficult season, I really appreciate all the support that you sent us. I think that's really the reason we were able to stay focused and not give up until the very end. So hopefully we're able to make something happen in the future.
DNS에 힘을 제대로 불어 넣어줬는데요.
And Sharvel,
어떠셨는지요?
you joined the team in round 3
DNS에 들어오게 되고 나서
and contributed so much in DN Super. So how was it for you?
성적 거두고 가는 것 같아서
Starting from round 3, I was able to play in the LCK with DN Supers, and I had such amazing teammates and coaching staff, and just being able to pull off a good outcome, it actually makes me pretty proud. And you were able to get the most POM in the LCK. So what is your personal goal? I mean, since I joined from round 3, I wasn't able to showcase a lot of my performance in many matches, but there is always next year and the year after that, so hopefully I can actually keep up with showing you great performance. And Closer, there must be a lot of takeaways from this season, so how would you rate this season overall? I mean, there are a lot of moments where I laughed, some sad days, and it was such a long season, but I'm just really happy that we're able to repay our fans. And this is your last match, and you got a POM. So, would you like to say anything about that? Did you wait for a long time for that POM? I mean, yeah, I feel like I should have gotten a POM a lot sooner, but I'm just really happy that I'm able to at least get one at the very end. And any word for your fans? I think it's just, I want to say that the only reason we were able to turn things around and have a comeback is because our fans never gave up on us, and just all the support, all the cheerful messages that you sent us, that's all what made it all possible. Thank you so much. And next we have Dokdam. It looks like your performance, your form was actually improving towards the end, so how do you look back? I feel like I should have done better at the start of the season, and I feel like it's going to be remembered as a pretty regretful season for me. And what would you like to say to your teammates as the oldest brother? I mean, everyone worked so hard, and although there are no more matches remaining, I just feel like we have so much hope as a team. So hopefully we're able to sort of make something happen in the future.
힘들었던 순간도 있었지만 또 마지막 경기를 승리로 마무리했는데요.
And
어떤
Peter,
감정 먼저 드시나요?
힘든 순간도
I know that
있었지만 이렇게 이 자리에서
it was a
DNS
difficult
팬분들과
season,
함께
but you were able
승리로
to
마무리할 수 있어서
celebrate with the at the very
현장에서
end of
뜨거운
your
눈물로
season. So
그리고
how do you feel?
기쁨을 함께 나누었던
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was pretty tough, but just being able to celebrate this moment with the DN Supers fans makes me very happy.
응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
So anything you would like to say to your fans?
그리고 이제 저희의
Thank you
시즌은
so
여기서
much for
끝났지만 더 재밌는
continuously
콘텐츠로
supporting us this
유튜브에서
whole
뵙겠습니다.
year.
감사합니다.
And
계속해서
since,
많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
although
피터
our season
선수였습니다.
has
네,
ended,
정규 시즌
I
마지막
hope that we
경기를
can
승리한
come back
DN 스포츠
and show you
선수분들에게
guys
다시 한번
some
큰
fun
박수
and
부탁드립니다.
enjoyable content.
인터뷰 고맙습니다. DN
And please give it up for DN Supers.
네, 그리고 로그, 정글, 윌러, 미드,
Now,
유칼,
next up we have
바텀,
Kium
에이밍,
DRX. We have
레이즈필,
Top, Rich,
서포터, 안딜, 미노스 선수
and Frog,
모셔보겠습니다.
and jungler Willer, mid Yukal, bot Aiming and Lazy Feel, and support Andil and Minos.
네, 먼저 리치 선수 만나보겠습니다.
First, let's talk to
리치
Rich.
선수, 오랜만에 뵙게 됐습니다.
Rich, long time
네,
no
오늘 프로그
see.
선수를 응원하는 치어풀을
You
또
came
들고
here
계셨는데요.
and
마지막
had a
경기까지
fan
같이
sign
마음을
cheering for
모아주셨습니다.
Frog.
오늘 경기는 어떻게 보셨을까요?
How did you feel about today's match?
경기를 이기지 못한 게 많이 아쉽지만 그래도
You know, it's sad that we weren't able to win the very last match, but since the season has come to an end, I hope that we are all laughing at the very end.
좋은 일도 있고
And
힘든
how
일도
would you
있었는데
remember
저에게 있어서
this season
좀 많이
in Kium DRX?
뜻깊었던 1년이었던 것 같고요. 네.
You know, there were some happy moments, some hard and tough moments. I feel like it was a very meaningful season for me, a very meaningful 1 year. Thank you.
네, 이어서 프로그 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next up, let's talk to Frog. You were called up in round 3 and were able to step up on the LCK stage after 2 years. So, what are your takeaways? You know, alongside such amazing teammates and also our head coach and coaching staff, just meeting them. And I actually was able to grow and improve in terms of macro just because my teammates were able to explain everything for me. And I definitely developed and improved as a player. What kind of top laner would you like to be? I think when it comes to top lane, I feel like I have to be that one reliable player. So I just have to be aggressive when I am supposed to be aggressive, and also be a little flexible as well. I want to be a top laner that is a little more versatile.
윌러
And
선수 만나보겠습니다. 네,
next
정글의
up,
윌러 선수.
let's talk to
폼이
Willer.
좋았던 부분이 충분히 있었기 때문에 조금 아쉬운 마음이 들기도
There
할
were
것
moments
같습니다.
where
이번
you
시즌
showcased
윌러
such
선수에게는
amazing
어떤
form.
시즌이었을까요?
개인적으로
How do you look
스스로도
back
약간
to the
장단점을
season?
보고 좀 돌아보는
I mean, personally,
시즌이 됐던 것 같고, 이렇게 하람이
yeah, I
형도
definitely have reflected on myself a lot. There are a lot of pros and cons.
운영의 주축으로서
And
정글로서
Aiming has joined our team, and Minos as well. And whenever we welcomed a new member, I feel like I should have done a lot better in terms of a jungler, like my role as a jungler to actually be able to pull off a better macro so that I can lead my team towards the right direction. So I feel really sorry to my teammates and also my fans.
목표는 제 실력은 이제 피넛
And what is your goal as a jungle?
누가 오든 좋은 방향성을 제시해주고
I think my goal as a jungler is basically, you know, in terms of my skill level, I really want to be more like Peanut. So that means no matter who my teammate is, I want to be the one who leads my team towards the right direction.
유칼 선수.
And next, let's have a chat with Yukal.
팬분들에게도
With
즐거움을 선사해 주셨습니다.
a dancing skill like none other.
아쉬웠던 점과 그리고
You were able to make so many of your fans laugh. What do you think you were most disappointed about this season, and also what were you most satisfied about this season? I think I'm just really disappointed that we're ending as 9th place at the very end of the season and not being able to reap what we sowed. So I feel really sorry. So I think I'm just really grateful for everyone who had always had faith in us from the start of the season.
선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
And thank you so much for always cheering us on, you know, no matter how our performance was, how our result was. And personally, I feel like I had such a happy year. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And what would you like to say to your teammates? I mean, every single one of them are so amazing. They're such great players. I feel like no matter where they go in the future, that they will always be themselves and really just play their hearts out.
이어서 에이밍 선수 만나보겠습니다. 에이밍 선수
Next up, we have Aiming.
새롭게 적응해야 하는
Now, after joining Kium DRX, I'm sure you had to adjust and adapt. So how did you feel about playing with your teammates? You know, my teammates, they're so nice.
아쉽게 패배하다 보니까 그 점이 좀 되게 아쉬웠었던 것 같아요.
네. 아쉽게 시즌을 이렇게 마무리하게 됐고 앞으로의
Honestly, their temperament is just so mild, and it's really, really fun playing with them. And you know, I think I was a little regretful that we ended up losing so much.
게임하는 게 좀 재밌고.
And how was the season for you? I mean, the season is over. I feel like
팀원들이랑 또 재밌게.
it leaves a lot of regret that we ended up losing so much. It just ended so fast. But regardless, I had a lot of fun playing with my teammates. So I hope that, you know, I can spend the rest of this year having a good time with my teammates. And next, we have Lazy Feel. You know, there was a LCK Team Roadshow in Vietnam and also the home front. So I'm sure that it was quite of a meaningful season for you. So how do you look back on the season?
Bản thân tuyển thủ Jellyfield khi mà bạn nhìn lại mùa giải này á, thì bạn cảm thấy mùa giải này là một mùa giải như thế nào? Có ý nghĩa đặc biệt gì với bạn không?
Ở mùa giải này thì rất là vui với em, cũng như là có rất nhiều điều đáng tiếc. Và được thi đấu tại home run ở Hà Nội thì điều cảm thấy vô cùng hạnh phúc với em. Nhưng mà với em thì mùa giải này thì vẫn còn nhiều điều chưa thực hiện được, nên là rất là đáng tiếc.
네, 저한테는 이번 2026년 LCK 시즌은 되게
In the 2026 LCK season, for me, I can say that it was a very special season. And just being able to see all the fans in Hanoi, you know, from the airport, and also being able to perform in front of my fans on stage was such a dream come true. There are so many things that I still want to do in the LCK. There's a lot left that I want to achieve, so it does leave a lot of regret at the same time. You know, during this time, in your time in Korea, you actually improved in Korea so much, and there's also a fan sign that said, "It's me, Feel." So, any word for your fans?
네, 이어서 서포터
It's me,
선수분들
Feel.
만나보겠습니다. 안딜 선수 키움 DRX에서 맞는 두 번째
And next we have
시즌이었습니다.
Andel. This was your second season in Kium DRX. So how do you feel?
성적이 너무 아쉽게 나와가지고 좀 아쉽고 제 스스로도
You know, it was a regretful result in the end.
마무리인 것 같습니다.
And I feel like I also feel quite disappointed about myself as well. So yeah, it does leave a lot to be desired in the end. So what are your goals moving forward? I feel like I have very clear pros and cons, my strengths and weaknesses. So I think I really want to focus on refining my strengths
미노스 선수 만나보겠습니다.
and try to improve and minimize mistakes. And Minos, it looks like you were able to debut in the LCK in Game 2. So how does it feel to debut today? You know, I was quite anxious, and I was also really excited about this debut. And I feel like maybe it was just my nerves. I wasn't able to play too well. It just feels like I wasn't able to showcase anything in the end, which was a little disappointing.
어떤 선수가 되고 싶은지 팬분들 앞에서 각오 들려주시죠.
I'm sure this experience will definitely pay off in the future. So what kind of player do you want to be? You know, from my academy days, actually, I looked up to Keria. I watched a lot of his replays and really tried to study him. So I really want to be a player, a support like Keria.
네, 이렇게 해서 키움 DRX 선수들을 모두 만나봤습니다. 앞으로도 키움 DRX 선수들의 앞날을 응원하겠습니다.
all
정규 시즌을
of
마친
키움
키움 DRX
DRX's
선수분들에게
player.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
Please give it up for everyone in Kium DRX. And that is all from Kium DRX. And back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, for the translations of both these squads. Again, just a bittersweet feeling to have the season come to an end when you have new pieces and new players getting the opportunities over at Kiwoom DRX while they're trying to figure it out. And obviously one of the hottest teams since the MSI break in the DN Supers, the Cuspa Cup champs. They finished with almost a perfect game. And for the season to end there, the promise was there. Just ran out a little bit of time here.
If you look specifically at the round 3 and 4 record for DNS, they're currently top of the Rise group. And it just kind of shows the turnaround that they've managed to have. But obviously, their really rough round 1 and 2 meant there was just too much for them to overcome. But I think the players can be really proud. It's obviously hard just generally playing in the LCK, but to go from a position they were in where it just seemed like they couldn't win a series, couldn't win a game, and to turn around to this manner. I think a lot of the fans would have just been happy to end the loss streak, but they did so much more than that.
Yeah, I mean, even player perspective, I think it's like, I can't imagine how tough it was gonna be, like, putting effort that much. Like, because I think in the case, like, staying hungry, like, being motivated, staying motivated is gonna be the, like everyone say, is one of the biggest key for the professional player to play better, play good. The thing is, like, for DN Supers, for sure, it was, like, harder for them, 100%. And I think it was a really wholesome to see. Like, they're able to manage as a team, putting effort, and they somehow made it up.
Yeah, well, the Supers, they had in themselves a great game too, but there was one moment that truly broke our hearts. Now, for those of you that wanted to see perfection personified in a result, the team was pushing the base. They had taken everything. There hadn't been one death, but Peter! No! Peter! You were the chosen one, Peter! Oh! Even Closer tried to body block it. And perfection slips through their grasp. 18 losses in a row. Almost had the perfect game of a season. That one's gonna hurt. That hurt.
They still won,
It
though.
was
They still
a
won.
fantastic game by the DN Automotive Supers, and it caps off a great back half of the run that they had. And are we... Okay. We're not... 9 out of 13 goes the way of Closer. Media Soup Chijijic, and then a VN cast shout out to Peter.
I get it, but he did also use the first to die in game 2, so I feel like that's why we can't give Peter the POM. No, he had a great series, to be fair. The Bard was setting up a lot of plays. Shovel, I mean, this series and every series since he joined has been spectacular, but I think Closer's impact in game 1 was humongous, and then still had a great game 2. And yeah, both Oriana and Syndra with some ball control that could win the Ballon d'Or.
That's pretty good. That was a good goal.
Like that one, Digon?
Good dribble. Good goal.
Helios. It did.
It did.
Oh, talking about Oriana's shockwave.
Yeah, shockwave.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
Like shockwave, I guess.
Shockwave.
Shockwave.
Yeah, shockwave.
That's-
Shockwave. Shock the rift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Moving on.
Helios.
We'll miss you. I can't. It's so sad. We have to, wait for another tournament begin to see this wholesome moment again. I can't wait for this, you know? Don't say we will miss Hooney's votes.
Yeah,
I got it right this time.
No, that's not true. We won't
Yeah.
miss Hooney's vote.
Yeah.
I bounced back. I bounced back the second vote.
Wow. I love a good callback. Oh, man. That was a good one, Hooney. All right.
Reinstated. Closer, the near perfect gamer. Yes, Wolf. Wolf loves being on the cusp of perfect games. Like, I don't know anyone else that loves, like, is it going to happen? That's Wolf. Wolf loves getting close to those perfect games. Closer getting his almost vote. Pony with the we've just warmed up. Yep. Again, Closer and the rest of DNS. Just, they're on a heater, but it was just a little bit too late. Go-Go. That is the closer I know. This is the closer I know. See you next year, says Go-Go. Closer having himself a great game. And then Clapser. Let's give him a round of applauser.
Hooney, I need you to tell me this is better in Korean, because in English, this is...
It's gonna be probably... This is...
Clapser!
Something like that.
Not selling me.
Clapser! Clagic. Clap. Claja. I think we need to
That's how you
practice that one.
That's how you how you call when closers pop off, like that's people saying. Closer.
Clagic. I thought clap was paksu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
All right. All right, Cloud Templar. You can keep your vote because we already got rid of one of them in Hooney. As we take a look at the Rise group standings, there they are. Kiwoom and the DN Automotive Supers finished 2026 at 7-19 and 6-20 respectively. Again, DNS, they were 1-18, and then they finished 6-20. A great turnaround for the
1-7.
guys.
Oh, you mean they 1-18 including that first match?
Yes.
Yeah, they finished round 2, 1-17.
Yes.
Yeah. 5-3 in the Rise. Kind of crazy.
They finished the season with the W in the win streak as well.
True.
They'll carry that one all the way into next April, or when the season starts. It's a long time to carry a winning streak for DNS. And for Kiwoom, 5 losses, a season that could have been, and they'll take a lot of those pieces that they've had moving forward. Over in the Legend Group, it's all up for grabs. That second place spot, T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, they do battle tomorrow for the potential bye. And if it's T1, Gen G or T1 will be punching their ticket to Worlds in one series. That is going to be so, so exciting.
The banger.
Almost one series.
The banger.
Yeah.
The banger is coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I love when it comes down to just a match off. It decides the seeding between these two teams. And we've talked so much about how getting that top 2 is so important, being able to skip that first round. One last match to decide it between these two titans.
It's been a day of League of Legends, y'all. A celebration of the greatest league in the world. We say goodbye to our first 2 teams with their final games. Everyone else will have games to play, and we'll be here to cover them all on behalf of everyone in the LCK. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the regular season. Bye-bye.
See you on Sunday.
We don't look back. 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까. All the nights let us hear. 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼.
Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.